Welcome back, everyone. This is the night shift. It is shift number 21, kicking off the new year. Once more, ZP here with DDK and Dan. This is the true calm before the storm. You got Yoshi in the Discord talking about, hey, patch maybe soon. We'll give you a heads up. Everyone's hoping that maybe next week. So, Dan, this could be the last look at Deadlock before everything changes.
Yeah. Just thinking. Have more players playing. It's going to be great. It's just going to be absolutely fantastic because there's always a lot of I suppose eyeballs, extra eyeballs that get just put onto the game. It's a Valve title, so you can't look away. And in fact, Valve will probably be able to make you look towards Deadlock release because they own the platform that it's distributed on. So that's also a neat little trick. But the ZP, my true hope is it gets released in the middle of one of our shows.
Yes, I'm down for the chaos and pandemonium, and hey, it'd be a level playing field for the players because everyone else would be new to it too. Also, before we get into the format, big shout out to Zergy for sending the raid our way before the show. Much love, Zergy. Looking forward to seeing you in competition once again. But for those who are new to the night shift and wondering what in the world is this all about, we take some of the best teams in EU and NA, and we have them fight for the viewer's pleasure. That's right. We kick off with the challenging match here. It's Leviathan versus Lowkey W. Leviathan, Dan, they've been basically the number 2 team in EU since the departure of Buff Enjoyers. And, the third spot, it's been a little bit shifting. Fearless Fury sometimes looking good. Lowkey W looking pretty good at times also. And we'll see if today is going to be the week that they take the next step forward.
Yeah. I'm curious because every week we do see progress for most teams. It's been super interesting actually across NA and EU just how much of the hero draft is really playable and how many interpretations I think that we're seeing. So it's really cool. Styles makes fights is something that is always the case. And speaking of the hero pool, we've got the hero priority right here on screen as well. And so one thing I got to say right off the top here, ZP, is I've been pleasantly surprised that Pocket's made his way back to the top, actually.
Yeah, Pocket has been a big mainstay. Billy not quite on ban level, but still getting picked pretty early. The big change we saw with some of the impact of recent patches is that, Abrams last week actually was like the first pick of first picks, and then you needed a frontliner. The other team would grab Billy +1. But Doorman finally coming up to the level of like, yeah, actually, maybe we should ban this hero. Maybe this hero is too damn good. But Dan, we could not put on the show without the support of our fans and our patrons. And, start of every show, we got to shout out those that help make it all possible. Big shouts, of course, to our board members, Tetsio, Matthew S., executives in Affex, and all the rest that, throw in a bit every month here, Dan, so we can, essentially give this right back out to the players and the staff that make everything happen.
Yeah, man, maybe I need to have my own Patreon for some vocal coaching, ZP, because I can't seem to speak with the words. But we do, of course, appreciate all the support, and it's really cool because people get to be a part of something before it kind of blows up. You're talking about that new patch. We don't know what's going to happen exactly. We don't know, if there's going to be some stealth announcement with Valve where suddenly patch drops and the next day, maybe the international's around the corner or the equivalent of that. I remember in Dota 2, I believe it was still open beta when they had the first international. So there's really no way to predict when this is going to blow up. But I feel like everybody's on that same page, though, that this game it's a great game and it's going to really blow up at some point. So for all of you guys supporting, like, you were here before anyone even knew this was a thing.
That's right. You were here on the ground floor. When they do the iceberg memes 3 years from now, you'll be able to know everything people are talking about on the bottom level of the iceberg. When people talk about Spain servers, you'll be like, I'm one of the people that know. But you know what else we know here, Dan? The item priority last week. This is actually a big hit. We didn't do our usual post about this on Reddit. And someone actually came and was like, yeah, I'm just going to take this and throw it up there. And it was just replies and replies just going, guys, cult of sacrifice. What the hell? I told you it was overpowered.
Yeah, so much sacrifice happening on the server at the moment. I don't expect that to change. I do wonder what they'll do to adjust this item. I typically an item board as much as this, as useful as this, and I think as widely as applicable, because that's the thing, right, ZP? An item like Cultist, you can buy it on pretty much every hero, and it's really helpful. Obviously, it's going to give you some of that extra gun contribution to get that power spike, but not every hero is going to necessarily want that, but it is such a good item, it's so efficient that it's just great for everybody.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting too, where Connect Dash came back up, where people realized actually item pretty good. You want the extra stam to begin with, and then you can just use it to get the extra fire rate on top of it. Connect Dash, it always feels like it oscillates from either no one's picking it or everyone's picking it, and we're back more in everyone a little bit more incentivized to pick it, as it turns out. But we're gonna be moving along here, and before we do, we are for this month and into next, we are doing a sub drive here, trying to keep things going, especially with the even next patch. But what's the point of subbing if there's not a long-term reward? And off the back of our Moe and Krill night shift skin, we got an Abrams night shift skin going a little bit old-timey with it. Deadlock kind of takes place in the 20s, 30s sort of deal, and Dan, we're going back to the good old days, fashion-wise, as it were.
Yes, I do love some suspenders myself. I think it's a fine look. Actually, so much more comfortable than wearing a belt. If you guys have never tried it, you should absolutely do it. In fact, it is just much more practical, ZP.
Well, we have to think
times are better.
Yeah, it was also made by people back in an era where physical fitness wasn't the greatest, and people realized, why struggle against a belt? A belt is constraining. Suspenders, you got room to work with there, Dan.
Oh yeah, it feels way better. But yeah, just generally a great looking skin, very peaky blinders, which I still have yet to watch, actually.
I also have not watched it. For me, I'm very hit and miss on media. Some media will be like, yeah, of course I've watched, and the other side will be like, I can't believe you haven't watched that. It's very, very back and forth. Also, I'm just fixing one thing here. But yeah, we're going to go to a roster here, Dan, which is going to be the Lowkey W roster, not the Fearless Furies roster. If the Fearless Furies roster comes up, then that's my bad. But in fact, it's the Leviathan roster that's coming up first here. And no changes to be had. I always start the day by messaging the team captains and going like, hey, have you changed your roster at all? In this case, Hapix is like, nah, no changes. They feel good about the squad they've assembled. And the interesting thing to me, Dan, is that this is a team that at times has looked good against Abrahams. It's just they're not quite able to put it together for the entire match, or they get stuck in drafts that leave them with really narrow win conditions.
Yeah, but like you say, they are pretty consistent in terms of the team, which is really nice right now, because I feel like we're in a period of time where across EU and NA, there's less consistency in the rosters. So that definitely is going to mean a lot. And this is definitely a team that is jam-packed full of talent too. OCs was somebody that I think is, newer to us in terms of the level of star potential. And now we kind of talk about him alongside the rest of these names that he's playing with. But OC is, I think, also stylistically is super interesting because his capacity to farm is unparalleled, and it offers his team strategies that other teams don't look to replicate. So it is quite a fun thing to watch Leviathan. They have a bit of their own style that definitely differentiates them.
Yeah, and my last on Leviathan before we go to the next roster is Empty Dreams. I want to see you more in playmaking heroes. I think, Empty Dreams was more on the carry end last week. Didn't exactly pan out. I think they looked the best when, Empty Dreams was free to be a little bit more dynamic. But we got to talk about the opposition, Lowkey W, and you talk about pocket players. You got Cosmetical on the other side. Probably, I would almost argue, maybe if not the most famous pocket in EU, certainly top 3 most famous pockets in EU. I don't know if it has as much grandeur at that point, damn, you say top 3 at this point in the game, but hey, Cosmetical, household name.
Yeah, that's definitely fair to say, and just the lineup as a whole is great too, because it's a lineup that was hidden, I suppose, or at least this team, the players, a lot of the names were more hidden, although I think a lot of them had within the region a lot of respect. When you go to, before times, the fight nights or the night shifts earlier on, we didn't see these players, and so this is like a pretty new team that's become quite competitive. And having a player like Cosmetical is really how it starts. I think that we've seen ZP with rosters coming into night shift. It's often the case that there's some good players, but then there's gonna be that one that has that legend to them, and then over time, as we see them come back week in, week out, we see the improvements. We see a much deeper hero pool from the whole team, and then the evolution happens. And that's the stage that this team's in, I feel like, ZP. They're starting to have that evolution, and they're becoming more dangerous every week.
Yeah, and again, it's kind of interesting how these things develop, right? Where a team may, just be in the challenging match and, not always making a big splash. But as we saw from Melee Creeps in NA, week after week, things slowly add up. And before you know it, you got a new champion of the region. And, EU, it's a little bit removed from its era, Dan, where it was the Holy Trinity, where we had 3 really, really strong teams between one win, Abrahams and Buff Enjoyers. But things go in cycles, and I feel like we're due to get the competition just rising up to the next level. But speaking of rising to the next level, Dan, we got 2 moles. They've been greased up. They're ready to go. A little bit of bare knuckle action to decide who's going to get their choice of first or second pick.
Yeah, okay, so Empty Dreams in the orange, and who's that? Is that Ozzy in the blue?
In the blue, it's I'm blocking the view with myself right here. It's Doi.
Doi.
Yes.
Doi.
So Doi for Lowkey W, Empty Dreams, and Yellen. This is really, really close so far. It's just been a lot of raw connections. No parries hitting here just yet, and both Mo's taking some time to feel each other up. Parry attempt comes on in. Both parries used, and it's down to the wire, Dan.
Yep. Oh, it chases him down. Empty Dreams. The playmaker of Leviathan is going to be winning that one, and we'll be off to the draft then. Leviathan with the first ban, and CP, what are we expecting to see be the theme of today in EU, the first ban?
If you go back to last week, I think Doorman was a higher priority, but it was a higher priority as we got into the games with Abrahams. It wasn't necessarily as highly prioritized in the challenging match. And in this case, Leviathan, they have first pick. So they're banning Billy, I think probably the angle for the Abrams pick. And I wonder if Lowkey W is going to go, no. We'll ban the Abrams instead, which is going to leave both teams on kind of a run on frontliners here.
Okay, well, let's see, how that pans out. Shiv gets removed. So, okay, yeah, some of the frontliners are disappearing before our very eyes. First pick here for Leviathan. So you're thinking Abrams then? Or what are we seeing? Okay, Abrams. Okay, so the prediction is made.
It's interesting though, because then you give up another premium pick and Doorman to the other side. So I don't know if I love it, but it is where the pick priority is. And it's kind of interesting too, because there's been talks behind the scenes where some teams have been wanting, hey, we want extra bans, especially if we get a new slate of new heroes. And there's other people that go, well, no, you can't necessarily do that yet, because if you're to do that right now, then you'd have this issue of, well, you just ban out everything in a row, and then what do you do from there? But it's gonna be Mina for Lowkey W and potentially the Doorman, Dan.
Yeah, and I think Mina is interesting because who's going to play Mina? Is that actually going to be cosmetical? I wonder.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, a lot of times your Mina player ends up being your pocket player in a lot of these teams, but I also just got a last-minute substitution coming in from Hapex saying that Empty Dreams, it looks like, will not be playing, and Rayake is going to be in instead. So that's a little bit tough for Leviathan. We're given how important Empty Dreams has been to them overall.
Yeah, big shoes to fill. We'll just have to see kind of how that works with the hero pool, because I'm not going to be nearly as familiar with the hero pool there as a substitute. So Viscus comes in, very early pick for Viscus actually. That already that kind of jumps out at me. ZP Viscus hasn't been as prioritized, at least in the early picks.
Yeah, and I mean, a little bit is more the, solidified what you're going to have both for support and playmaking at the 2-minute mark.
I'm a little late.
And they grab Page, so this is a full run on things that you want to use to kind of support your front line and go from there. I mean, Abrams is going to have their pick, probably going to get laned with the Page. But this is an interesting approach to a draft from Leviathan, where usually if you mess with Page, it's going to be a ban in the mid-stage bans, but instead you've picked both Viscus and Page super early. You've given up Doorman, Mina, now Geist in turn, so this is interesting, Dan. And we haven't seen this quite of a combination in the draft like this before.
Yeah, and I love the pickup of Geist there, because I was actually thinking Leviathan could have made great use of the Geist themselves, just with the roster that they're picking, just like you said, for the frontline heavy style. But gets denied. Victor gets denied as well, so that is denying a little bit of what would have been quite a nice fit, like you were describing with the Abrams Viscus Page already. So ban coming in. We don't have any pick heroes selected just yet necessarily, ZP. So I could see that getting targeted here potentially.
Do they ban Kelvin is what I want to know. Do they decide, yep, we're going to even take out that? But no, instead they take out Yamato, which is kind of interesting, because I thought in terms of frontline stuff with Leviathan, right now it's just Abrams, right? They could have went with the Yamato. But now I kind of look at it and wonder, maybe they're angling more for something like a Warden. Warden is actually, I think, gone up a little bit pick rate wise, when people are like, yeah, we still like Gun Warden, especially as a carry option, sometimes picked over a Wraith. But to your point, Dan, you got Bebop in for a little bit of playmaking action. So for Leviathan, I'm expecting definitely either Paradox or Holiday in the next few picks here, and then also probably a Warden.
Yeah. Of course, yeah. Warden would be fantastic. It's really interesting though, because I do wonder if it does open up a Sinclair pick. But with that said, I think with Bebop and Doorman already, you've got some CC, you've got some pick, you've got some utility. So I don't know if you want to throw a Sinclair on top of that. But the Paradox coming in is super nice for Leviathan. Paradox, an immovably useful hero in Deadlock.
Yeah, Paradox, there's very few times where Paradox hasn't been in the meta, let's put it that way. You have to count that rather than count how often that she's been there. I mean, honestly, this is a bit of a lull for playmaker priority. Paradox used to be, in the first pick status, but Haze gets picked up. Haze was picked a little bit more aggressively last week. I think people have realized the power that she gives you, especially in the early part of the game with more crate roaming. And oh, wow. And speaking of roaming here, Dan, Drifter making his grand reappearance here in EU.
Very interesting. Drifter has absolutely dropped off in priority. He did receive some nerfs, but that was, I think, one of the reasons. Not quite as insane in lane, because he had before, I think, the highest damage output in lane. And Lash to finish things off as well, which generally always is going to make sense against heavier frontline comps. But with that said, what are we going to be filling in here for Leviathan?
I would still like to see a Warden. It could also be a Wraith. I think you still need a more traditional carry hero for what you have for Leviathan in the remaining picks. Okay, it's going to be Wraith. They needed one of the two here, Dan, because Haze does not fill the role. New people to the game might go, oh, Haze, like, she does a lot of gun damage. You can have Haze be your late game carry, and in top level games, it doesn't really work out like that. It's more so heroes like Wraith, Warden that tend to pick up that sort of role. But yeah, the one thing I'll say here for Leviathan is that they've kind of decided, no, we don't need that much in the way of tanky frontline. We're going to compensate with that by having both Page and Viscous, and that'll give us enough survivability.
Yeah, and with Wraith, with Haze, Haze's functionality in these pro matches a lot of the time is it's got a lot to do with the Sleep Dagger, because it's really good CC, really good as a setup piece, really good because it's low cooldown too, that you're able to, if there's like flying characters and so on, you can kind of knock them out of the air. So it has insane amounts of utility in the top level play. So Haze, it's so funny, it becomes more about utility. You're totally right, CP. Quite an inversion as to what you see in regular matchmaking. But with the Lash to finish things off here, are you a fan of this?
Yeah, I think Lash has gone up. I mean, Lash's win rate right now, I think, on the aggregate is actually absurd. And, it's reflected a little bit in the fact that he is getting more priority in pro-level matches. Also, I just wanted to say, in terms of inversion from, maybe your pub games, especially if you're new, your Haze in competitive games actually works with your team. Believe it or not. Like, your Haze doesn't mute comms and tell everyone that they're shit at 15 minutes in the game. The Haze will actually coordinate with your team and work for the good of your team, which honestly, Dan, it's a rarity for Haze players at times. Yeah. Just disappearing into the jungle, and you're never to be seen again. Oh my god, that's actually the worst feeling when you're matchmaking and you see someone that's like thinks that their job is to farm and not participate in any fights, and then when they eventually are like super stacked and they're ready to fight, the game's already over, and then you see at the end of the in the stats screen that they had like no hero damage at all. It's just like, come on. That's just not how you do this. There's an infamous Haze 1 trick in NA that inadvertently caused the great hostage situation of 2020. I think it was late 2025. It wasn't 2026. It was last year, so a full year away. But yeah, it just led to Crayon going like 3-27 in the game as he kept trying to win against all odds, as the other team just didn't want to finish the game. They had in their mind that they need to punish the Haze player for their transgressions, Dan.
Hey, sometimes you gotta take some extreme measures to teach somebody a lesson, ZP. Sometimes an individual will only learn if you make it the worst possible experience of their life.
The funniest part about that is the collateral damage, where I think like Saya was like streaming at the time, and Saya was just like, please just end the game. I don't want to take the leave, but please just end the game. But the reason why we're filling here, we're just waiting for the players to get into the lobby, and we'll see how this one goes down. I think overall, when I look at this draft, another thing that's a little bit interesting to me is she's climbed back up the ranks, in part from her early power, and just, I think where her power spikes give you influence over the game is Mina. Mina sort of went out of the meta entirely for a while, Dan, and then people just kind of warmed back up to her again. It's like, what, actually, Vampire Lady, pretty good. Let's play her a few more times.
Yeah. Her burst is really, really effective for sure. And with the item allocation changes to just rather the accruing items of the relevant statistic will give you power spikes. So the Spirit Power Spike on Mina, I think, was pretty insane, allowing her, I think, a much better trajectory into the early to mid game in terms of pacing. Because I think before that, it was kind of like a bit awkward to come online quickly. And there's a lot of other utility there as well with what she's able to do with silencing with Nox Nostra and some like very good cooldowns and becomes very annoying when those cooldowns get really, really low later into the game. So it creates like actually an insanely high skill ceiling for the output that you can get off of a good Mina. So Leviathan and Lowkey, they're ready. They're ready to do battle. Here it is, best of one, his EP in this challengers match. And with a stand-in for Leviathan, and, I was going to say with a stand-in for Leviathan, they're going to be in trouble, but Lowkey W, they picked Drifter, and I'm still not convinced that I don't understand what the thinking is here yet.
We'll see. I mean, Drifter, I think is disproportionately good in the pub end, but he's been neglected in comp. The best use we've seen of him was back in NA when people did Alt Drifter. And also, Dan, I gotta say, just on aesthetics, there's nothing low-key about that W. That is a high-key W. It's a large W. It's an attention-seeking W.
That is true, yeah, it is. It is attention-seeking.
Also, we didn't plug it here yet, but you can donate to the prize pool. Right now, of course, we're looking for more sponsorship here at the Night Shift. Base prize pool for both teams is $300, $300 EU, $300 NA. But with exclamation point donate, you can add to the prize pool, get a shout out, and also it all goes directly to the players.
Okay, well, usually we like to look at the lane setups. And in fact, we'll do it here as well. So we'll stay on trend. So we've got the Paradox and Haze in middle here for Leviathan, up against Mina and Bebop. That's actually kind of nasty. Mina Bebop, there's a lot of potential dangers there in terms of burst damage. Just one hook, you're going to get the love bites on you, you're going to get a bomb on you, there's the uppercut as well, so it's going to be hard to get away. So a lot of potential danger here. This mid lane, to me, ZP, feels pretty nice for Lowkey.
Well, it makes Hook even deadlier as a result, right? Where the main way that you work around Mina, especially one as good as Cosmeticals, right, is that you play around line of sight pretty heavily and don't let love bites actually get procced. If you get hooked in, it's getting procced no matter what. She's not going to miss that many shots. So it turns a hook into a near lethal occurrence in this lane. But also what's kind of interesting to me, Haze in middle. Haze usually is off in the side lane, but as we're talking about that, Drifter getting deep into the action, maybe a little bit too deep, getting a face full of goo in response. Super low HP and down. Doi, first to fall to Fremont.
Yeah, and there we go. Love to see these puddle punches. Fantastic connections there. Always a satisfying experience, at least if you are the one puddle punching. Speaking of punching, that's another nice aspect of the Sleep Dagger. It does give you some of those free melees. And so some damage will befall the Mina Bebop combo. But ultimately, they are pretty chill, and the Rake is going to be able to get some HP back here. That is another reason why Mina's kind of nasty. She can heal pretty effectively.
I didn't mention the preamble, but I think the other thing that's probably helped Mina a little bit in recent times too was the change to green items. Mina actually gets benefit off green items in the mid to late game, where now that's a flat value and not percentage, because adding percentage value on someone that has very little HP to begin with, it's not as effective, Dan. It's just simple math.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a great point. Okay, well, let's talk about some of the other dynamics here. Maybe we can talk about Doi. He's on the Drifter. He's paired up with Lash against an Abrams Viscous. We saw some teasers of that lane earlier with the puddle punches. Certainly not a great lane, I wouldn't say, for Drifter or for Lash necessarily, because you can't really get close. The Abrams is going to have a lot of dominance in a lane like that with the Viscous.
Any lane against Abrams is a little bit tough. Pairing with the Viscous, pairing with the Page, doesn't quite matter. Also, it's kind of interesting. The Page with the Wraith it's a little bit more passive a lane than you usually see Page get put with. Like, Page often is with a Billy, Abrams, something that can apply a little bit more pressure, but it's more of a survive lane up against the Doorman on the right-hand side. It's Doorman and Geist on the right, as Trax runs afoul of OCs, as we were just talking about the lane.
Yeah, Doorman Geist is actually really interesting. I'm actually curious if the Geist went bombs or went life drain. Maybe we'll get a view on that in a moment. Because I would imagine with the doors, you can actually get a lot of output with the Geist bombs if you're doing it in the right way. They're coordinating those. So very dangerous lane to be up against because you've got the doorbells as an AoE nuke, and then you've also got the Geist bombs. So that's going to be fun. Geist is a hero that we've seen in NA be more prioritized. John is the main offender, and a farmed Geist is really, truly horrifying. So very, very curious to see how Blob is going to play in this game.
Right now, though, Dan, it's been a little bit on the quiet end so far. Small advantages eked out here and there by Leviathan. Doi with a little bit of a tougher start in lane, but the dam hasn't entirely broken one way or another. But as I say, that sleep dagger comes in. The haze on the roam. Drifter being dragged into the abyss. A little bit tough here, Dan, as all the expectations were going, hey, we'd love to see Drifter get played, and instead it's Drifter on the floor.
Yeah. I mean, again, very open to being proven wrong, but Drifter has been out of the meta because C value has been quite weak, and maybe that perception will get changed here, but so far it is going to the expected script. It's a very hard hero to play now, especially I think in the lane that he had, where he can't really have a lot of impacts against the Abrams and Viscous, but then also doesn't have as much gun damage. Abrams, on the other hand, has insane gun damage. Didn't get enough there. In fact, got basically buffed by all of the changes.
That rotation may have come out. Oh, hang on, the hook into the uppercut. No way! Is Rake actually gonna get away here? And no, not quite. But Cosmeco was able to come in, even up, make it 1-1. So it's not without its merits, the final hook uppercut off in the middle, but off in the left-hand side here. More pressure coming in from the Abrams lane. Cosmeco finds another, and the Mina really holding strong in middle here. And it wasn't on camera, Dan, but Cosmeco was also able to get the pick off on the Obakim when Rake was off roaming. So even though Rake was able to get that pick on the Drifter on the left-hand side, there was an opportunity cost there, which is that you left your Paradox to solo mid, and it didn't necessarily work out.
It did not. It's interesting though, it's 24k to 24k at the moment overall. Obviously only 5 minutes in, or 6 minutes in. But the standout really is that Doi he's on 2.5k. It's really rough, man. He is extremely poor.
When people said, hey, I want to see a homeless Drifter, it's not quite what they're looking for. As Goo Ball comes on and roll it down, not again! Drifter just wants to live his life out in the streets of New York and just continues to get slimed, Dan.
Oh, yeah. And what's really interesting here as well is that, we are seeing a prioritization of the orange items there for Viscous also. So free mock is going all damage. We have seen damage into support switches. I think last week we saw that, which was interesting, but we'll see how free mock plays it. But he's certainly a dangerous character at the moment. And I feel like it makes sense, CP. If you're on a winning lane like that, why go support? Why not just win harder by just having more damage output when they already can't pressure you back? So it makes a lot of sense to kind of double down on your or just leverage your strength in that way.
I think part of it too for Viscous that people have just done the math and realized, wait, Viscous' gun scaling is pretty good, and you still get all the utility of being a Viscous player. So Orange Viscous is definitely for real, and it's been part of the meta. As Obakim is just fighting his ISP, presumably, is what's going on here. That's the second pause we've had to do. Wait, Blob says we are not ready. A little bit of pause lock action. It wouldn't be EU Deadlock, Dan, without some of that action. But what also we've had here, and I just happened to notice because it pinged on my phone. We don't have it automated, but we got a new Patreon subscriber going in. Wait, I don't know if there's a name here. It just has the full name. I don't want to read out the full name, but we notice your support. I just realized I was like, oh, do you want to? You don't want to dox your supporters is the main thing here, Dan.
What, the initials? Is that all right? And they know who they are. They probably know who they are already because they did it.
Yeah. The initials are ED. Chat. Behave.
So that means something else as well.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But, yeah, we're going to go away from that as a hook comes on in. And Obakim from internet trouble to trouble from bats raining down below. Rake coming in as Cosmetical has just been putting on a gem of a game here in middle. The true upside here for Lowkey W, even though they're behind on the whole Dan.
Yeah, middle has been the only saving grace. Cosmetical's in an incredible lead on the Souls, but the rest of his team are fairly impoverished against the average of Leviathan. So yeah, Cosmetical's certainly the shining star. in the night sky right now. But okay, into the Baroness Hotel you go. As Trax is going to capture one. We'll see what else can be found here. That's a good connection there. Off of the Death Slam. Good follow-ups as well. So suddenly Captain coming alive on the Lash, and Lowkey W are able to really get some value here when they've otherwise been suffering. So we're like evening the game up already after it was looking grim for a little bit. But there's the Hyper Beam. I don't think you're escaping that one. That is burning Flammable away. And he is gone. He's out of the picture as the fight continues on this lane.
Break with the double, and Overseas looking for the hills. Has a Seismic Slam out, 150 HP. Still in hot pursuit. Going up wall jump, off and away. Still see Lash and Geist hot on his heels. And the final bomb going to take him down as suddenly Lowkey W showing big signs of life here, Dan. They were about like 3K behind on the aggregate. Now about that ahead. A little bit less, more like 2K.
Yes, indeed. Pretty good moment, I think, there for Lowkey W. And again, Cosmetical feels very dangerous. Life Drain coming on through there for some sustain on this guy. Staying alive is blocked, but no. Finally, the chase down will come to its inevitable conclusion. And it looks like... Oh, I was going to say, trying to peel away from this fight, not happening. Overkim is getting chased down. He's getting bombed. Looks like he'll have his teammates, though, coming in for the save.
Overkim has been the most reliable customer to Hook Inc. so far here from Drake. Drake's been having a pretty decent game here on the Bebop. Again, part of that middle lane that looked pretty solid from the get-go. And look at that. Flash not staying true to the canon, just giving up the center sacrifice for Bebop.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. That would never happen in any fan lore.
Yeah, that's true. Well... Looks like Bebop has a gambling addiction. Is that in the lore?
You know, it can fit in. You never know. I mean, Bebop spends a lot of time at home, needs a little bit of excitement in his life, and you know, he's just turned to punch in slot machines repeatedly. But it's also kind of interesting that you're feeding your sinners to your Bebop to this extent. Usually Bebop tends to be one of the poorer characters as of late. You know, people haven't been as big of fans of investing in his scaling, but Lowkey W saying, actually, we're okay with Break taking this resource.
Yeah, and there we go. We get a blob getting focused down over towards that right side as that Guardian is now... It's going to disintegrate. There we go. So that's a good claim of value for Leviathan. And as we hit the 10-minute mark, the bridge buffs will be contested. Looks like Lowkey W will pick up that one on the left side, and in the meantime, I think Overkim grabbed the bridge buff on the right side. So a split on the bridge buffs, and a kill though onto OCs, who's not been having a good game so far. Typically you expect him, especially on the M1 heroes, to be farming up and being ahead of the pack, but he is very well far ahead of Cosmetical, who is, I suppose, his counterbalance on the other side.
And Cosmetical, yeah, 13K, you're in the Mina pass back, and once more, Break finds Overkim. Fall through here from the Paradox. And that's going to be enough to take down Overkim, who, again, cannot turn around a corner without getting hit by the hook. Fight, though, still underway. Flammable backing up. Gets a little bit of support here from Break. And as this is going on, you got Drifter just free road here to the Urn turn-in. May not realize it, looking at the map. Ends up taking the door, but turn-in. Going the way of Lowkey W, who are on the verge here, Dan, of getting a pretty decent game advantage, but they give up the walker at the same time. Gonna be a bit of a... Wait, is this gonna be 2 walkers? May take it back here. This is very worth for the Urn.
Yeah, big damage. Response comes on through, but the coverage of the Hyper Beam is certainly going to keep things in check there for Lowkey W. And they will find a pickup onto Rayash, so that's really good. You've got to win these fights, and look at the jiggling coming on through there. You can't get your way out of that one, no matter what you do from OCs. Who again is on the struggle bus in terms of farm, 14k on Cosmetical now, and I wonder, ZP, if it's with Doi, if it's something to do with the ultimate that is some of the utility that they're looking for. There's got to be strategic reasoning for this pickup of Drifter.
Well, I think you want your Drifter to have more of an impact in the mid-game. Also, just to clarify, that was a Guardian and a Walker. I don't know why I read that as Walker the first time around. But yeah, so still, in terms of macro stuff, I think you're pretty okay giving up Walker for Urn at this part in the game. Like, that is a pretty good trade from Leviathan. So, all in all, they can't feel too bad about giving up Urn.
Thank you, Lil Brimley, for the $10 tip. We appreciate your support. Man, look at this guy. Can't get enough of Gamba. What if he's got... I'll go ahead.
No, just the most we've seen Bebop hit a slot machine in a very long time. Like, we haven't... Bebop, he had it beat for a long period of time, Dan, and now he's just back at it.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. He is doing a good job. And I feel like Vrake has maybe like a tracking chip installed on Obikim. I feel like he always knows where to find Obikim for the hooks. Pressure in mid from Lowkey W. Cosmetical. Very damaging, but he's going to get his force back out of mid.
It's all simmering in middle right now. Flash and Drifter not necessarily a part of it. And Leviathan trying to take the advantage here, get a chase down. Looking for Vrake, who has been public enemy #1 to an extent, at least to Obikim. Chase down, though, not necessarily resulting in anything here just yet. Bit of a split off, and off to the side of his captain, actually, who was able to track down OCs with the help of Doi. So, pick off there works in Lowkey W's favor.
Yeah, OC's not having a great game on the raid so far, and that didn't even require a death slam. Normally it's hard to pin down a raid with the teleport, but speaking of ultimates, now we do get a pick off onto Blob, courtesy of the blade dance, bullet dance, some kind of a...
There's no blades.
Well...
Yep. Knox now straight in from the top. Knockdown as more pressure into the walker, off of the pickoff. Vrake goes down. Lowkey W, some ill-timed pickoffs here as Leviathan looking to get max value off the turnabout. Still getting really good pressure onto the right-hand side walker, and doesn't really seem like there's much to stop them here at this point. You're going to get the rotation out of Blob, but it's going to be a little bit too little, too late. Another walker here in favor of Leviathan, and you know, one thing we didn't really talk about too much, Dan, at the startup is who wants to win early, who wants to win, and who wants us to go late. And for Leviathan, I think they're okay if this game goes a little bit on the later side.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair. You know, and a lot of these walker takes have been fairly unpunished. I mean, Cosmetical went back to see if he could catch somebody, but we're not seeing the punishes, I think, for these objective takes, which should be riskier. I think that's why you're highlighting, hey, this is such a big win that they're able to pick off these objectives so soon. Under 15 minutes, 2 walkers down. That's actually very, very good pacing. $50 from Escher. Deadlock, thank you so much for the support.
Big goes to the players. Vrake lands the hook, but now maybe getting a little bit more than he has for here. Obikim brings some backup this time around as Vrake gets pummeled into the middle. But prize pool now up to 650, split between both regions. Thank you so much, Escher. And Obikim off on the revenge tour, looking for a little bit of hit on the captain. Captain just backing out. Ern coming on down, but we got trip to the Baroness Hotel up into the way. Overseas. Thrown in and get support from his team.
Yeah, the urn in the hands of Obikim. Now, this is not going to get turned in, I don't think. Game is pretty close, and that's a very contested comeback urn position. So, just preventing the other team from getting their hands on it. Because it would be pretty easy for Lowkey to turn it in. Cosmetical. He's finding some harassment here. Teammates are nearby as well. Now it's going to be a catch towards Overseas on the Abrams. Nostra's coming on through, and there's the TP to try to find the finishing shots here. Lock down this Abrams, getting lots of good damage here. Straight into the Walker, though, to pursue this one. When do they cut this chase off? It's getting very dangerous. They'll have to back away.
Any non-Abrams character is probably dead there, but the fight on top of the rooftop, Captain getting caught towards the end, and the amount of orange that Freebach has picked up here is absolutely disgusting. Just recently picked up glass cannon. Even the vegetables he's eating, Dan, still have a bit of orange in them. It's like Brussels sprouts with bacon. We talk about bullet vest. Yeah, very scary stuff there, I gotta say. And you got OCs to worry about at some point as well in the game as well, because Leviathan have now created so much space with the objectives. It does actually help OCs a lot farming to catch up. So that's OC's main job at the moment, and the rest of his team can kind of hold it down without his assistance, I would imagine, for the most part. And like you say, if they're able to just stall out the game, just play a slightly later game, they can absolutely guarantee that they'll run away with things with the carries. Yeah, I mean, for Lowkey W, they may have already missed their window here, being behind at this stage of the game, but in we goes Rayek, looking for the Geist. Bullet dance, doing a bit towards half. Still down on the Geist, but bites off way more they could chew. Cosmetical and Captain coming in there with the support. Blob not going to fall here just yet. As the urn still being held by Page, and once more, Break landing the long hook. Is fall through going to be there? It is. OC's out of it as Lowkey W making their last stand.
What's actually kind of interesting here is that Freemock is going to perhaps end up being the most important player on Leviathan, because he's the only one that's been able to actually start to get a lot of farm and just have some of these damage power spikes in respect to the M1. So, because OC's been he's just getting knocked out, he's getting targeted. With that said, the soul discrepancy it's not the best on Lowkey W. Obviously, they're a little bit behind, but most of the souls are pulled onto the Geist and the Mina as well. So that's a lot of damage output potential. So it feels like there's an opportunity here that Lowkey can get back into this game, ZP.
They're not out of it by any means. And part of it has been hooks coming in from Break. Of course, more of a point-blank hook there on the overseas. Not the easiest kill to go for. Death Slam attempt stymied. People getting out of the way. Captain getting swapped for it. Flash now under the gun, looking for a way out. You hear the seismic slam coming up from behind. Up, over, not quite able to clear the backside, but Captain getting caught anyways. Safe claim to pick off this is. Fight still going on. In onto the rooftops. Now Drifter under assault here by the Abrams. Urn picked up while this is going on here, Dan, from Lowkey W. And they would love to get that for the comeback souls.
Yeah, it looks very, very doable too. I don't think OCs is in any position to challenge that. He's the only one close enough to do it. So this is going to be an earn, absolutely. And behind this Lowkey, you need to make sure that they maintain this Walker. This Walker can't go down. Okay. Oh, he actually faked the ult, and he got the knockdown to get used. That's actually so smart.
Also, Lowkey W is able to get the urn. A little bit of it gets denied, but it gets him closer. Nox Nostra coming in here from Cosmetical. Obakim once more in a world of hurt, gets raked in the closet. No one loves that. And I will say, even though his Cosmetical has been really far ahead, I almost feel like you want your Mina to be even more active than what we've seen here. It's been one of the bigger threats in Lowkey W. And we'll see. This is the key point here. And oh, Viscous carted right into the walker. We'll see the rest of fall through is going to be here as Freemock looks for any way out.
Oh, big bag as well. I didn't see quite exactly how large, but that looked like it had to be at least 1,000 with the size of that thing. And suddenly 5k difference between these two teams, ZP. This has been like a somewhat, maybe like 10k plus recovery in the last minute. So this is a huge turnaround that's beginning to take place now. And again, I kind of turned my attention a little bit to seeing where OCs is, because he's going to be the guy that walks out in 10 minutes and can completely just shut down the game. And he is doing a lot better on the farm. He's caught up now. So that's a good plus for Leviathan. But they have to weather these fights here around the bridge buffs. They are going to be able to to take this position on the left side.
This is so scary right now for Lowkey W. If they lose another player, this could easily ricochet into mid-boss. Doi might be in a bit of danger. Sir Doi is here on the map getting chased by the haze. Taking a little bit of refuge here into the Veil. And no one knows. You know, you'd think the smell would be enough, but maybe not. As Drifter able to just hide away. Doesn't get caught by Obakim, who needs to port out the other direction. So doesn't quite turn into a snowball the other way, although selling Hex now onto Flammable. It's Flammable with the urn, just looking for a bit of safety.
Maybe there should be an ability for Drifter, like just odor, that it causes damage. You know, some odorous kind of aura that he emits.
Drifter smells like day 5 on DreamHack in the bring your own PC area. I don't know if people get that reference at this point, but those who know. Selling X, just instantly applied over into the air, into the sleep. No Death Slam for Captain. Break right on point with the sleep dagger. Seismic Slam though, over. Finds Captain right after. Into the fray goes overseas. Hyper Beam in or the top now from Break. Looking to clear things out, slow things down, give some room here to Lowkey W. Beam still goes even while you're sleeping. That's the power of robotics there, Dan. As Freemock can't roll away.
Yeah, that's actually awesome. I love that detail here from the dev team. Now the cleanup here from the Leviathan. So, you know, if there was a comeback, it's completely evaporated, and the difference with it as well. Big edge now for Leviathan on the souls as they try to clean up this fight. There comes the bullet dance here, the captivating read to try to shut things down, and it's going to be really effective for Leviathan. They might be able to go for a mid-boss here, potentially. A couple players will still be out of the picture. They're all around the mid position. Looks like, yeah, they are going to be going for it here. OC's up to 26k. So OC's now close to the most farmed player, the third most farmed player on the server at this point. So he's really done a great job catching up. And now it feels like the window to do anything is closing rapidly.
Just Trex get there in time. You want a doorman play here, but you're just too slow. The damage coming in from Leviathan, too overwhelming on the mid boss. It doesn't give Lowkey W the window to heal up and come back in time. And they give up 3 rejuve charges. Worst case scenario here, Dan, because not only are you down 20k, but you know you're sitting on one final walker. The odds that you get out of this next set of engagements here from Lowkey W and still have your shrines, actually pretty low.
All you have to do is walk toward them.
Yes. Very low indeed. Doorman waiting patiently, sends his opponent straight through the door, and actually his track step gets eliminated.
Also, Obikim just left. It was by the walker, and it was watching the minimap the whole time. You didn't have the fall through there. Obikim just walked away. So Trex dies for the attempt, but once more the hook in from Vrake in the Noxostrum. Oh, they get scammed. The hook, the Viscous got caught on the door frame there, Dan, and that is brutal because that would have been a rejuve charge gone for sure.
Man, look at the damage that Viscous has on the gun. Actually, it's kind of wild. He's almost completely filled the orange bar on the left, the bottom left.
All orange. Even the non-oranges are still kind of orange when you look at Fremont.
He's going for crippling next. Do you think Lucky Shot's coming anytime soon? Get the crippling Lucky Shot glass cannon combo.
Honestly, at this point, when you're looking for extra orange items, you're kind of running out of other options. You're basically on either crippling or Lucky Shot here. He's going crippling, and God, that's not even individual bullets anymore, Dan. It's just a stream.
Yeah. Ooh, plus 4% weapon damage. Adds up. It's like a machine gun. Basically McGinnis gun.
Can we get a check on the stacks? The glass cannon stacks here? I'd be curious. I feel like he may be at like 3, maybe 4. And yeah, there's
what is it again?
Shot.
Like 5% per kill? I forget.
It's 8% per kill.
8%.
He's at 0. All right, so no killing blows. So it could be even faster, Dan, is the actual reality of it. He's just, it was so fast, I thought it was like, surely you have a few stacks.
Well, it is a 35k difference right now, and this rejuve, it's going to run out soon, so they're going to be starting to make a push to actually spawn. Oh, we get the God Muffin DP. Yeah,
that's what we call good RNG there, Dan. The gods are blessing Mr. Viscous as Doorman gets swapped and immediately eradicated from this reality. Rejuve's still up. Leviathan looking to make what could be a game-winning push. Knocks Nostra from Cosmetical, trying to slow things down a little bit, but the damage being pumped by Leviathan far too much here. Lowkey W having to take a much more defensive position, and like I said here, Dan, about 25% left on the Rejuve, and the odds that Lowkey W maintains her shrines so low at this point.
I feel like Fremog's my MVP right now.
Yeah.
Or overseas.
I think I could also say Rayek. I think Rayek has actually had so many good stops onto Captain from sleep darts and just generally good position in the haze. I can be convinced for Rayek, especially as he's subbing in. But the shrines are gone, Dan, and so is the patron. Blink and you miss it. So now Lowkey W, not only are they down what's close to be 50,000 souls here, but to top it all off, they have to deal with mega creeps. So, you know, their win conditions pretty narrow at this point.
Yep, and there you are, just going to retreat to the rest of the map. Make some more money. Make some more money. Stack the cash.
Death brings
Get that compound interest going.
You know,
wait, when do we get rid of the holiday skins now? Feels a little bit late to be smashing Christmas packages. Come on.
Look, if you looked outside, there's still neighbors with their lights out. Like, people will keep their Christmas decorations out in the States until easily March, April, or, you know, some people, they're just like, well, you know, it's July anyways, it's 6 months till Christmas, might as well leave it out there all year long. So I'm back to Rayek, in on the hunt once more, Sullying Hex on the Cosmetical, barely able to slip away. does get back on the zipline back to base as Lowkey W is praying for a miracle and getting one pick on the rake. That may be part of it, but it comes at the cost on the break. Obakim taking down the doorman and everything going Leviathan's way. It is just kind of stat check time.
It's absolutely ridiculous. Oh. Okay, now Cosmetical's having trouble with OC, so yeah, it's just not possible to really get much done at this point. As hard as Cosmetical tries, they do so much. And the patron is getting obliterated, and we're about to have our first winner here today.
Leviathan, even without Empty Dreams, which truthfully seemed to be ominous for me as I was taking a look at this, given how good Empty Dreams has been for them. Rake comes in and honestly has an incredible performance on the haze. I think it's almost easy to underrate it, but I feel like every other time we were looking at Captain Dan, Captain was sleeping on the job because Rake was sitting there, right place, right time, times the dagger, and really prevented a lot of that value from the lash from coming through.
Yeah, definitely. It was a great performance overall from Leviathan. I thought there were moments when there was going to be a struggle, but we did see some good moments of resistance like this. Great death slam, indeed, to kind of clean up some of those kills and kind of even things up in that early game stage. But for the early game, there was only that one bright spot, like you mentioned, which was the mid lane for Lowkey W. Otherwise, Leviathan really crushed all their lanes, and especially the Abrams lane, I think, was really particularly impactful because that was also free mock. That was on that lane, and they shut down the Drifter pick pretty intensely. I think Drifter got way too far behind ZP very early on, so it felt like Doi did not really have any impact on the pick because he just got a bit too far behind, and so Viscous Abrams lane was a lot to do with that.
Yeah, I do wonder how things would have went if the Drifter had even slightly better of an early game. I mean, because the middle lane could have been a really, really big problem for Leviathan and how this game panned out. I mean, Rake and Cosmetical did super well. The problem there is that you kind of expect your Mina to do well early, and your Bebop isn't a character that's going to necessarily scale really deep in the late game. And you talk about people that didn't have a good game, on the other hand, it's... I don't know. Like, even with OCs on the other side being lacking in farm, it didn't really matter when you had Machine Gun Viscous rolling around taking up the carry role without an issue.
Machine Gun Viscous getting it done. Totally agree. You don't get to see Viscous looks like that every day, so that was kind of interesting to see, and it was really important because OCs was actually effectively getting shut down. I think, like you said, Rake had like a lot of very, very, very good pickoffs onto him. Captain too on the lash managed to find OCs, and normally the Wraith is actually one of the pluses of playing a Wraith is that it's hard to shut down a Wraith. Wraith can solo farm, has a really good escape tool to be able to keep herself very safe and really push the edge on how many souls you can kind of farm. And OCs is the master at that, and he got shut down. So there is definitely some lights, some silver lining, I should say, but ultimately it didn't matter, of course.
So right now we're waiting to get a little bit of stats. I'm not sure if it's a good stats day or a bad stats day, but it's gonna be a bad stats day while we wait for the API to update. But we do have our MVP. It's in here, Dan, and you got to give credit to the man who subs in short notice in Rayake and has such a good performance here on the haze. And I mean, a lot of the tempo that Leviathan was able to maintain this game was Rayake making good plays all the way back to this early gank where, part of Joy's misery can be traced back to it.
Yes, when we talked about how haze functions at this level where, you get those sleep daggers, it's a setup piece here, you're setting up your paradox there to get the swap and the time warp wall and then all the rest of it, and that converts into a kill. And we saw lots of sleep daggers. He has a death slap, but then the sleep dagger comes in. We saw the same thing happen to Rake on the Bebop, getting sleep daggered out of his ultimate as well. So a lot of really solid utility coming out from Rake, as you said, that is really able to help turn the tide and create opportunity that allowed for, like here, Doorman to just get absolutely wrecked. I don't know if there was a way to escape anyway there, but sleep dagger certainly confirms it.
Yeah, and credit where credit's due. I think Lowkey W did look really good at points, especially, again, you go back to their mid lane, it was solid. Vrake certainly would have been MVP if Lowkey W was able to actually, pull things through. But Leviathan, they've been number 2 for a reason, and, it is what it is. And we'll see if Leviathan this week has what it takes, Dan, to finally wound Abrahams.
We shall see.
Well, that being said, we are going to go... We are back here in the night shift, and we got our stats. It's not the high-tech stats, Dan, but they're the stats that we can get. And in case you were wondering, and the eye test wasn't accurate, it was. Fremont did a lot of damage as Orange Viscous.
I was muted.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see also OCs on the objective damage there. You can kind of see just how like where like that all the pushing was coming in on the side lanes there to taking those walkers, because they got 2 walkers in under 15 minutes as well. So just like general problems all across the board. So I mean, nothing too much else to say about these stats, I suppose. You know, Cosmetical did do an incredibly good job. We saw that from start to finish. Had a very strong mid lane. But on the other hand, I think you'd expect to see Blob doing really well, but just couldn't get into the game as much on the Geist, and that tends to happen, I think, when the Geist isn't in that kind of priority farming position, or at least gets denied the farm.
Also, the Drifter stat line is tough. I think a lot of ganks went against Doi, and Drifter, I mean, it's a hero that enjoys a little bit of farm to actually get things going. But also, getting things going here in the night shift isn't possible without your support. I just want to give an extra special thank you to some of the tips we got towards the prize pool, specifically in the last match. Escher DL with the message, quote, "Longtime viewer, love the show and thought I'd spread the love." And Lil Brimbley with, "I need coaching from this Viscous now," many exclamation points. Read my YouTube super chat. I don't know what the rest of it, but you know, we have a little bit of layer separation to not show the messages directly on stream, Dan, because you know, that could be dangerous. But for me, I'll happily read them out in between matches when we're at. But we got the Abrahams roster to talk about.
The Abrahams roster. Yeah, definitely a dangerous team. I think it's hard. I mean, I suppose depending on who you are, you might have a different answer if you were going to highlight one player, because there are a lot of different answers you could give. You know, some people might say Dimov. Dimov's considered to be maybe the best player by many. That's UZP, I think. And then some people might say Hoot, you know, because Hoot is just incredible star power, can play everything to an exceptional level. Some people might say Taz because of the just incredible Paradox performances that also just are so outsized for their position. That you could kind of just like make a case for almost everyone almost. So it's a very strong roster. That is another way to say it.
I love how the many, it's like, well, it's just like, are the many in the room with us right now? But hey, look, I will die on the hill that Dimov has been probably the most consistent player in EU. It's just the player that makes the impossible possible sometimes in some of these games where you go, surely that isn't going to, well, oh yeah, he did that and it worked. So Dimov, you know, been part of the secret sauce for Abrahams since his departure from Buff Enjoyers. But yeah, look at the opposition. I don't know if we're going to do roster for the other side again, but if we did, Lowkey W, or rather Leviathan, not Lowkey W. But yeah, I mean, for the interesting story here today, Dan, has been no empty dreams. Rayek has been in, and Rayek looked really good in the first map.
Yeah, playing that utility haze. We're going into a best of 3 now, so it will be curious to see how the priority is going to shift and how the pool will adjust. Because of course, like you said before, Empty Dreams, you know, he's got those big boots to fill, or rather, Rayash Rayek has the big boots to fulfill of these playmaking roles, positions potentially. Or does the other team just shift in how they prioritize stuff to fill in those gaps? You know, these are the annoying things that you have to do when you get a stand-in. So we'll see if Hayes is still to be a priority pick. It worked super well, like you highlighted. Or if we'll get something else from him. But otherwise, you know, across the board, definitely a strong team, and I'd expect a competitive result against Abrahams. But it is Abrahams, so stay tough.
Also, for those wondering, what's the history here on Night Shift? How good is Abrahams? Well, get ready. You're going to see a lot of 2-0s. Many 2-0s in recent memory where, you know, you had the Buff Enjoyers, Dan, of course, were the big threat for a long while and taking Abrahams to task for many a night shift. Once Buff Enjoyers left the scene, that was also one of the last times that we saw Abrahams lose a map. Also, Goo Balls did pretty well, but this iteration of Abrahams from Night Shift 14 on has been essentially invincible.
It's kind of funny too, because it's like not actually like a team logo per se, but just Abrams' portrait. So and then we've got you've got Viper's portrait there as well. So it's like, wait, what are we looking at? What is this screen showing? You know, like, are these teams, or these, you know, is this like head, you know, hero versus hero? Yeah. One day we won't be doing this anymore, ZP. One day we'll have those fancy team logos.
The funny thing is that was a very interim Abrams portrait that is their logo, because it wasn't his original portrait. He got like a 2.0 portrait that only lasted until the fully new portraits came in. He was one of the few characters in the game that actually have 3 portraits over the lifetime of the game. So a little bit Abrams portrait lore here. But Dan, I think we're ready for the draft. See what's going to be going on here. And the one thing we know about Abrahams, they do value Doorman to the point that if Leviathan, if they don't first pick it or first ban it, Abrahams will pick it.
Yeah, definitely a very justifiable first ban. And I mean, there are other first bans too that you'll always think about with Abrahams, which is going to be like a Shiv. You know, a Shiv is one too. It's very tough. It's very tough. Billy's going to be the first ban, so that's denied from Abrahams. So Abrahams get to. I wonder what they'll choose here actually for Abrahams. Who do you want to disable the most on Leviathan? That's a question.
It's an interesting question here, because I don't necessarily think you ban Abrams, even though you know it's going to be the pick. No, they get rid of the Mina. They don't want to deal with Mina whatsoever. Leviathan, of course, didn't play it in the last game, but they saw enough from Cosmetical. We're going to let that go to the wayside. Leviathan, if they fall for him from the last match, they're going to pick Abrams first, and that's going to give up Doorman +1 for Abrahams, Dan. And again, I think even though Leviathan won with this draft strategy, it's questionable to me.
It's really hard. It does feel like there's no great choice. Feels like you are having to give up things, no matter which way you slice it, sadly. So yeah, the Abrahams, as you say, comes through. I mean, there's a lot of options here for Abrahams. They could try to go. Well, the Doorman is a must.
I am honored to serve at your
so
pleasure.
there we go. We get the Doorman. Are there any for Abraham CP? Is there anything that you particularly want to see? Like, you want to see a Shiv here to get that on together? Like,
yeah.
What do you think Shiv is?
No, I think you want Shiv in this instance. I mean, it was banned out in the last draft by the team that was up against Leviathan, but I mean, together loves playing Shiv, one of the best Shiv players around, but instead they go Viscous. So the Viscous stocks are way up there. And the only explanation for this, Dan, truly, is the fact that gun build Viscous has come so into vogue. It's probably going to be even more gun build Viscous. So the discovery or rediscovery, as it were, of gun build Viscous being good is just completely amped his stocks and where he's getting picked.
Yeah, the page pickup here makes a lot of sense to me, because you do need that support. You want that. Well, it feels like somewhat of a counterbalance in Viscous's position, but as you say, because it's a gun Viscous, they perform very differently at this point. But Page is nice because you're going to be able to really soup up that front line. You're going to have a lot of way stronger earlier lanes, and now that you've got the Shiv on board as well, you've the Page Shiv, Page Abrams. That's a nasty combo.
This is really good. I think for Leviathan, if you're going to give up Doorman, this is probably the best rebound you're going to get. I think Page is really strong. I think Page works really well with tankier heroes. You can now like lane the Page with either Shiv or the Abrams. Abrahams, of course, are really comfortable playing Yamato. It's been one of their go-tos as far as their front line is concerned. What I'd like to see from Leviathan here, though, in terms of bans is, I don't know, would Abrahams go Viscous, Kelvin? I think they would, based on how Viscous is being played. You know, Saint can go Kelvin if you're trying to give more power to your front line. I wouldn't hate a Kelvin ban here. I don't know if Abrahams is necessarily going to go for it, but it is in their toolkit. So Kelvin ban would be interesting to me here.
They banned out the haze, so Leviathan can't go back to that, which does, as we said, it could put a stretch on the fact that you've got a sub. And that was clearly, you know, a comfortable workaround. And now it's gone. Pocket gets banned, which is really nice because Leviathan would have been super susceptible to the Affliction shenanigans from a Pocket. So that's a great ban coming on in. And now for Abrahams, you know, how do they want to respond? There's no pick. Paradox, maybe? Is that going to be what we see coming in here?
Paradox for Task seems reasonable in the situation it is going to be here, but instead it's going to be Kelvin. So there, I was going to go, you need a Saint hero. And Saint hero, based on what's left here, would be either Kelvin or Vindicta. They go with the Kelvin. And that kind of goes back to the ban strategy here, where I think for Leviathan, banning Kelvin may have been a really good ban here for what Abrahams wants to play, but also you are running Shiv. Getting rid of Pocket is pretty respectable too. But picking the Paradox here, Dan, this is interesting because, again, it puts a little bit more tension on the Abrahams hero pool, or maybe Tass is going to be on the Doorman anyways. They kind of swap up who is on the Doorman. We've seen Demov play it. We've seen Hoot play it. We've seen Tass play it. But now, in a sense, Abrahams almost kind of has to put tasks on the doorman, or maybe a holiday.
I could see a Lash coming on through for Abrahams as well. Maybe Hoot playing the Lash. I think Lash would be kind of nice against this roster, you know, especially now they got Vindicta. You know, Lash could be great to catch Vindicta, Shiv, Paige Abrams. Also, you banned Haze, so you don't have to worry about one of the counters to Lash, which would be having the Haze with the Sleep Daggers. So I think a Lash would be a nice pickup.
God, right?
And there we go.
Well, here I am.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense, especially, again, if your plan was to run a Lash, and you saw what happened in the last game where Captain was having trouble. Was getting a lot of sleeps on otherwise good Death Slam attempts, so you get rid of that threat. And, you know, based on the hero pool, I think it actually may be Rayek on the Vindicta this time around. As Abrahams, they round things up here with Victor, where I'm torn on Victor. I think, obviously, if you get ahead of the game, Victor's pretty good. I think his competitive success, it's variable. I feel like there's just as many games where he falls flat on his face as he does take over the game.
Let's have fun.
Definitely nice with the Kelvin. So yeah, this is going to be a really nice or interesting game with the front line of Leviathan versus the front line of Abrahams. I'm liking Leviathan's roster quite a lot. I like that we get the Vindicta. I think Oberkim being able to play the Vindicta is really, really fun. We'll have to see how it works in practice, because he's not a Aiden Vindicta, which is a bit of a different story, but still very good.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see who's playing what for Leviathan. I think there's a few that, like Oberkim, you know, maybe could even be on the Page, could be on the Vindicta if it's old school buff enjoyers. You know, what's Rake gonna play? You know, there's a few questions to be answered here for Leviathan's roster. Abrahams, though, you take a look at the comp they've put together here, and I'm just kind of weighing who do I like in the late game, and it's actually rather close here, Dan. I think maybe if you had to push me a bit more towards Abrahams because of objective control of Doorman and how ridiculous Victor can get, and you know, Yamato's still pretty good late, and Gun Viscous. But Leviathan isn't really a slouch late either when you think about late game Shiv, when you think about late game Geist, and you know, opportunities you're still going to have with Paradox. So overall, this is one of the more balanced drafts I think we've had in terms of win conditions.
Yeah, I'm excited to see exactly how it plays out. I think I like this a lot more than I thought I was going to. I was thinking that going into this, Abrahams would have a big draft advantage, but I kind of like what Leviathan has landed on. I think, like you said, it just comes down to who's going to kind of play what, and how the roles have shifted based on the stand-in situation for Leviathan. But ultimately, I'm super happy with this, and we don't get to see a Victor every day. And the fact that he's paired with a Kelvin is really quite worrisome. You know, it's going to be very hard to kill Victor. And if you're in the Kelvin dome with the Victor, like, good luck.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing about the Abrahams comp that I think is really worrisome for Leviathan is that how do you win an urn battle as Leviathan, realistically?
True,
like, you look at this up, okay, I want to go, what was your checklist to go urn? Well, they have a Kelvin. If they have control, they're going the Domus out. Oh, they have a Doorman, so they have 8 million different ways to turn in urn. Oh, and if we grab the urn first, they have a Viscous who can single-handedly contest from a mile away with Puddle Punch. So the urn and objective control for Leviathan is probably the part of this draft that is the most dangerous to me, because I think on any remotely even fight, Abrahams just wins for objectives specifically, because you don't really have the tools from Leviathan to deal with Doorman, Viscous, Kelvin. But if you win your lanes, if you get a sizable lead of around 15 or 20,000, then you can kind of ignore some of that and just run at Abrahams and win. So I think that's the dangerous part here for Leviathan, is that they've kind of drafted a comp that for objective play, they actually need to be ahead to properly play some of these fights.
Agree. On another note, ZV, do you want to see my mouse I'm using?
What mouse are you using right now?
Using this, ZV.
Ooh. It's got all the speed holes that we've got here. The mouse meta. That is really small.
It's awesome. Become my main.
That is actually incredibly small.
Is it? Yeah, it's very small.
Wait. What is going on here? Then let's get compete with let's compete with the new mouse I was telling you about. Where this is unsponsored, by the way. But if you're listening, we would love to have you as a sponsor.
This is a regular size mouse, and a non-regular. This is OP18K, and this is this tiny mouse.
And make a joke here is like, Dan, congratulations! I didn't know you were expecting a kid. You know, child's first mouse coming on up. But yeah, that's God. Mice have gotten lighter and smaller. But also, there's a new mouse coming out from Logitech that apparently is supposed to take like 20 milliseconds off your click time. To be verified, by the way. Unsponsored.
Yeah, we shall see about that.
But Abrams, the Leviathan coming on up, Dan, and we'll see if this is the week that Leviathan can finally break down Abrahams. I'll be honest, in terms of channel points, I put 3,000 channel points on Leviathan. I like the odds. One of these days it's going to work out.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting game. I really like their draft, so it's going to be fun to see how it pans out. You know, definitely a good performance on that first map. But they're against Abrams, completely different beast. So let's start off with the lane assessment, the analysis. What do you think is going to be happening based off of these lanes?
Well, you got the old classic, the Vin Abrams lane. It's an old lane, but it checks out. One of the more powerful lanes you can run. Still against Viscous, nothing is guaranteed. Off in the middle lane, Paradox, Geist versus Doorman Yamato. And the poke for Doorman Yamato, Dan, gonna be off the charts. Also, Shiv Page is just going in on the right-hand side. Like, they're already at Guardian and being about as aggro as you can be, which, you know, makes a bit of sense for how that lane dynamic plays out. You know, Shiv, or rather Kelvin Victor, takes a little bit longer to be threatening.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing the performance out of Rayek. So I'm not sure, honestly, I'm still convinced how to say the name. Every time I look at it, I'm like, Rayesh, what? ZP, I don't know what to do. My brain can't interpret it.
Like, Rayek makes sense until we are told otherwise, in which case we will pivot. It's just one of those calls you got to make until you get the true
what about
pronunciation. Ray? Wait, you said Ray. I didn't hear you or the sounds of Gunman just shouting. It was a very soft pronunciation.
Ray. What about Ray?
Just Ray.
Like a ray of sunshine.
I can see it. Also, you know, who's not feeling very sunny right now is OCs. That was a big chunk of poke damage here into the middle. We'll see how this lane goes out. Again, I'm curious on the right-hand side as you see Shiv and Paige just being very deep on some of the harasses together. Finds OC's first pick.
Well, I'm also curious about how Hoot will build the Viscous. You know, if there is any diversion of the typical meta to be seen, it's going to be coming from Hoots. A nice dive from Together, and you know, Together was one of the players I didn't mention in the draft, but you know, he's also like the Together Shiv is iconic, but the Together Yamato also quite iconic. And Yamato actually fell out of favor for quite some time in a meta where Shiv was heavily valued. So either Shiv was getting banned and he was playing something else, or you know, anyway, the point is that we just wouldn't see the Together Yamato as much, ZP. So we're in for a treat here, I think.
Also, Leviathan, they're trying to make up for some of the lost advantage here, where Together to get those 2 kills, paid an HP tax for it, and is actually just going to pay the tax back at base. That's a full retreat. So we'll see if this is going to turn into pressure and a kill onto Task, but Doorman, not the easiest pickoffs. Back here to the right-hand side, though, where every time you look at the right-hand side minimap, it has just been free mock, applying pressure from the deep left. It's been kind of a troublesome lane for Sanya and Saint, but so far they've weathered the pressure pretty well so far, Dan.
Well, I wonder if we'll have as slower starts as the previous map.
Well, you know, while things are slow, you see the prize pool in the upper right. You can type !donate, and it's particularly offensive. And for the !donate, all that goes directly to the players playing today. And that number, of course, is split between NA and EU. Already got some big donations in earlier, but your support super, super appreciated. As back in the middle we go. Together has reclaimed all of his HP, Dan, back into the lane, and we'll see if Obakim is able to find a way through. Has been some pretty unrelenting middle pressure against him and OCs.
Yeah, certainly has been so far. OCs is definitely someone I'm looking to hopefully see a better game from than the previous one. I think he just got a bit targeted in the last game. Being on Geist is very interesting. Together's going to get some punishment. And ironically, it will be the Shiv in free mock that will be doing that.
Shiv, I think Freemock set that up, where Freemock's been playing out of lane a lot of this game to where it kind of disguised his gank attempt, where people probably didn't realize he had left lane. So just by disguising how he was playing in lane, he gave himself the perfect cover to go in middle, and that was some much needed help for Leviathan because their middle lane was kind of getting dunked on, Dan.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. Oh, the vitality buff is a nice one for a Shiv to find. It's going to be fairly unkillable at this point.
That's just giving a supervillain a nuclear bomb. It's like giving your Oreos milk to go along with it. I mean, you can't get a better combination than Shiv with vitality in early game lane pressure. So yeah, that gets rough. But Cube coming out. Overseas not looking to overstay his welcome as he walks out. Listen to the fire here. Death Slam though coming out in turn here from Demov, looking for the punish on the Rake. 300 HP, lands the parry under pressure. Still gonna go down, but takes a little bit more damage off Demov for the attempt.
Leading Overseas all alone here to try to save this lane. Overseas, oh, okay, hello. Overseas is going to get stunned, and he's going to get finished off as well. So really big pickups early on here for the likes of Demov and Hoots. Abraham's looking good here in this opening. Really, Freemock, who is looking particularly nice so far from Leviathan with some of the Shiv play. From OCs, it's been more passive, just looking to maintain stable control of that mid lane. And I think, again, yeah, OCs, if he can get really, really farmed off of this Geist, we're going to see some great stuff. But we'll have to see if that farm will be available. Nice swap coming on through, though.
Yeah, the swap going to immediately force out the Shadow Transformation together, though. Wants to get a little bit more value from it before it's done. Instead, takes the quick escape offered by Tass. So into the middle, Rayake dropping the snipe, nearly taking off Together's head. But hey, just because you get forced that lane doesn't mean you can't break a few presents on your way back to base.
It still works. I do feel like uncomfortably like we're past the holiday now. I want to forget about it. See, I'm going to bring it up again right now.
What is it? There's only, what, like 345 shopping days left until Christmas?
Yeah. Yeah. Come on, guys, let's sort it out, shall we? Sort it out. Don't be lazy. Come on, get your decorations down. Get your Christmas tree dealt with. Have you dealt with your ZP? Is it still in the lounge? What's going on?
Yeah, the Christmas tree is still up. It is not.
No, ZP. Come on.
I got no excuse aside from I just haven't felt like moving it yet, Dan. That's just where the Christmas tree is.
You got to get that thing composted. Come on, ZP. Get it recycled. Where are you taking it?
Well, it's a plastic tree. It's as sad as I am to say, it's not a fresh tree. But we still got Freemock on the tail end of a supervillain arc here. Vitality buff nearly gone. Over the Rake, though, getting hit from all sides. Gun, Viscous, and Demov combining to be a little bit of anti-air. And they're not done yet. Overseas, next one on the chopping block, perhaps. No puddle punch, no problem. Just the goo continues to spray as Overseas has to back out.
Yeah, it feels like a pretty strong start overall, actually, for Abrahams. Just across the board, they're looking quite nice. Notably, Demov, has been having a really good start with Flash, which is very dangerous.
Victor, shocking reanimation, gonna go away, and they're looking for seconds, perhaps. Maybe not, though. He's by his tower, and Freemock realizes now he's not immortal. The vitality buff has finally gone away, but was able to still convert it into a kill onto Saint. Overall, though, rotations calming down a little bit as you look at mid here, and the Guardian's starting to get below half, so at the point where one more kill could easily open things up for Abrahams.
Very spirity build there from Hoots, as expected. Especially if you get the right setups with and in fact, actually, we interviewed Hoot, I think, from a match previously where he played the Lash and just actually one-shotting people, and he was just saying how much fun that was for him. And so, so it is no surprise to see him on this this Lash again, and just finding a build that is going to essentially one-shot people if you find the right setups. So that's going to be an ever-present danger.
Once more, the dive comes in on the right and the over-rotation into middle, so Leviathan making the right plays in the early game. Remember that as we set this up here, Dan, I think Leviathan, they actually need to come out of lane phase here a bit ahead. Otherwise, the tools that Abrahams has for Earn, it's just a little bit too much to deal with, but they get the pressure on the mid off the rotation. They're the first ones to get mid Guardian, but their HP is low enough that with the Amato and Doorman coming back in, it may be a very quick counter take onto the Guardian.
All right, well, this mid tower is starting to take some damage for Leviathan. Be careful of that.
Dive on the OCs. Look at the map right now. That is so deep into lane. OC's in real danger. Getting helped by the Guardians. A little bit on life drain. No way. Guys with the bomb. Down goes together. Gets the kill, but it turns into a trade. Just the right amount of counterplay coming in from OCs to, you know, turn that into a trade rather than an outright loss.
Would you please?
Disgusting aggression. Love it. Absolutely love it. Okay, well, we've got some more pressure coming in on this right side lane, but the assistance in from Taz on the Doorman is going to make life a little bit harder for Freemok, because Freemok has to respect this. He's going to be falling back just in the nick of time here before he gets shut down by Doorman. You can, I think, put it in the Baroness Hotel. Yeah, that ult is actually up at this point. Captivating Reed coming on through as the fight is turned across the other way. Gets the catch there with the stake very briefly. Does Ray on Saint.
We're going to run into the trouble zone here, Dan, which is that Abraham's, they've been taking the task by Leviathan in some of these lane battles and on a mechanical level. But Abraham's gets to go into the part of the game that we know they're going to be good at based on their comp, which is earn. And clearly, when you take a look at how Leviathan is positioning, they actually want a full fight earn, but this could be a disaster where, okay, you have the door into Frozen Shelter, and the urn is immediately turned in. Does it turn into a punish on kills? What we'll have to see. They're fighting inside the Frozen Dome. Shadow Transformation is used. Killing Blow comes out. Not enough to take down the Kelvin. The Kelvin gonna live a little bit longer. Freemok dying in turn. Ends up being a 1-for-1 trade, but one trade here, Dan, where on the other end, it's Abraham's that got the full urn.
Yeah. I mean, it's such a good point that this utility that they have by picking up Kelvin, and I think Abraham's is probably the best team in the world to make the full usage of the creativity you get from the doors and the domes, and it does create a lot of combat potential and lots of setups around mid boss, all sorts of things. But Snipes coming on through here as the fight in middle continues. Oh, Hoot very low, and the finishing blows are made from Ray, who will unfortunately not get the finishing blow off the assassinate, but a kill is a kill, and they're going to try to fan back out now, try to fall off of this one and make sure that they don't overextend, and we will get them falling back to safety. And in the meantime, we get the thievery.
Yeah, the combined double steal onto the Gamba from Leviathan. Are they gonna be able to get out? That'd be huge. And yeah, they steal the Gamba and they walk away. Nice micro decision on the macro play coming in for Leviathan. Again, I think the issue that they're just gonna keep running into here, though, Dan, is that the game is even despite these good micro plays. A lot of that comes down to the fact that they weren't able to prevent earn, and in 2.5 minutes, you're going to have the same dilemma with the urn, even if they get first urn control. So the objective play is probably the hardest equation for Leviathan to deal with in this game.
Yeah, I really like this approach strategically from Abraham's, that they have so much command over that objective, because I totally agree. It does feel like this kind of like helplessness that exists here for their opponents of Abraham's. That said, you know, together we'll go down for the tower, so that is at least a nice conversion. But again, as you say, you know, all that Abraham's really have to do is just keep things fairly even and don't take too many risks, and then just leverage that massive advantage they have on the objectives when the urn spawns, and that's when they can look for fights.
Leviathan, though, they've been doing quite a bit of invading here and looking for Hoot. Freemok, pretty healthy. Hoot, not so much. I don't know how you decapitate a globulous blob, but you know, you make it happen as the assassinate in from afar, taking down most of Sanya's HP together, trying to even the tide here in off the flying strike. But if you chase down the Vindicta, you're going to get a face full of Shiv, and no one really wants that, Dan.
No. No.
Our blue walker is under attack.
Chat's going to disagree. There's going to be many people being like, I want a face full of Shiv. Smile. But we will simply disregard that.
Headed to Greenwich.
It's usually the right move. It always works like a charm. Okay, well, Together's going to be forcing out that Shadow Transformation underneath the pressure of the Shiv, Mr. Freemok. And there is a walker pressure here, and we do have the unspawning in 40 seconds. And do we have the ults up for that? Yes, we do. Everything is up. The Doorman ults, the Kelvin Dome is up as well. So we're going to be in this territory again that you're describing, ZP, of objective advantage for Abrahams.
If you're Leviathan, you want to pick here and now. This is one way you can win Earn. You get pickoffs here to where Abrahams is down players as the Earn comes in. I think that's a little bit on the early side, though. D-Mob is going to be very healthy by the time Earn pickoff comes in, but this is the time to be aggressive. We'll see if it pays off. Doorman Cart going to send a very healthy Abrams off on his way. And, you know, get Leviathan congregating more on the right-hand side, but buffs are coming up here and now. Left side buff going to be property of Hoot. Right side buff going over to Leviathan. And the Earn spawn is on the right side that Leviathan is spending most of their effort right now, Dan, on keeping pushed up and having control of.
Yeah, and it's an interesting dynamic because what makes it really strong to have the Earn control with the doors and the Kelvin Dome and everything, you know, is that trick is not only used or only useful in isolation of that particular objective or the mid objective. Like, you know, just setting up fights later into the game as well. There's obviously a lot of shenanigans that you can do with both of those abilities. So it's interesting. Leviathan are very dangerous at the moment. You know, there's not really much of a soul lead, but at the same time, Abrahams are unable to find ways to. Oh, sorry, Leviathan are unable to find ways to get ahead in the interim. And I think that's the problem because that's where they should be stronger.
The Scourge could be good if they're able to take down Sanya. The shocking reanimation already used. They have to use Dome to keep him up and alive. Also, Earn fight is going on at the same time. We have split action across the map here. And, oh, Death Slam somehow pulls Vindicta out. That is brutal. I can't believe that still took on the Rayek. All the while, Victor, 100 HP, no more reanimation, goes for the jump start, and no, not enough to keep him alive. On the other side of the map, though, you got Freemock, you have the Earn, it's gonna be Leviathan getting the Earn, the split fight working in their favor, and what was to be the Abraham's bread and butter of objective control doesn't work their way this time, Dan.
Yeah, great stuff from Leviathan, making what we thought was kind of a given, not really a part of the equation anymore, able to get that steal. Able to get, or rather increase the lead ever so slightly as well, is such a good sign. And I think looking at their draft is pretty scary. So this is the kind of advantage that they certainly need. But still, for both sides, all three walkers are up. And if we just cast our minds back to the previous game, Leviathan were able to take down 2 walkers by the 15-minute mark. So, you know, it just goes to show how it's very, very hard to push. And also, you don't want to make that mistake and mistakenly push or overextend into a Walker's EP and then give up at one fight, because that could really make an enormous difference when you're playing against Abrahams.
Especially with the team comps that both teams are running, I really don't think Leviathan wants to fall behind. I mean, not that any team wants to fall behind, but it'd be more devastating for them. But they're in a really good spot right now, Dan. They're almost to the part where they can bully objectives a little bit more. And again, they're just kind of staying on the right-hand side of the map, looking for the opportunity to turn this advantage into a full-on Walker push. We'll see here. Is D-Mov caught? See overseas chasing down D-Mov, who D-Mov's just been a bit of a threat on the skyline. You know, gets Shiv on the harassment into knockdown. Doesn't quite clear it. The swap comes in for the back. D-Mov goes down. And as a result, maybe this is going to be the time that you're able to get Walker from it. Although while this is going on, we got together taking a piece of mid-Walker in favor of Abrahams.
Yeah, really big pickup here, looking to be found. The entire team is here, though. I don't know that they'll be able to stop it. That Shadow Transformation, just enough to get the Walker down. That's really good work to make that trade happen. And 3k difference between these two sides. And the thing that's worrying me here, ZP, now that we actually see the attempt onto the mid-Walker. In fact, I don't have time to finish that thought. The attempt onto the mid-Walker is very much contested.
You have to go mid-boss here. That was a huge macro win for Abrahams if nothing comes out of it. But you lose Obakim from the poke. The viscous poke is actually pretty intense. Here we go. Rejuve coming on down. You still have Page Ult in reserve. All Pandemonium coming on in. The Dome comes out right as the Page Ult comes in. The Rejuve frozen on out. 2 Rejuve charges here. The Abrahams. That's a clean sweep for Abrahams. We have to slow down the Rejuve fight. It works in their favor. And Leviathan unable to get a single charge. They lose Flammable on the after effects. Swap comes in a little bit late as OC is trying to make anything happen. Maybe get a Rejuve charge. Can't even get that. But the Frozen Shelter timing from Saint. The story of the hour there, Dan, as you see the charge come in from Page and does absolutely nothing.
Yeah, that's heartbreaking there for Leviathan. I don't think by any stretch, though, you know, are they going to be out of the game off of the back of that? I think they still have a lot going for them, but this gives so much more control here. And we talked about how difficult it is to push these walkers. Having rejuves now is going to make it a much more confident affair, as we will see this right side walker getting bursted down. And there is definitely a defense here to try to stop this, to prevent this from happening. Find some pickoffs here as the player on the door continues. But looks like Abrahams will respect it.
They might have Saint. Saint's really, really low. Okay, they got the rejuve, and are they going to be able to stop the double down here? Saint gets back up immediately. Still no Frozen Dome, so not exactly full strength, but you got together, making a bit of space here. In off the return fire, half HP, but job may have been done enough. Look at the mini-map. Saint was able to get away, and okay, maybe a little bit greedy here. You're getting chunked for that. Yeah, you're going to lose the rejuve charge, and you might be losing even more together, overplaying the hand at the moment.
Yeah, that's a big overextension. And, you know, one thing I wanted to mention previously, although I should hold that thought, we might get a chase down continuing here. 4 players from Leviathan looking to chase down the rest of Abrahams as they try to fall off of that deeper position here, looking to convert these kills as they run away. Who gets the pickup in the meantime? He's going to be bringing that across for Abrahams. But will Abrahams be able to keep these players up who are now looking to defend from their walker? They've been pushed all the way down the lane, and that is the lane that the needs to be deposited into. At the same time, we've got OCs on that guy solo pushing the left side walker. Lots of problems on the map here. Who is going to go to try to intercept the left side? And in the meantime, the drop-off has been now protected by Leviathan, stalling out the urn drop-off for now.
However, now that Abraham's had the ability to lick the wounds a little bit, get back into, you know, everyone being alive, they still have urn control. Victor just hit a huge power spike and Infuser. They just get the walk over, and we'll see the contest. The charge comes out, but so does Frozen Dome. Frozen Dome, Death Slam. D-Mob down and over. The contest still coming out here from Leviathan. Still one rejuve charge here for Abrahams. Leviathan, we'll see if they're able to make this happen. Instead, Victor, he's pumped. He's ready to go. Has the Infuser, and for the most part, now looking for just space creation as the urn gets turned in.
Yeah, and does get turned in. And in the meantime as well, OC's, you know, had to respect who was on that left side. So OC's didn't get much work done against that walker. And now, once again, the chase coming on through from Leviathan here. We've got the Shiv Shenanigans Fremont connecting those knives, doing all of that damage, getting the chunks taken out of his opponents, and needs the assistance to come on through. There's a lot of good healing coming on here for Abrahams, but they're getting kind of low on a couple players, and it seems very hard to finish off these kills. And so it looks like it's going to be quite troublesome. Victor comes back on in from Sanya Sniper. There's the shocking reanimation as he is forced to try to fight by himself against the Paradox, against the Page, but he doesn't like that one, has to hide in the underground. And there comes the snipes in here onto Sanya Sniper. That's going to force the rejuve to come on through. That's the final rejuve charge, and there surely is no way to survive this. There's so many players just beating up on Victor.
They're low at the end of it, but there's no extra follow-through to finish what the Victor had started. So Leviathan, honestly, really scrappy play right now, Dan, for being down the rejuve to end at overall only down 5k and not giving up any additional walkers. Remember, they lost the mid-walker pretty gutsy play from Leviathan to not have this get way, way out of hand for what could have been the moment that won Abrahams the game.
Well, and there's the glass cannon onto Hoot for the Viscous. And on the other side of things, OC's just hit 30k. Well, I think it's when you get to like 34, 35k as the Geist, you start to get the full Spellslinger like build on board, essentially. I think that's when you're kind of getting or purchasing that Spellslinger. So that's when I think OC starts to become extremely dangerous. Okay, he's already got the Spellslinger in, but they're actually lacking 3 slots at the moment because they don't have any walkers yet. So that's definitely a problem that they need to remedy sometime soon.
Tess is in danger. He thought the door would get him out of danger, but not quite, not with that much pressure. Fremont and Flammable just swarming all over. Now, the benefit of this pick is not immediately apparent. You don't have the objectives on the map. The lanes aren't pushed to where you can instantly go for walker pressure. But if you look at Obakim has swap up, and yeah, lands a swap. Looking for a little bit extra. I don't know if people are in position to follow up on this exactly. No, not quite. But still, the pressure that's being put on for Leviathan to where Abrahams can barely be in their jungle without something happening, it's really good, Dan.
It is. Look at the map presence as well right now from Leviathan. they're actually 1k ahead now. You know, like I think it was a great point you were making. It just looking at the repercussions of the mid boss. It's not a great look for Abrahams. The fact that they were not able to convert more deeply off of that, and you know, one of those moments I think of is together. You know, maybe going a bit too aggressive and getting picked off for free. But here we go. The push into the right side Walker is now Leviathan trying to open up one of those slots there.
Oh, it's
OCs would
3.
love that. That's massive. 4-player death slam.
The knockdown, though, may have made it livable. Towards the end, Dimov not able to be his own fall through. The Anvil actually taming the worst of that. Leviathan still absolutely okay. They punish Task on the back end. They still have the captivating charge ready to go. Dimov together both actually get caught towards the end as the Walker goes down. Yes, they trade off the Walker on the left-hand side. And we'll see Sanya able to get OCs while this is going on. But again, Leviathan so far coming out a little bit better there as the machine gun Viscous does not quite take down Vindicta this time.
Yeah, Hoot is dangerous, and I think, you know, Hoot is a big saving grace right now. But I mean, this is looking very grim, I think, right now for Abrahams. They're in a lot of trouble. The urn is now being couriered across the map there by Flammable, so that should be a turn in if there's some assistance, and they should be able to get the Walker as well. This could be a mega conversion of value here for Leviathan as EP.
Uh-oh. Kelvin inside the dome, and oh, the shot misses! The carbine not hitting its target, but while this has gone on, while Abrahams is still down and players, wait, they have Urn, they were gonna go for Urn, they go, wait. Do we mid-boss? And, wait. Right now, it's waiting a little bit longer than I expected. I thought maybe an instant mid-boss turn, maybe an Urn turn, but instead, maybe want a piece of Victor. We'll see. Abraham's actually being given a lot of time here, Dan, to reestablish, so that's interesting. I mean, people had the buy, but I think there was a window to get the Urn turn in.
It did look like there was if they just fully committed to it, but I think with mid-boss coming up as well, maybe there was some hesitation as to which, as you were saying, like just trying to game out those two different decisions. But at the same time, the mid-boss is a tricky one because, you know, with Doorman setups, with Kelvin Dome as well, do you want to fight that? You know, because that could be something that really evens up the game. So maybe for Leviathan, you don't even want to go for the mid-boss. You want to try to win the game or try to win it away from your opponents if they're doing it.
Well, they force out the Shadow Transformation early, have it together. Fremok under the gun, pops return fire. Urn gets turned in during some of this chaos, by the way. That just slipped in by Flammable as Abrahams tries to go for picks in the middle. They may be able to get Obakim, who's really low off the rip. They get Obakim, but if all they get is Obakim, I don't know if you can go mid-boss 6-on-5 here. I think Abrahams may try. But Leviathan isn't that wounded, and yeah, they're going mid-boss up 1. This could be dangerous. Leviathan is really rich right now, Dan. They can fully contest.
Yeah, Dome is up as well for Abrahams, so this is going to be a very, very difficult moment. This could be a very important one for Abraham, so they need all of these rejuves here. As they fall from the sky, in they come. The Dome is laid down there by Saint as they try to secure this one. Bouncing in the Dome there is causing problems. This is why Abrahams is so strong on the objectives, but who gets it? The parries come on through. There's a knockdown as well, and the captures go one apiece for now, as it's a massive battle in this one. As in the pit, it's just a case of trying to do as much as you possibly can. Everyone is turned up for this one, and now the kills are traded out, and it's looking pretty even on here. There's no rejuves left to speak of.
All rejuves gone. Leviathan was able to get 2 of them. Fremok in on the cleanup. This is a healthy shiv. You love this towards the end of the battle. And most of Abrahams, of course, is cleared out. So for a mid-boss contest, Leviathan doing all the right things there. And I think to the setup there, Dan, that just was not the best setup for Abrahams at all. Just getting Paradox. I mean, Obakim's useful, but probably one of the least impactful people in terms of a mid-boss contest relative to, say, a Fremok or an OC. So the advantage for Abrahams was not that big, and Leviathan actually has a pretty reasonable soul lead. So taking a look at that, that was definitely a fight you can make good in a 5-on-6, and Leviathan certainly did that there.
And now the cleanup across the map is going to continue. This left side Walker gets cleaned up. There's not really too much to do to stop that one. And there's a decent amount of farm on the map that can be consumed as well by Leviathan to get that soul advantage really singing in their favor. And it's going to go from bad to worse here. 20k advantage is forming now for Leviathan, which is, I think, one of the biggest advantages they've had, maybe the biggest they've had so far. And with no rejuves now to speak of, with the urn really out of the picture for now, it's going to be spawning in about a minute. Abrahams are really, truly, I think, in the worst position they've been in so far in this game.
Been the worst position they've been in months. as far as map play goes, this is very losable. Where, by the way, I'm thinking about my channel points, Dan. I put 3,000 channel points on Leviathan this game. I'm thinking about generational wealth within the channel point context.
I see Vindicta.
Telling you. It's good
Well,
times.
the interesting thing is that Abrahams are in a spot where they need to find a good risk to take. And okay, there's going to be a catch there with the Paradox. The swap comes on through. Together's looking for something, for a follow-up, for a chase. But you look at the Leviathan. They're falling off of this one. They know they've been caught out. They're going to try to reset.
Abraham still may want a piece of it, but okay, they decide no. I actually think that was more of a defensive swap. You take a look at the angle of that fight and how it was going down. Dimov was looking for Death Slam there, and it was Obakim that just goes for the swap midway through, screws up the angle and the momentum that Dimov had to go for the Death Slam. Because where Obakim was positioned, that wasn't a I want you to immediately get jumped swap. That was much more of a reactionary, don't kill my team swap. So actually very on point from Obakim.
I see the enemy.
It's a moment of quiet for you to enjoy ZP here as things get a little bit calmer for the moment.
Right
Never mind.
inside. No calm. Only Death Slam. In the ground strike into Page is dead. Big pick off here for 75 seconds. Puts this right walker much more in the contest, and we'll see how heavy Abrahams comes in here to try and take advantages together. The zip line flying Yamato tech has to immediately shout transform here though, and does he go deeper yet?
Well, lots of burst damage onto this Walker, so that's certainly going to get taken out there, which is nice. Together, flying strike there. But he's going to find Shiv. I don't think that's the person you want to get connected onto, and just straight through the time war on the swap, and that's the silence. That's not going too well. Abrahams with a great charge coming on through as well. Well, Abrams. Let's overseas there on the Abrams.
Frozen Shelter comes out, and Fremont is all about it. Killing blow after killing blow coming on in. 3 dead from Abrahams, and I'm still beside myself. I can't believe together when he was at like 2/3 HP but had no shout transform and says, yeah, I want a piece with Paradox waiting in the wings. You end up giving up your life, you give up the urn, and now Leviathan, they're at a near 30,000 lead here, Dan. This is massive and could be the start of the first time Abrahams has dropped a map in, I think, over 2 months.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, definitely something around there for sure. Yeah, it's looking really, really good. I love these team fights here from Leviathan, doing a fantastic job. And, you know, Hoot, try as he may to be this very threatening force on the Viscus, on the damage side of things. I mean, OC's is at 50k souls now, so, you know, good luck against that. A great swap, though, onto Dimov. It's going to catch him on the lash. Looks like he should be able to escape, though.
Right now, Leviathan trying to make the most of this, get some Guardians down, and is Shrines something that is doable here. They're getting damage onto the right-hand Shrine now. No, Shrines are a bit tankier than they were a month ago back, but the reward for killing them is so much sweeter. Still, Leviathan, they've been in good spots like this before, and what has to be going through their mind right now is don't throw in, okay, quick trip to the luxury of the Baroness Hotel here for OC's. What welcoming party is going to be waiting here on the backside? And absolutely none. The checkout committee isn't here. The bellhop is running for the fences. And Leviathan, they still want some of the shrines here while Dimov is dead.
Yeah, still staying in the base here, looking to cause all the havoc, chaos, devastation. But who coming in on that Viscus there gets a rescue beamed as he's in the cube. That was actually so perfect timing to keep him alive. And that's actually pretty important because they're still fighting this one. They might be able to actually force out Leviathan, who are trying to just destroy this base here. And Leviathan are actually back in front of the base now. They've had to escape, and these are some good connections, though. The turnaround on Together is once again going to provide an excellent dispatching of him.
Obakim just has a picture of Together on his wall with a red X through it right now, Dan, because I feel like every swap we have seen that's been impactful, Together has been victim number 1. 2 dead right now for Abrahams. Dimov is going to be late to any mid-contest, mid-boss for Leviathan. If they get it, surely the game would likely be in their favor, but they go for the fake instead. They want the team fight here up on top, Dan. Are they going to be able to take it? We'll see. No, they've gone back to the mid-boss.
Yeah, so much confidence. They were ahead. They've got to play it down and Together. And OC's is just super ready with full spell singer stacks. Are looking to cause problems here, but there comes just basically everything in the kitchen sink straight on top of the pit to see if they can deny the Rejuve crystals as Leviathan get every single one. And this should really be the death knell for Abrahams. One last death slam perhaps for Hoop, but he gets swapped out of it, and it's just going to be so problematic. Ray looking for the snipes, and it's an absolutely cleaned up mid-boss.
Massive. The Frozen Shelter a little bit late to contest. All 3 rejuve charges going the way of Leviathan. Demov taking it to the back of the noggin. And here we go, Dan. The first map that Abrahams might have dropped in so long, now on the precipice for Leviathan. Last Shrine, soon the fall, and first stage Patron. You can't imagine there's much gas in the tank to defend it now.
Yeah, there's really not all that much that is here to stop this. This is going to be it. They can finish it off. They got the rejuve crystals here. They're going to be able to take the first stage Patron down. They can stay in. It doesn't matter. They've done it. They've done all the hard work here, ZP. It's a huge differential, a 50k difference in souls. And OC's 54k. He's out of this world strong. And then Overseas not far behind, or 50k Abrams. You're not killing him.
Leviathan staying in for the finish. No fear whatsoever. The Patron goes down, and Abrahams can bleed. Leviathan up 1-0 here in the EU money match. It is a new year, Dan, and maybe it didn't happen on the first show of the year, but Leviathan proving they can play, and they do it without empty dreams, which is not a storyline I would have believed at all prior to this day.
It's a great point. You would expect that, hey, there'd be some holes in how they have to kind of figure out the priority to who plays what, and Empty Dreams is a really, really strong playmaker hero, and those are so key in performances. But yeah, Ray, he played the Haze in the first map in the Challengers match, and then he played a great Vindicta here as well. This is awesome. I mean, Ray did such a good job in this game. You would never have known had we not said that he's a sub, that he was a sub.
You had so many good reactions this game. I think Freemock really rode the line on how far you can push aggressiveness as a Shiv without getting punished. You had Obakim, who, again, just, had the hate Rocky montage training all set up for Together. He was his kryptonite all game long. And then, as you mentioned, yeah, Rayake really solid on the Vindicta, especially for someone, this guy's a sub. Well, I got news for you, Dan. If Leviathan wins, change that subtitle to starter, because this is a performance you don't forget.
Yeah, and it's really interesting when you break this one down, how did the teams interpret, where this went wrong? Of course, one thing that always has to be, in question, first line of question is, was our draft good enough? Was our draft the problem? And I think what was interesting there in terms of the reflection of gameplay, ZP, is that the draft that Leviathan, or rather Abrahams went with, did enable Leviathan to get a very strong lineup in terms of their draft. And that's not to say that Abraham's draft was weak. And they had a very, very strong draft for the objective game, but they didn't get enough value out of the objective game. And so because of that win condition being lacking, I suppose, it did not pan out for Abrahams. And so I would imagine that they would be considering a different approach in the next drafts.
You would think. It's kind of interesting, too, because they banned Rake's hero that we saw in the last game in Haze, and Rake comes out on Vindicta. It's absolutely fine. I actually think, though, when I think about the draft, if you had to run this again draft-wise, I still did like the Abrahams draft more. I think Abrahams had very equivalent power in many stages of the game and massive objective advantage. I just think Leviathan played really, really well and pushed until it hurt in areas that were really tricky to play against. And I think a lot of that came from Freemock on the Shiv. If I'm Abrahams, I'm thinking about things to take away, I probably get Freemock on any other hero whatsoever. But Dan, this was a little bit historic. Abrahams finally dropping a map. Your final thoughts before we go to a break?
Yeah, I mean, Abrahams, they're going to have some pressure on them, and this is when they're going to play the best. So I expect them to level up, and I can't wait to see it.
All right. Is it going to be the time that we have a new EU champion? Well, we're taking a break. The only way to find out is to join us when we come back. All right, we had a great match and we got some stats. Again, the normie stats, as it were, Dan. The API is being a little bit finicky today, but man, oh man, you talk about players who made their presence known in the last match. We saw Freemock continually riding the line, and oh, we got the real stats. Even better, Dan.
The real statistic is. So what are we going to do about this OCs, guys? This is a problem. It's a lot of damage output across the objective and player damage, and OCs is a ticking time bomb. Played, I think, a much better game than in the Challenger match here for Leviathan. And so I think this has got to be, you know, obviously a consideration for Abrahams. That's one thing that stands out to me, ZP. But otherwise, you know, 3 mock on Shiv was a real problem. Look at the damage output there as well. Huge threat.
Yeah, I mean, Freemock, I think it's hard to understate how much of a good Shiv this was from Freemock, where it's so easy for Shiv to feed if you overlook a situation or overestimate how good you are. But Freemock was continually pressuring, but rarely getting caught. He only died 3 times that game, Dan. I think a lot of those deaths came from like full team fights, not tiny skirmishes. Also, in terms of backup, I mean, Flammable, it's not going to be reflected too much on the stats, but the page support was unreal as well as the setup. Obakim with really good swaps, and you know, I look at Abrahams and things that could have went better. Probably a tougher game than normal for Together. I don't want to like beat this drum too much because, you know, chat was already kind of really narrowing in on the areas where, okay, Together overextended and got punished for it, but it also reflects in the fact that Together had a lot of downtime that game. I mean, 11 deaths when usually as Yamato, you're expected to carry a heavier burden. It was a tough game for Together, and I think half of that easily was Leviathan's game plan to make his life miserable.
Yeah, I think that's a fairly accurate point, considering that Together was miserable throughout that game. I think there was clear signs of or plays that were somewhat desperate, or just it looked like there was frustration for Together, and he couldn't really get the activity he wanted to get off of that Yamato, the impact, and was getting shut down quite a lot. So I totally agree with that sentiment, and I think that's something that I think going into this next draft we could see a shift in terms of, again, how he's positioned on the hero pool, as well as I think, again, how the bans are going to go. I don't know that we're going to see that same approach of like the Doorman Kelvin.
Yeah, overall, I don't know if they'll go. I mean, I still think they'll go Doorman. I do wonder about the Kelvin. I think the number one adaptation that's going to be here, they're not getting Shiv. You think back to the first game of the day and how Leviathan handled their pick ban strategy, where they opened with the Billy ban, and their opposition in Lowkey W opened up with the Shiv ban. Abrahams is taking away the Shiv. I feel very confident that the Shiv is going away this time. That is going to be step number one, is saying, if we lose again, we're not losing the free mock, having game of his life on Shiv. He will play something else.
Totally. And, you know, we get the opening Billy ban. So that's a repeat from Leviathan. Now, Abrahams, you know, what are they going to get rid of here? I'm very curious. You know, they're the team that lost. They could decide to do something tricky.
I'm not hanging out with those losers.
Samina again. Right? Was it again? No, or did they?
Yeah, no, it is again. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I think the Shiv prio could still be a thing here, but it's going to be them opening with Doorman Shiv. Shiv will be one of the next 2 picks for Abrahams, unless Leviathan first picks it, which would be wild.
Abrams keeps coming.
But they value Abrams. They value Abrams for his playmaking ability. They value for the laning phase. So, okay, if you're not going to ban Shiv, then they have to pick it here. I can't imagine that they're going to just full repeat the last draft after what just happened.
Doorman Shiv then, that's your prediction?
Yeah, I think Doorman Shiv, that's the most likely thing. And there's the Shiv.
There's Dr. Shiv. Okay, we'll see if the Doorman is to follow. But that's going to leave Leviathan in an interesting spot where they, you know, there's a lot that they can try to pick up. I don't think we're going to see a pocket from Leviathan. I think without Empty Dreams, I don't know that it's in Ray's wheelhouse. I don't think that kind of makes sense. So that could be something that... Actually, Abrahams don't pick pocket either, actually, do they, really?
They do. Like, they do play pocket. I think Leviathan, though, okay, do they play pocket without Empty Dreams being here? They do have the ability to swap around who's on it. I think Abrahams make a calculated gamble here that they don't think Leviathan will play Doorman. Because Leviathan at times has not prioritized Doorman. So if this calculus is accurate, they can get Doorman at the tail end while still denying Page from Leviathan. Now, I do think for Leviathan, this is kind of tricky. Do you grab Doorman or do you grab Viscous? Do you actually want to give up both Viscous and Page? That's going to be really difficult the way things are right now. Okay, they grab the Viscous.
Yeah, I like this a lot. I think, we saw the comfort from Freemorg on the Viscous, and Freemorg was playing the Shiv previously, so this kind of gives Freemorg something of high comfort that he gets to play. And it's I think it's an interesting dynamic too in terms of what it affords them support-wise. But like you said with the Doorman, if it doesn't get picked here, it's getting banned probably. So Yamato going there as well. So that's interesting. We'll see who plays that for Abraham's, because Shiv, Yamato, both in Together's pool. I imagine Together's on Shiv. He's probably going to want the comfort. So we'll see if Doorman now survives the ban phase.
Well, to me, it means either Hoot is going to be on Yamato or maybe more likely Dimov. I mean, Dimov has played a ton of Yamato in the past. If that's going to be the way they go about it, then it means Dimov isn't going to be angling towards Lash. The fact that they took down Vindicta instead of Haze kind of tells me that they're not looking to play Lash. It's Leviathan, though, for a Rayek hero, they still may be wanting to pick the Haze, because that's a change up here. Is that last map they took away the Haze, this map they're going to instead take away the Vindicta.
When you need me, I'll be ready.
There we go. The Doorman ban comes in as we expect, and it is kind of sad for Ray, like he's the sub, he's coming in as a sub, he's like, I'm not sure what to play, I'll just try to help you guys out, and he's getting like targeted, like target banned both times, both the Haze previously and now the Vindicta. So we'll see if Haze ends up being something that Leviathan choose.
I am the bright light's dark.
Oh, Abraham's fully deny Ray. Okay, what else has he got in the pool, man? Let's see it. Let's see it. Ray's been good on everything so far. We'll see.
I guess we'll see, but this is definitely the new guy, at least new guy that playing this high level at this level of play. We're gonna go after your entire hero pool, and we're not even gonna be shameless about it. This is how we're gonna go about it.
Oh.
Instead, Kelvin comes in for Leviathan, so they decide they still want to be able to play something supporty. If it's not the Page, it's gonna be the Kelvin, and people might be tuning in going like, what do you mean? Isn't Viscous kind of supporting? No, Viscous is orange. He does gun damage now.
So what do you put with the Kelvin though? What goes with the Kelvin here? Because I feel like the Kelvin.
Let's have fun.
Okay, Kelvin Geist makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, you can run Kelvin Geist. I mean, there's worlds where you can run Kelvin Abrams too. I mean, you can run a lot of things with Abrams, to be fair. But
I feel like.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, CP.
No, I'm just wondering what the Rayek hero is going to be here. Just now they've targeted his hero pool pretty specifically. But Warden comes on in, and it's looking a little bit chunky on the Abraham side, Dan.
This is interesting because I actually think there's a world where you could play a Sinclair, someone can play it for Leviathan. Potentially that could make sense for the Warden, or potentially not the most amazing alt steel game yet, but adding some CC and stuff like that could work. They actually pick up the pocket. I can see how that could be dangerous. I'm just really curious now, what exactly do Leviathan want? So Sinclair definitely is an option. They don't have to get, I think, anything. They're not missing anything. They got a bit of everything in terms of the different categories.
Yeah, I mean, I think they would have liked to have gotten the pocket themselves, but okay,
long.
instead they go double playmaker. They grab the
Ray
Holiday.
can play Holiday, I think.
You're right. You're right. And I don't. It's kind of those things where instinctively it's like I've definitely seen Rayek on Holiday in the past. I think we even had Rayek Holiday as a signature hero in our database, so that's probably where the more recent idea of it is coming from. So yeah, okay, you're going deeper into the hero pool, but Holiday is also quite good at the moment for early tempo. That being said, I look at this comp and this is a bigger focus on Leviathan winning early than last game did. Last game was pretty even, Dan. This game, Leviathan has to just come roaring out at the beginning, or I just think they lose late game to Abrahams.
Yeah, that makes sense. And to be honest, again, they do have a lot of tools to do that with. I think Viscous is great for that. Holiday is probably the most important piece to enable that type of pacing. Abrams, obviously in Paradox, can also follow that up as well as the Kelvin. The Kelvin you can play a really high pace or high tempo Kelvin too. So you kind of have everything that you need there. Lady Geist maybe is anyone that you wouldn't say is as much tempo, but you want OCs having space to farm off of it anyway. So I think this definitely still works. But I am a bit. I think the Abrahams lineup's a little scary though. ZP, Shiv, Page, Yamato, Pocket. This is a very. We can run you over pretty hard. Kind of.
Yeah, I mean, if there's an upside, is I do think Abrahams has a little bit of overlap in the sense that they have a lot of heroes that want farm, and not all of them are going to get it. Pocket, in actuality, ends up being pretty greedy the way it gets played in comp games, so he ends up being one of your top soul earners. But then Warden absolutely needs the most farm on your team to be effective. but you don't love a broke Shiv or a broke Yamato at the same time. So Abrahams has a lot of mouths to feed here. And I do think even though late game, they're likely to be the team with a big advantage, that only applies if, you know, the economy distribution is good here. If you end up with a really broke Shiv or a really broke Warden because your Yamato and Pocket are stealing all the farm, well, then it gets a little bit more in question. So that's the part about the Abrahams comp that to me is a little bit sketchier as I kind of break down how this game is going to likely pan out.
Yeah, it's really interesting as well because I'm trying to think also, you know, who's going to have the advantage on the objectives now? Because Leviathan played really well around having some disadvantage on the objective fights. And in terms of the ults, you know, Abrahams have some great team fight ults, but Leviathan also have some good team fight ultimates as well. I wouldn't say it's a super strong advantage one way or the other. I mean, Pocket's really always the standout with the Affliction, but other than that,
I think here it's definitely more advanced for Leviathan on earn play. It's a shift from what we had last game, in part because you have Kelvin Viscus on the other team now and no Doorman, is that Viscus is the best long-range contest onto the earn, period, in the entire game. And Kelvin, all you need is Kelvin around and control the earn, and you can just dive on, drop dome, and it's unlikely that you're going to be interrupted. So Leviathan definitely has way more to work with on objective control, particularly when it comes to the earn. I think the advantage is a little bit less for mid-boss relative to, say, something like a Doorman. But it's also a question how Abrahams is going to play around this, because Abrahams has been playing with these characters that trivialize earn fights for a really long time. They almost always have a Doorman or a Viscus in recent memory. So Abrahams, they're going to have to acknowledge the fact that they have to adjust their play style from maybe what's been their comfort zone with the draft they've gone this game.
yeah, I can totally see that being a pretty big factor. In terms of like just a general kind of edge, I suppose, between these two teams, like who do you feel like has the biggest overall edge across all categories, like if you averaged it out?
Well, I mean, overall, you still got to be with Abrahams here, where even if you are the kings of Europe, look, anything can happen in one game. I think Abrahams, if any team would bounce back, it would be them. Obviously, it's probably a unique comm experience when you've had such unparalleled success recently. You have to go, ooh, this is pain. I've forgotten the sensation of pain. But there's a lot of ways that Abrahams does run away at the game, especially if they have a good early laning phase. I think the team fight angle is going to be just generally horrific for part of the game, especially before you get Divine Barrier online.
I like the analysis here in chat. Abrams going to win this one. They were sleeping. Heads got a little too big. They are going to take it serious now. What do you think about this analysis, CP?
You know, they may take it serious, just as we are taking our prize pool donation seriously. With exclamation point donate, you can add to the prize pool, which would be money in Leviathan's pocket should they win. Also, our NA team. It's split between NA and EU evenly, but keeping an eye on that. Wrote out some of the donations earlier. We also have our sub goal for the Night Shift Abrams skin that's still out there. We hit 1,200 subs. We will be releasing that to the public. Very old-timey, of course. You see it in game as we've been playing here today, and you know, Abrams just a different style depending on the day.
He's got the waistcoat. He's got the tie clip. He's got the tie clip, man. I don't think I've ever owned a tie clip. I've had a custom waistcoat made in London in the arcades. Get to pick my material, get it tailored, all very nice. Actually,
did you have to pay for it, or was someone else paying the bill?
No, I paid for it. Actually, for some reason, it is. I don't know why it's like right next to me, but it's this one. There we go. It's got a nice little.
For some reason,
like linen. So this is linen. It's very nice, and it's all crumpled up. So I've exposed myself as not looking after my nice little waistcoat.
Getting into it here, Leviathan looking to unseat the champions of Europe. They won map 1. Are they gonna be able to do it in map 2? And you know, Dan, while we're on the topic of suits and getting stuff tailored, I've heard nothing but good things about the tailors in Korea. Apparently, the price to value ratio is unbelievable. If you know the right people.
Yeah. That region of the world, actually, that area of the world, I think has a lot of that going on. I believe Singapore has the highest of value per dollar spent or something for tailoring. That area of the world is really good for that. Totally with you on that.
We're into it here, Dan, and we get a look at our lanes and Paradox Holiday. It's an old classic for pressure in the middle. Yamato with Page and a little bit less pressure, but more durability. Lets Demov go wild looking for power slashes. But to no one's surprise here, Dan, you do have a change up in who's playing what. It won't be together in the Yamato anymore because you got Shiv, and it'd be a crime to put together on anything other than the Shiv.
That is true. That is very true. I gotta say, I am, just as a quick point, also very worried about not just this Hoot pocket, but I think Sanya Sniper on the Warden, this could be a huge threat because Warden comes online very quickly, and the pacing that you can, or the tempo that you can have behind a Warden that's farmed well is actually very devastating. I think it's one of the most disruptive forces that you can find in the game if it's farmed up.
I think it's a lot of comfort heroes too. I mean, Tass on Haze, it's an old setup, but it checks out. Tass used to have a pretty good Haze if you go far enough back into the annals of Deadlock history. Hoot on Pocket, of course. Very simple.
Yeah.
On the other side, though, we got Binding Word and a very wounded Viscous as Sanya strikes first off on the left-hand side.
I was just going to make a dad joke, CP. Like, you know who else checks out? Cashier.
Well,
not my best work.
Also, I do like the itemization here that I feel like, people underrate. The early velocity rounds coming out here from Sanya Sniper. Yeah, just consistency. I feel like if you're getting into the groove on landing your bullets, might as well do it early in the game as Rake. Balling in mid as we're just looking at the footwork of Warden.
Yeah. Yes, it's always very interesting how fast Warden can run. So you got to pay attention to that footwork, fancy footwork. Speaking of which, also obviously Demov on this Yamato is going to be a really refreshing difference. I would expect in this map from the Yamato performance in the previous one, where Together was struggling on it. I don't think we're going to see Demov struggle on the Yamato. He's likely going to have quite the game here, and it's definitely a pretty good lane. He's got a Page with him that's insane, and it's a hard lane to be up against. Paradox and Holiday obviously is definitely threatening, but good support here to hopefully have Demov have a good start, I think, CP.
Overseas, looking for an opportunity. He was on a box run now, charging over and in. It doesn't look like the charge connected. Instead, nearly goes to jail for the attempt. This left-hand side lane for Leviathan. A little bit wounded. In fact, you look at the health bars, Leviathan isn't really looking healthy in any lane right now here, Dan. The healthiest being Rayek in middle, and middle has still been a bit of an uncomfortable journey.
Yep. It is very uncomfortable. The back of the Volkswagen. Now, the dives coming on here from Hoot are very scary already, getting very active. This is good pocket play, of course. You can be very high pressure in lane on pocket. Exactly what we're seeing from Hoots, and they are doing some serious damage to the left side tower. It's already down to almost half, and now I think it is at half. So, in fact, they might be actually taking the entire Guardian. This is just so much free damage. A 4-minute Guardian in the current patch is actually very impressive. And the Affliction coming on through, and they're just chasing down. You thought that you were safe. You had a Guardian to... No, nothing. It's gone.
The Frogs were a little bit ambitious, and you're going to get juggled there, but losing Guardian is ridiculous. We'll see if they're punished a little bit in kills, but kills do not make up for losing Guardian if you get it. Still, last stand out, Sanya making some space here as the skirmish continues. Look at the fight. Abrams, shoulder to shoulder. Quote from Pocket, finishes it off.
This is not a good sign. The amount of value we're seeing from the Pocket and also from the Warden. Those are two heroes that if they get ahead early, your game is over.
Your death is inevitable.
Almost everything that could go wrong for Leviathan in this early game has gone wrong. A 4K overall difference does not accurately state the level of butt kicking that has gone on here, Ted. This is a very tough start to the game.
It's such a big problem too because just Hoot. I mean, again, the Warden too. There's just like a lot to be said about this, but Hoot in particular is going to be able to have like power spikes much more quickly, and he's going to be able to gank lanes really heavily. And it basically, I think, becomes a huge snowball impact. And I think it's like the worst heroes to be up against who gets really farmed at this time in the game.
I see Holiday.
Now, interestingly enough, if Leviathan can stem the bleeding a little bit and get urn control and not have Rayek die, which we're many ifs to be had here, Dan. they still have reasonable objective-based gameplay, but God, it's going to be tough if they're down another Guardian.
Yeah.
You just see
This
the
is what I'm talking
rotation
about.
from Hoot in the middle, and yeah, it's 2 Guardians down, sub 6 minutes.
With the spirit spike that he gets off of the items, you know, the spirit burst damage is so hard, like hardcore, that you have to kind of respect it. So you play a bit further back on the Guardian, then he spirit bursts the Guardian, and then they just burst it down. It's just so difficult to deal with.
Together again, reacquainted with his favorite button in all of Deadlock, Kill and Blow. 8K lead, Dan, at 6.5 minutes.
Yeah.
This is not a beating. This is a destruction.
So, you know, it's interesting. I made a video on a channel that I then had no longer any time to make videos on, which was about like reviewing Deadlock VODs. And one of the focuses was a pocket warden lane where Ido, I think, was playing the pocket and just showing how devastating it can be and how the dynamics work and why it's good. And who will finally get chased down? And I think, you know, Ray is definitely the counterbalance to that with that lasso, and they're going to look to try to capitalize more. A lasso onto together and a big slap, and he's down.
You're just a shit.
That lasso, from the observer point of view, did not look like that was going to hit. That was all day doing some keen little rope tricks there. I'm sure it's just a little bit of, you know, a little bit of trickery. But either way, Hoot probably overstaying his welcome there, feeling himself a little bit too much. And this is important for Leviathan to get a little bit of sanity back into this game, not get completely walked over. Still about 2.5 minutes till first urn is coming on out, and you know, if they can just defend the last Guardian here and, you know, punish Abrahams for testing the waters, they can find a way back into this game.
Certainly. Okay. 5k difference now, so closing a little bit. As we get to the 8-minute mark where the Sinner sacrifices will come online, and that is again another area of the game where Toot will become particularly dangerous. Almost 10k souls for Sanya Sniper. Sanya's actually getting huge. That's also another massive problem. The amount of threat that he's going to command on these lanes, ZP is going to be enormous.
You don't want to warden this fast, this early. Because, oh, Vegas with the raid. Thank you so much. Vegas ending the stream early, but very much appreciated for the support and, you know, the frequent watch parties. Always been a friend of the stream. You know, he's saving his power, Dan. I talked to Vegas. He says, just you wait. New patch comes out, 12-hour streams.
What's his community called? Yeah, how can we refer to them?
I don't know if they have a nickname there. Not every streamer does a nickname, but okay. Take a look at this. Hayes, just investigating the Gamba, just getting the records on file for the Abrams prosecution down the line. She's part of the feds, Dan.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, someone's gotta be the authority here. Someone's gotta do it. By the way, if you don't think that they have a name, ZP, I feel like it's an opportunity in disguise. You can name them.
No, that's too much power.
No, just this is a direct veto.
This could end so bad that. Or you could just let the Vegas chatters name it in chat, and that could also end equally bad. Because Vegas just screams no. But we were 30 seconds away from first urn. Leviathan, they've stemmed the bleeding a bit here, Dan. While still unable to get a Guardian, overall, Abrahams had their aggression checked a little bit. They haven't gotten the last Guardian, and things have quieted down a little bit, which is kind of what Leviathan wants when ideally we want to play these fights a little bit more around urn.
All right, well, 10-minute mark is coming up here in a few seconds, and we'll get that coming up indeed. So fight is beginning here on the rooftops. Lasso is going to get missed there. That's unfortunate for Ray, falling off of this position. And it's not looking particularly strong there for them. Abrahams, on the other hand, have full control, full command of the position on that urn. In the meantime, there is a defense on the right side of the map from Leviathan. 2 against 2, trying to keep that Guardian up. Those 2 Guardians actually taking very little damage. Given that we're over 10 minutes now, that lane's been very even.
So, the rotation coming in here from Abrahams. Leviathan, they have really good urn contest here, Dan, and it may be put to the test. You see here on the right-hand side, Page, again, absolutely chased after. The swap just in the nick of time from OCs. Perfectly timed here in the frozen shelter. not the favorite here for Together when the Kelvin's not on his team. The dive successful, 2 down. And the Urn, you're holding the Urn as Taz going, okay, maybe another time. And wait, Rayek in pursuit here.
Well, Overkim is gone, and the Guardian's under pressure. Who laying it down there? Ray trying to make the escape as the Shadow Transformation comes on in. And looks like Ray will be able to survive, but oh my goodness, Sanya Sniper and Hoots, this Warden and Pocket combination has been absolutely devastating. They are like a couple of bullies just running around the map, doing whatever the hell they want. And that's a very early Walker CP. That's not what you want to see.
And it's Walker that may not even be paid for by an Urn trade. You may get the Urn too. Together's back into the fight. Takes down OC's. Abrahams. More momentum on their side. Together. Love to get another. However, the focus fire turning onto the Shiv. Not enough HP. Ends up going down the right-hand lane. Now into a bloodbath situation as Demov falls. And what's more, you got the Urn running away. Saint may have enough clearance to get behind the Walker. But while Leviathan's been stuck in this eternal Urn fight, you know, as mentioned, Dan, they paid the price on the left-hand side. They lost a Walker pretty early into the game.
What's kind of interesting, though, ZP, is that the soul distribution is something to look at because... Ooh, what a catch on the Taz with the lasso. Beautiful, beautiful work there from the Cowboy. Or Cowgirl, I should say. But yeah, the distribution is souls here. But hold on. The Affliction from up top is going to be dropping straight on top of Overseas and the rest of the team. And they're looking to clean up.
Could have been even bigger, but in the end, it's going to force Overseas out. Demov, the final execution towards the end. And now, see Sanya. Last stand, chasing down Fremont. Also know where to go. Urn going to be picked up. And, oh, take a look here. Walker trade? Wouldn't be the worst if OC's is able to finish it off, but you got the Haze over and in, and you got no swap to deal with it. Still, that mid-walker, prime real estate later on, but look at all that's been given up for that split push onto the Walker. Wait, Abrams? Charge? Surely you can't prevent this turn. And no, the turn-in is good. Abrahams getting real serious back row advantages now, Dan.
Yeah, there was a moment where things were looking a little bit better for Leviathan, but right now they are getting absolutely wrecked on these objectives. The deep dive coming on through, maybe all the way to the Walker, but eventually that's going to have to be cut off as we'll get Abrahams falling back off to the rest of the map. They do have significant, control. And I was going to say, ZP, like this, the kind of saving grace in a way would have been that, yeah, Warden's really far ahead, but the rest of the team for Abrahams, like Limov, Saint, Taz, Together, they're not very farmed. They're pretty much even or maybe a little bit further behind than some of the Leviathan players. So it's actually kind of like not as bad as it might look, so long as you're avoiding the Warden. So that kind of gives a window for Leviathan to still be able to win team fights and find picks. But they are now 11k souls behind at the 14-minute mark, so it is certainly still a grim look.
This is tough. I mean, you look at where Sanya is at right now. Any fight Sanya goes to is almost a order to retreat on sight from Leviathan. Whatever it was back in Naruto, where it's just like, hey, you see the fourth Hokage? Yeah, leave. Just leave. That's Sanya right now. You just don't want to fight him if you can avoid it. But instead, we do have this fight going off on the left-hand side. Hoot chasing down OCs, and we'll see where OCs goes. OCs does have swap here, so it's not as surefire as you may think. Sleep Dagger in on the Obikim. Frozen Shelter coming on out as Leviathan. Try and turn this one. I don't know if anyone was actually caught in that shelter, though. It may have just been more defensive. OCs, though, trying to turn the tables back the other way. Swap was used. Hoot really, really low. The last little bit of Arctic Beam, not enough to finish him. They grab Task, but Hoot may be able to get out as Demov comes in for a little bit of cleanup of his own to turn it back in Abraham's favor.
Certainly, and the fight continues all the way through to the tier 3 camps, and it's actually not a terrible look here at all for Leviathan. They did lose a couple players ultimately. They're looking to still scrap around here. Abrams will be able to TP away overseas, staying safe for now. And Ray, ever able to be able to escape with those jump pads, despite being quite low after that fight. And a couple of these walkers for Abrahams are actually getting kind of low. That mid-walker is really, really low. So good progress on some of these objectives from Leviathan, despite the difficulties. And here comes the chase down. Demov is looking to take out Fremont, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
Fremont dead for 23 seconds. One of your best contesters of mid-boss. This is where you wonder, do you go for it? Or in this case, get mid-walker, perhaps a little bit more pressure, clearing things out. Urn control, though, is going to go the way of Leviathan, and this is where you really consider mid-boss trade, because you don't love contesting not neutral Urn in this instance, but if they go for the full turn, and you do have a window to just take down mid, and based on the minimap, it does look like Abraham is saying, you can have Urn, we'll grab our mid-boss.
It's insane how far ahead Sanya Sniper is right now. It is surprising that Warden isn't picked up more. He is extremely oppressive to play against. And here comes the contest here. They're going to go for that one. Are they going to be able to deny any of these rejuve pickoffs? It's 2 players down, though, for the Leviathan side. They lose every crystal. And now Unleashed is Sanya Sniper looking to cage people.
You know, his abilities are just a bonus. His real ability is gun. What do you do well, Warden? Gun. I just shoot. Like, turned off the body cam, and he's, you know, he's just doing things on the streets of New York at the moment. But overseas, trying to back out. Maybe getting the Walker's saving grace here. But the Anvil comes on down. Courtesy and knockdown. And yeah, Leviathan, you know, the lead could not as big as you might expect, but I think that's about to change drastically here, Dan, in just a moment.
What's actually interesting is that Overseas actually managed to catch up to Sanya Sniper like really reasonably, only 5k behind now. So as bad as this looks, there is always a world that they can find to bring this back. I mean, the problem is that if they lose too much in the way of objectives, they will lose too much map control, and that has profound impacts on the playmaking capacity to kind of get back into the game. So I think that's one of the things that worries me the most for the comeback, or how comebackable this game might be for Leviathan.
The upside for Leviathan, I mean, you are running with both Holiday and Paradox. You have opportunities for picks. Those opportunities don't feel as good when the other team still has 2 rejuve charges. That much is for sure. I'm not closing the door on this just yet, but the thing about the fights, like a winnable fight for them is one where A, Hoot doesn't land a multi-man affliction. B, Sanya just doesn't get value. Like, Sanya just needs to die to something comical early in a fight. If you can achieve those 2 things, winning the fight is actually reasonable for Leviathan, but doing such things, maybe another story. Like, it's not the easiest thing in the world.
Agreed. All right, well, this is perhaps the biggest nightmare. I mean, there's like no. It just. I mean, what do you do? This is literally just the Grim Reaper. It's not Warden any longer. It's the Grim Reaper. If you see him on your screen, you're already dead.
Yeah, he's now in the. You're on the screen. I'm going to lightly track you, and you are going to go back to spawn. This is endgame Warden carry. And when you have this much difference between yourself and the soul count of the rest of the team, you just get to bend the rules of reality, where, you know, a lot of people look at Deadlock and go, okay, Spirit is generally, you know, the way the play is generally really powerful for most heroes, but the upside of Gun is if you get ahead of the game, sometimes you just hit your break point of no one can actually be on the same screen with you.
Yeah, and, you know, there's still a couple of rejuves left to play with too, so the entire Abraham's team can play with a lot of aggression, as their risk is somewhat diminished having the extra lives. And look at the map control. There's absolutely 0 for Leviathan. They've been put under house arrest.
Again, their win condition here is so remarkably small. Everything has been set for a map 3 here so far.
Yeah. And it kind of, again, brings me back to that point about drafts. And you know, I mean, for this one, the draft, I do like the draft more for Abrahams. But also, the part of the problem is I feel like one of the edges that Abrahams has is that they do have someone that can play pocket really well here, whereas typically Leviathan would have at least Empty Dreams that could, you know, really compete for that spot. And I don't think, I think that's like an edge that Abrahams has.
I tend to agree. I mean, I think getting Pocket 6th pick, like last pick overall, was that was a little bit too much value, especially when it's such a comfort pick for Hoot.
Yeah.
I don't love giving that up. You also gave together the Shiv.
Yeah.
Demov is. I mean, Demov is good on a lot of things, but especially good on Yamato.
Yeah.
I don't think Leviathan wanted to play Kill. I think it caught him off guard, but okay,
Yeah.
SBK caught off guard. Hooked. Overestimating his own survivability. Ends up dying without even dropping the frogs, and maybe this is a window here for Leviathan. See if they can get a little bit more off this opportunity, but guess what? They're on a timer. Here comes Warden. Sanya drops the last stand. Needs to get line of sight on things. Right now, he's blaring the siren, and no one is around. He's just using it to get home early off his commute here, Dan. There was no official business done with that last stand.
No official business whatsoever. Now, speaking of business, we have the action. Leviathan looking to try to make this fight work out and just get getting pipped at the post here. Together in Taz, able to take down 2 players pretty quickly there. Leviathan, and the HP is dwindling so quickly. Look how much HP this Warden has. He's just so healthy. Nothing can touch him. Everything bounces off of him, and the damage output is horrendously high. And so this is absolutely rooting and just running over Leviathan right now. Leviathan just cannot stand toe-to-toe at all against Abrahams.
They're running out of time. Because you look at how these fights are breaking down. The lead is continuing to grow. Okay. Flammable, this is... He's still hiding. All right, but can he get back to base successfully? This is Kelvin's Metal Gear Solid arc. I think he's done it, Dan.
Nice. There you go. Well, yeah, this really sucks. They are the Walking Dead right now. They are the Walking Dead. CP.
Also, I think the timer on this game, realistically, 30 seconds, mid-boss is up. Based on how Abrahams usually plays, they probably send it. I don't think they need to wait for a pickoff here, Dan. I think mid-boss comes up, you go for it, and you dare Leviathan the challenge, or you go for the fake and then kill them afterwards. Either way, Abrahams gets to set all the terms and conditions in the next fight.
What is the math on having like 38, 39k souls at 23 minutes? How many souls per minute is that?
It's pretty close to 2,000 souls a minute. Clearly it's under, because we're not that math, but it's got to be like 1,700, 1,800 souls per minute. That sounds about right to me.
Added to yellow.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. I will calculate. 1,700 times how many minutes? 24 minutes, let's say. Or 23 minutes.
I'll make them.
I do like the
39.
Unstoppable.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, you're
the
right.
way,
You're out spot on, DP. You're actually, I think, literally spot on. so about 1,700 a minute. I used a
But-
calculator and everything.
No calculator here, just guessing, you know?
Oh, I love this part.
Okay. Earn gonna be locked in on...
Has arrived.
Again, I think if you look at this from Abrahams, you go, take the Earn. We'll take mid. But they may be interested in just trying to catch this and end it here and now, as you see them chasing down the back end of Leviathan. Right now, it's Kelvin in the crossfire. So Kelvin ends up getting caught towards the very end. Fremont also in danger. Can't quite roll out of that one. Shadow Transformation uses... Okay, nope. Demov says, I'm not going to go super deep. We're just going to go back to mid. And now try and contest this down low.
Yeah, mid boss and end should be very doable now. Especially, you've got Vampiric online for Sanya Sniper. He has everything he needs to just be constantly alive and just absolutely ripping through everybody. So, no challenge for this at all. I mean, it doesn't even matter if they get the Urn right now. Like, that doesn't help Abrahams at this point. Or rather, sorry, Leviathan at this point. But it does set up potentially some nice fights, because look at this. Abrahams were ready to punish this.
Let's get this show on the road.
Yeah, now, okay, you're down 2. And you're up against 3 Rejuvenators. And you're up against a Warden who was just done from his audition of RoboCop. He's been augmented, man. He has all sorts of, like, extra buttons to kill you with. And by extra buttons, I mean he just hits you with gun even harder.
True.
Not a great spot to be in, on the whole.
Pew pew pew. All right. Okay, let's get our skates on, shall we? Like, send it to the base. And being held by Abrahams, that's gonna force some action. I mean, it's in combat territory. If you're Leviathan, you don't have to go for it, but you probably should try and race and get a catch on together. Getter's actually going to get killed, but obviously there is a rejuice crystal. Is his teammate's going to come here to help him out? I wonder. Where is his team?
Hoot's certainly think about it. They see Hoot in the skybox. Frogs at the ready. Briefcase, cloak. Looking perhaps a little bit more. Not quite clumped up enough to go for the affliction here just yet, but it's enough chaos to clear out together. Swap, though, coming in towards the end, looking for Sanya. The raid boss has been engaged, and his HP actually starting to move down. Getting Rejuve charge out here on the Sanya would be great. Warden, if you have enough focus fire, you can take him down. So one Rejuve charges down. Instead, now going back into the fountain is Leviathan, trying to hit away at the advantage of Abrahams, using the base pretty well here, Dan. And could they possibly get another? Swamp not up here just yet. Hoot in over the top, drops down. Frog's 4-man affliction. The plague has spread, and Leviathan needs to get back to base in a hurry.
Oh, that was the worst possible thing that could have happened. Is actually great progress previous to that affliction, and now that's going to give all the momentum for Abrahams to get into the base and really finish off the business as they look to take care of the objectives now. Pick up onto Fremont. Be very helpful. Dude is dead though, he did die after that, so there is a chance here for a potential hold. 4 players still up here for the base defense, and the fact that they've done so well, I really feel there's like a huge overperformance from Leviathan as they keep chasing this one down.
There's no Rejuve, he already died! Can you kill him? 500 HP, 200 down! Gives the life for it is the holiday, but look, if you're looking for any opportunity back into this game, you take what you can get there, Dan.
That's kind of insane that they managed to get rid of all 3 rejuves and they managed to get 2 kills on top of that. That is actually an insane performance from Leviathan. There has to be an insane overperformance. I feel like getting any amount of rejuves there was really impressive. And I don't know, there's a comeback soul, dynamic in this game that allows Leviathan to catch up a bit more quickly. But there is so much catch up to do here, ZP.
It's a long way to go. On one hand, it's notable that you're able to take down the Warden, and it feels good that, okay, he's killable. But what have you gained in turn? You got a few kills that didn't even give you the overall edge and map control. And even if it did, mid-boss is still down. And in 10 seconds, you're going to have to deal with Mr. Raid Boss one more time. So it's not quite the full turnabout Leviathan is looking for, but it does prove that there are some scenarios where if Abrahams messes up, Leviathan can punish.
Okay, then. Okay. 30k difference, or slightly under 30k. I don't know. I'm really trying to think of the way that Leviathan can come back into this game's EP, and I'm just still struggling to find it. Obviously, getting picks is going to be one of the tickets, but it's very hard to do given how tanky Abrahams are as a lineup, and also because Saint has can always send the horses in. To try to save people. There's a lot of ability to save the teammates.
One thing that's important to note, they were able to defend shrines in the last attempt. Comeback-wise, if they had to come back down 30k and missing shrines with the advantage that you get in creep pressure now when shrines are dead, probably not going to happen. But in this instance, yeah, they still prevented the absolute worst case scenario of the last push. But once more, if you're Abrahams, your advantage is big. Realistically, you just want to wait until mid-boss. Like, you're okay playing it cool and then force a mid-boss fight that Leviathan has to contest, but isn't well equipped to fight.
Okay, so we're getting to the 30-minute mark, and I got to say, ZP, another thing about this game. This has been a very one-sided game the entire time. Like right from the early game, it was insanely dominating from Abrahams. The fact that they haven't closed the game here, I feel like there's a lot to be said for that. That we're at the 30-minute mark now with a closing differential. I mean, it's still like around the 30k limit, but there's Abraham's giving a lot of respect here and really trying not to give up any single edge or advantage.
Well, the 30k limit also stops mattering as much because once you start getting to around the 35k range, the extra items you get, it's more marginal in value. The benefit you gain from Warden going from 20k to 35k is a lot more significant than what you get from 35k to 51k. As far as impact on your build, your ability to do damage, and thereabouts. So if it stays even, Leviathan is actually drastically increasing their odds and making something happen. So there is some pressure on Abrahams to do something with their lead, but the do something here is probably going to be the make mid-boss screen in a minute.
Yeah, definitely. And the catch on the Taz, a huge pickoff. Huge pickoff. That is so impactful with the mid boss coming up as well. This could set them up here.
I can't believe the lassos that Rayek has been hitting all game long. It almost looks like, okay, is that a good time to go for lasso? Goes through the door frame, still finds it. However, with the pick on the Obakim, Abraham says no Taz, no problem. But they make the mid boss scream. They're going for a fake here, Dan. They don't want the full commit. I think they're aware that 5v5 it may not end up in their favor. Instead, gonna get the Yamato engage onto the Viscous. Actually, not the worst target as far as Leviathan is concerned. Now the fight taking place up on the top. Charge coming in here from Page, used early. Chase down on to Kelvin. Flammable hunted down in his own dome. And now locked into danger was OCs. That was not where OCs wanted to be. Frozen Shelter or no. Still, Abraham's losing another in the chaos. We'll see where this one goes. Killing blow in on the free mark. Together. Making this a little bit better. Leviathan down 4, and we'll see where they go. Finds the Abrams at the end. And that may be all Leviathan needs to end this game.
Yeah, it was a good effort. The fights got a little bit too scrappy there. I think the whole team was separated in a way that was not conducive ultimately to helping Leviathan in this overall team fight. And so there we go. This is going to be the Rejuve crystals. Chaining those killing blows there made it all too easy for Together to really just crack open the base for Abrahams to take full advantage. And now finally the shrines can go down. Finally the first stage patron can go down. And okay, Demov, all right, we get it.
Might not just be first stage patron, as it turns out here. Shrine's gonna go down, first stage patron, and well, I say that. You have 3 rejuves. Abraham's playing this real safe. Like, far more safe than I would expect. I think you could make the argument they could just brawl and team fight in pit with 3 rejuves and they win, but they go for earn turn in and they want to make it, you know, a little bit cleaner. Get a pick off on the outside before full committing, and they just get that pick, Dan, with Obakim going down.
Certainly do. Abraham's now looking to just constrict and suffocate Leviathan as Leviathan are forced to once again hide in the base. And waves crashing in from all sides. Ults are all online pretty much. Affliction, maybe one of the most important. And that's Hoot looking for a good connection.
Last lasso of the game, perhaps, from Rayek, and enough to get a rejuve charge out of Demov, but take a look at the Patron. Patron's not looking very healthy. Everyone into the pit, everyone into the meat grinder. Abraham's not going down without a fight, even up the series 1-1 here in our EU money match.
Yeah, great victory on map 2 from Abraham's to take us to a decider, and I think Leviathan somehow hung on exceptionally well. I think there's a lot to be said for that, but again, you know, there's a lot to be discussed with the draft. That was it, from start to finish, an incredibly strong game from Abraham's.
Yeah. And we get to the highlights here, and I think you kind of touched on it, Dan. I think it was a really good point in the course of the game of just, for a game that was so Abraham-sided for most of the game, Leviathan kept it reasonable as a fight. Like, even when everything was going against him economy-wise, it was looking bad. The fact that Leviathan kept this a close match and it wasn't a 19-minute steamroll is impressive in and of itself for just how poorly this game started for them.
Yeah, and it just seemed like they were always like so behind as well. Like the fact that Hoot and Sanya Sniper especially on the Warden, was so far ahead very early. They got a 4-minute Guardian, and then they went into mid, and then they got like a 5 or 5.5 minute Guardian in mid as well. So that they were so far ahead and so dominant across the entire map. That was the story for 30 minutes basically. So it's kind of outrageous that it was so hard for them to win the game, and it wasn't because they misplayed anything. You know, I wouldn't say that it's because Abrahams just didn't do the fundamentals well. That's like, you know, that's absolutely not the case. It has to be because Leviathan played really well from behind.
Yeah, I think part of it too is that even when you're playing from behind, when you have Shiv, Viscous, you do have the ability to make objectives a little bit more annoying than they would be. I mean, Flammable was still able to get some isolation picks on the Kelvin, but also the player of the hour to me, and I never would have expected it from a sub perspective, has been Rayek. I mean, Rayek on the Holiday had a really good game this Holiday. Rayek was not the reason why Leviathan lost that game, And remember how the draft started? The draft started as a "we hate you, Rayek," in particular, because they went out of their way to ban Vindicta, pick Hayes, which were the two heroes that Rayek had played earlier in the day. So Rayek kind of proving, no, you can't actually ban me out of my hero pool, and good on that. I think for me, before we head to break here, Dan, the thing I want to see changed out of Leviathan going forward is maybe not giving Hoot the pocket if you're going to be giving up things like the Shiv to together. Just too many comfort picks for me that got picked up here by Abrahams.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. And if I was to pick any one thing out of this game, I think it would be that the laning phase was really where all the problems started for Leviathan. I don't know how you solve for having a better laning phase against a Warden and a Pocket. It might come down to the draft, but I think that's, of course, the biggest thing to solve here.
Yeah, I think the draft will be adjusted, and I mean, we'll see. Leviathan, this is the best anyone has looked against Abrahams in quite a while. It's 1-1. Who knows what a game 3 may bring? But here, we do have to take a break. When we come back, the finale here in EU for Night Shift. Who's going to win it all? Is it going to be Abrahams once more? Will Leviathan finally take the crown? Words are hard. The money match is reaching its conclusion here on Night Shift. ZP back here with DDK once more. And Dan, I gotta say, we didn't necessarily expect this coming into today, but it's why we always do the preamble about, hey, you never know how much a team could have leveled up in the last week, because we've seen this story before.
Oh, we totally have. But I mean, the wrinkle to that is the fact that Ray is a sub for Empty Dreams. Empty Dreams being one of the key players, the person that plays the pocket, the playmakers, very important role. Subbed out for Ray, who has been incredibly good. I think every single map he's had a very strong performance, which is so exciting to see, and on a different hero each time, which is I think so exciting now as we get into the final draft CP, because it still gives me a lot of hope that Leviathan can find a way to kind of edge the draft in their favor. But as we're going to get into the bans, and we're going to find out where the differences lie.
All right. We'll see what changes up here. One big note of change is that Leviathan changed up who is first and second pick here. At the beginning draft, they wanted first pick. Now, they lost the last map. They had the ability to choose, and they decided, no, we want to go second. And already we have a change up here where Abraham says, there's no way we're giving you Paige. And to me, that kind of indicates they don't want to play against Paige, but they also don't want to first pick it.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to analyze that. And it is an interesting change up. Obviously, the fact that Abraham's are getting to go for the ban first. We have Billy that's been banned, I think, every single time from Leviathan, so no change there. And usually the Leviathan are able to get Abrams first. So there is always the world where there could be a steal. I don't know that Abrahams would do it, but
Abrahams, I think, is going to go Shiv. I think Leviathan will absolutely be able to get the Abrams here. I'll be surprised, but okay, no. They decide they really like the Abrams even then. But think about what you're giving up in turn for this. You're 100% giving up the Shiv. You're potentially giving up the Doorman if Leviathan want to run it. Historically, they haven't wanted to run it. If anything, I think about it here, I would also kind of like to see them get the pocket a little bit earlier. Obviously, they let it go way longer. You get the Shiv. But getting the pocket now, I think, is good, because I don't think you want to deal with Hoot again. Hoot was your number one issue at the beginning of the last game. I don't know if they'll overpick the pocket, but I do think it should be on their radar when you're considering what to prioritize at this stage in the draft.
Certainly. And okay, so that's cool. So that's really cool to see, because Mina, obviously not available, has been getting banned, and OCs most certainly, I would imagine, would end up being the one to play the Mina. That's my expectation, at least. But for Abrahams, on the other end of things, this does open up a Page. Oh no, sorry, they can't pick Page. Page is gone.
Yeah. Let's open up Doorman if they want to go for it. And they go the Paradox earlier. I don't think Abrahams has really loved Paradox getting stolen away from them later in the draft. Leviathan, if you remember in the first map, I think they grabbed it a little bit earlier, around like 4th overall pick for themselves. So I think Abrahams, that caught them off guard. They don't want to deal with that once more. But do they go with the Doorman earlier? Do they not prioritize it? They go Viscous. I think this comes back to the idea that they know Leviathan doesn't want to play Doorman and is actually more likely to just use a ban on it. So I think this read is pretty reasonable. What I'm curious on for Leviathan, Yamato is a key part of how Abrahams plays. They've played a lot of Yamato in recent times. They prioritize Yamato in both games. Do you either pick Yamato here or ban it? Because you pick Doorman, that tells me, Dan, I think they're banning Yamato.
Okay, we'll see if that ends up being the case. I think there's also an interesting question as well for Leviathan is Haze, also Vindicta, also Holiday open. Holiday might be a good pick because it's high value for Ray, and you can get it at the end of the draft. So that might be strategically sensible. And there you go. You're correct. You are correct. Yamato does get banned by Leviathan.
Now for Abrahams, what do you hate more? Do you hate Haze or do you hate Vindicta? Either way, Rayek is going to get one of the two of them, unless he's actually going to come in as the Doorman player, which would be wild and even add more to the Rayek lore that's been pretty considerable today on the whole. But
the day of Ray, I feel like.
Yeah, they get rid of Vindicta and they go, Rayek, you can play Haze. And if Leviathan wants Rayek to play Haze, they actually have to pick it here, or Abrahams has shown that they're totally willing to pick it.
And I still think that there could be a Holiday that could be on the back end. That's another option. So
trying to start some trouble.
Bebop. Okay, that's interesting. I was going to say, if you pick Abrams, you're kind of paying the Bebop tax. You know, overseas obviously is pretty legendary on the Bebop, and Bebop is, I think, a little bit undervalued at the moment, at least in EU. So, at least that's my personal opinion.
Yeah, Bebop, I mean, the stat hits he got hit with over time, people have soured a little bit. I mean, you still have Hook, it's still one of the best abilities of the game. It's still really, really good. But, okay, you're picking Lash. This is definitely incentivizing Leviathan to maybe go the Haze a little bit more, if it still makes sense within their hero pools, just because of what we saw Rake was able to do back in the challenging match, where it made Captain's life so ridiculously hard every time he was going for a Death Slam.
Maurice and I got your back.
Moan Krill comes in. We haven't
that's
seen this in a while in EU.
The other thing too, I got to say, ZP, that's interesting about the Lash is that because they already have Viscous, from a hero pool point of view, you kind of know now that Lash is probably being played by Hoots, or Hoot is playing Viscous, and but because like, okay, what does Demorph do? Because Demorph has a great Viscous too, so it starts to narrow things down a little bit. And there you go, you're totally correct. The Haze comes out as a response. And what's the final pickup going to be though? They've got good utility and CC and frontline and DPS.
I like Warden
would be nice,
because it's twofold. A, Abraham still needs a gun carry, and B, you need a little bit of meat if you're Leviathan. And they go Ivy, so
the OCs of Ivy.
Ivy's good. I think I was talking to people behind the scenes, and a lot of people do think Ivy is a bit underrated at the moment, and teams have just kind of gone weird about it. Like, to the point that people are saying, God, I hope they don't buff Ivy because she's been getting picked a little bit less. Like, that would not be a good response. But you have to think Warden is probably how this finishes. Oh, it's Viper!
All right. Okay. Interesting.
I wouldn't have expected this. I mean, look, Viper is a much bigger menace than people may realize at the moment, because it hasn't played. It's been played in comp, but it's not like insta high pick in comp. But the way Viper could take over a game is terrifying. It is a little bit weird though when you think about the things that Sanya is usually on, that nothing is a true sort of M1, carry the game sort of hero in Sanya's usual style for Abraham's. It's a different look entirely here, Dan.
Yes, it is super interesting. I mean, there's quite a few questions here for me, because I would expect that, let's say on Leviathan side of things, that Ivy would be an OC's hero, but also Mina tends to be an OC's hero as well. So I'm like kind of not sure who's going to play what when it comes to that. And the Viper pick and the Moan Krill pick is really interesting. I feel like that you need to tempo this game right.
Yeah, I mean, even the early game tempo, I mean, both sides have a lot to look forward to. I mean, I would say Abraham's probably has the better early game by a reasonable margin, but it's not like your early game is weak if you have Mina, Doorman, Haze. It's definitely weaker than what Abraham's bringing. I mean, Abraham's bringing a nuke to the early game, but it's not without options for Leviathan. Also, while we wait for the teams to get into game, an announcement of an announcement that I have here is we know the new patch is on the horizon, and we want to do a little bit extra for the community in that time. We have not set it in stone yet, but we are looking to do a draft night, likely on the Saturday after the patch comes out, and it is going to involve some of the most known streamers and competitive players in the scene. Basically, we're going to take 12 players, we're going to do captains, they're going to draft their own teams. They're going to be in voice with us as they draft. We're going to make it a bit of a spectacle, and we're presetting the matchup. So for example, one of the matchups we're thinking of for our first map, we'll do 4 maps. We're going to do Team Deathy versus Team Metro, and they'll draft of the remaining people. And then, maybe do a Vegas versus Lord NM, something along those lines. But we want to hit some of the age-old community rivalries and, make something fun that people want to enjoy when the patch is at its hottest. So again, we'll have further details in the future, but likely doing that the Saturday after the patch, which, maybe if we're lucky, Saturday next week, Dan. You never know.
I'm just trying to not think about it, because, like, obviously I want it to happen and it's exciting, but it's just painful. It's painful to, like, go to Reddit every day and be like, oh, has it happened yet? Or what are people saying about it? It's like, oh, why am I putting myself through this torture? It's better to just forget. It's like, not looking at the clock, when, because it just makes the time pass slower. It's the exact same kind of principle. But we're going to go into the match here. This is the decider. Leviathan, I feel like, legitimately have a solid shot at Abrahams, who have looked indomitable for months now at this point here in Night Shift. Will they be able to do it, Leviathan? Bring it over the line. They're going to be against a Viper as well and a Moe and Krill. This is a crazy draft, I feel.
Yeah, this is gonna be an interesting game. I'm excited to see where this one goes. I mean, I think this one is a little bit more even on paper draft-wise, and it's a shift in how it usually goes because Abrahams generally picks teams, Dan, that are the late game champions. Abrahams, I don't think wins if this one goes late. I think definitively they probably lose if this one goes too late. So they are all in on the early to mid game slam with their comp, and we'll see if it works and they can run away with it, or if Leviathan can endure the storm and be the new champions of EU.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very good question. Like, I'm just super curious about how this is going to work out. So, okay, OCs on Mina, flammable on the Ivy, so it's going to be more of a support Ivy. Fair enough. And that's interesting though, because you know that allows Ray to play Haze a bit more greedily, I suppose.
Poison's ready.
I think for Rayek, what I really want to take stock of this game is how aggressive the ganks happen once you hit 3 minutes. Because in reality, when you look at how it's set up, it's going to be both Dmov and Rayek looking to make opportunities for their team. Like both Viper and Haze look to make things happen once crates get opened up. So we'll see how this one pans out.
Abrams and Viper is kind of a strong mid lane. It's going to be very interesting to see how it goes. I have to say, I do feel like conventionally I would expect Leviathan to win off this draft. Just because it's just kind of like you're saying, if this goes late, and I think Leviathan already showed, even if they're behind, they're good at making the game go late. It does give Leviathan a pretty nice edge. So that kind of means that Abrahams really do need to have a strong impact. They need to get a decisive lead in the early to mid game, you would expect. And so I feel like that's tough. So I'm leaning Leviathan to win this series.
I like Leviathan's odds here, but also the early game pressure can be insane as already we have Viper on the move, going over into the right-hand side. 3-man pressure into the right, but so far, Leviathan is able to kind of suspect that things are happening here, back up, and not fall victim to the early Viper pressure, and instead you take a look at it, it's Dmov, a little bit on the run from Ivy.
Oh, by the way, as well, you know, you mentioned that Haze is a problem for the Lash, but so is Overseas, and this is a nice bit of damage coming out here from Flammable into this mid lane. Oh, Abrams is so low. The bomb gets on him as well. He's certainly going to be finished off now. Very nice there. Together gets taken out, and Overseas is a problem on Bebop.
Overseas, there is one point where you could argue legitimately in contention for best Bebop in EU. It was a title that kind of went round and round, especially if you're talking about people like Tass in the conversation. But Overseas, one of the strongest Bebops in EU for sure. Looking over to the right-hand side, where mobility on the map has been all over the place here. Especially as you take a look at middle. And I'm just expecting, the next time that we see something like a Haze move towards middle or the Viper take off towards another lane.
Yeah, I agree. Already, I think this game is much more interesting. Saint's going to be playing the support mode, so it's going to be a low econ game for Saints, I would imagine.
Saint just ate a ton of poke there, by the way. A little bit of fancy footwork from OCs. Just rotating around and still able to land decent damage here on the Mina. Things quieting down a little bit. You talk about poke, and OC is going to get tested a little bit 1-on-2 as Freemox said enough was enough. Went back to base to get full heal, and things are getting a little bit frisky once more in the mid lane.
They are. I like this Abrams skin quite a lot. I'm a big fan.
It's grown on me over time. It just it has a simplicity to it that I really enjoy, but okay. Just a quick little bomb touch, no hook required. In the middle, and take a look at Lash. Lash is on the rotation here and now for Abrahams. They want a little bit more. Hook comes in. Viper was a little bit aggressive because of Lash coming in. Ends up giving up her life, so even with the rotation, it's not a clean hit.
I feel like, you know, once this game gets, you know, fully into the deep into the esports world, it'd be very cool if there was, you know, essentially teams could request, or they would have to pay modders to build them their team skin, and there's certain like guidelines that Valve will set for it. But then, you know, that's like going to be a cool part of the economy in the future. Like, you know, it's just a fun thing to think about.
It's going to be huge. I definitely think the amount of customization in the game, like what modders like you know, Aze have been able to do early on, it's just unreal, and you know, it really makes you excited for the future and how things will develop. Looking here, lanes have stabilized once more. The rotations have ended for now. You take stock of the game, and it's 21k to 20k. Pretty even here so far, Dan, which realistically, that's a win for Leviathan. The pressure is on Abrahams to be taking over the early game. So the fact that it's even at the moment, really good tidings for Leviathan.
Yeah, it is. It is very interesting. It's very interesting. Oh, there's a swap coming on through. Ray's going to be able to escape. If Leviathan win today, I mean, Ray is I feel like a big storyline.
He's not going to be a sub anymore. He's full roster at that point. Like, I don't know what happens to Empty Dreams, Dan, but you don't go, oh, hey, thanks for subbing and making us #1 in EU. You're off the team, though, by the way. That doesn't happen. Also, chase down, looking for Freemock. Freemock's movement on Chiv is actually just so clean. You know, one of the heroes that has one of the deeper skill curves on movement tech, and Freemock, slippery as a fish, as Seismic Slam in from together, up over the top. What she was looking for in the meantime, but gets the position here on the Overseas into the charge. Siphon Life, and Overseas is getting the evac treatment, the medevac, as it were. Airdrop via Flammable, gonna stymie the worst of it.
Yeah, this is actually something I wanted to mention in the draft, but I forgot, which was the Ivy pick is interesting too because of the split push potential, because you can kind of buff up a teammate and then just save them by flying away. So you can create this advantage in rotation, where you force the other team to react, and then you just fly away at the right time, and you can kind of get this, like, you can waste their time whilst you are pushing lanes. So it's Ivy has that's a unique thing that Ivy can do. You know, Mirage, if Mirage is doing that, he has to TP away. You can't take someone with him.
Definitely very, very helpful, as 3 minutes from first buffs and earn coming up, then, you know, in a way, it feels like not that much time has gone by, just on the fact that all Guardians, rather most Guardians still up. Some pressure here from Abrahams, though, on the left-hand side. Going a little bit deeper as look to punish Obakin, who's left on his lonesome for now.
Okay, so getting active on the map a little bit. Abrahams, you do have the Sinners spawning, so Abraham's making a go of that left side Sinner of their opponent. Pick that one up. They're going to be getting that, I believe. So good lane control there from them, so for Abrahams. In the meantime, this mid Guardian, pretty weak for Abrahams, definitely looking to defend that. There's a lot of presence here. Leviathan, 3 players on this mid position. They want to get rid of this Guardian.
Looking, hook, not quite going to connect. Yeah, middle, getting pretty intense, but also here on the right-hand side, Nox Nostra being invested by OCs, and, you know, a little bit deeper diving, looking for Sanya, who needs to get further out of the way. Punch and Bebop. You see Abraham bringing the pressure with 3. Goes for the Hyper Beam, and then, nope, maybe not. Was trying to bait out the bola, and does. The problem is it's a lethal bola, so, okay, you've saved your Hyper Beam, but you're still dead in the end.
Okay, well, this mid Guardian is still going to be under pressure after all of that. Leviathan bringing in a lot to defend it, though, so still managing to keep theirs up. So a big fight over this mid position. What a spot here on this pillar. Freemock will be able to get out. This mid Guardian still under a big contest.
This is tense. Still, Dimov looking for Obakim. Big catch at the beginning, or rather hoot. Old habits. Dimov was on Mars back in the game. Right? Hoot, able to finish it off, which is Obakim, and okay. Defend your slot machine is what we're seeing here from Rake.
Pretty even game so far. Right side Guardian goes down finally in favor of Abrahams. And once again, a big presence on mid from Leviathan, looking for the hooks, looking for this Guardian. They should surely get it, I would imagine. there's not that much to defend it from this position right now, and an overwhelming sense of players from Leviathan.
Imagine if someone was down. That would have been a ridiculous ground strike. But back and looking at overseas.
I see Ivy.
Leviathan, hoping his hooks can make the difference. Off on buffs. Hoot and Dimov able to grab both of them. Combo though. Up and over. Immediately gonna stop though. Airdrop out, and it is the Bola comes up into the air. Still may not be enough to confirm the kill. Ground strike coming in towards the end. Hoot able to set up for 2. And slowly but surely, Leviathan getting kind of run over by Abrahams right as the urn is now being ferried by Obikim.
Okay, so running that one across, indeed on the doorman. And is there going to be a response here? That lane needs to get pushed a little bit on the right side to claim the urn control positioning. It is making its way ever closer now. And what's the decision here for Abrahams? Do they want to trade something, or do they want to fight the urn?
Dan, why is Viscous in the left lane? If the other team's going for urn, your best person that can test urn turn in is Viscous. And we got Sanya a mile away. I mean, it could work out. I mean, Viscous is still going orange build, and is more of a carry role here. But it's a little bit weird that part of the reason why you pick Viscous is the good ability to test turn. Instead, Abraham's doing it with the whole rest of their team. They're diving on in on the right-hand side. As we see Sanya getting jumped on the left of Nox Nostra. So we got a full team fight on the right, and Sanya fighting for his life here on the left in the 1-on-2.
Wow.
Gonna drop the goo ball through the doors and might have found the way out of real danger, but no, you're still getting hit from Mina towards the end. 120 HP in a dream. Is he gonna get out? It's looking like he's living it.
Dude, that was like computer assisted movement. I felt like it was too perfect. How is that so perfect? That's crazy. Oh my goodness.
Also, how did no one die on the right-hand side? And you just look at the mini-map and it's chaos. So no Viscous, no problem. Dimov able to find the pick on the Obikim towards the very end, and see where the urn is. The urn is still in control of Leviathan. Flammable taking care of it. Hook comes in here. Is the fall through going to be for Hoot? Bomb comes in. I don't know if anyone else is here to make it happen. Freemock coming in a little bit late. Lands one dagger, but I think enough speed for Hoot to get out.
Yeah, more fights continuing here as well. At the top of the steps, Freemock gets taken down. Nice assist coming on through from overseas, who will get under fire right now as well. Lots of pressure. The door is going to send him all the way back, though, which is going to allow him to live. And super interesting game so far. 10k advantage, though, has mounted for Abrahams. And that is kind of the advantage, I think, that you wanted to see them in. And I think one thing about the solo Viscous is that, in theory, much like an Ivy or a Mirage, you have escape tools with the ult to get away. And so you can apply big pressure, farm up, threaten the walker, and then just roll away. When you get Amina, though, that silences you, that's really one of the bigger counters, I suppose.
Yeah, and even still was able to live just enough off the movement to get away. But yeah, in terms of what both teams are angling for, Abrahams needs to be at this level of up here so far. And it's kind of interesting that Leviathan have turned the urn into a hostage situation. In a way, if you feel like you're going to lose it, it's for the best. As once more, a little bit more pressure coming in the Sanya on the left-hand side. Not as deadly as it was before, because this time you got a Viper backing you up. The Bola hitting onto Freemock. And Freemock, with the Paradox coming in, surely is going to be going down here, but still making his best attempt at Shiv's movement to get out. But he's pinned in on all sides, and the punch seals his fate.
Yes, right now it's actually looking really nice for Abrahams. Really solid on that 10k advantage. Here's another connection. The charge comes on through, and conversion onto Ray takes him down under the walker. And the Hyper Beam is going to get interrupted. Death Slam is looking fantastic there to do so. And with that, here comes the Nox Nostra. And that should be helpful here in trying to slow down this push, but there's actually way too much here. Viper on the other side is going to be able to help deal with the Mina, which will convert now this Walker into their hands. But in the meantime, they are also getting the Walker on the left side, because you got Sanya's Sniper who's just beaming it down.
Yeah, Sanya's just dodging Ivy, getting the Walker, no problem whatsoever. Meanwhile, Freemock gets parried off in the Veil. Absolutely no way out of that situation. And Abraham's getting macro advantage after macro advantage, keeping the pressure up, and Viscous finally probably about to finish off this Ivy in the 1v1. The punch to finish it off with a little bit of style.
Punching strangers would feel so good.
Love Viscous.
Also,
I saw a post on the Reddit that was kind of like showed all the portraits of the heroes, and it's like, okay, what, like when you think of Deadlock, you know, who are like sort of the most iconic heroes? Like, which heroes do you think of? And it is interesting because I do wonder about that, because there's so many have iconic designs that feel very Deadlock, which is a great achievement from Valve.
it really is. Well, you got the Sleep Dagger, baits out the Bola, and the crew is still here, so the Bola may have been used a little bit early. It stops the bullet dance, but doesn't stop the rest of the pain. Important pick for Leviathan as they want to try and keep this one somewhat close. Also, got to give big shout-outs to the $5 donation to the prize pool coming in from the Post Lamp saying, quote, "Got to do my part so DNS can last longer without a sponsor. We can keep DLNS Pregnant Viper."
There you go. We are so appreciative. You guys are the best. We have the best community for sure. And right now, I feel like Leviathan also needs some support here, ZP, because they are getting quite poor in comparison to Abraham's.
This is where Abraham's needs to be for the comp they're running, though. And the question is for Leviathan, can they, sneak an earn turn? Can they do something to turn this in their favor? Look here on the hoot. Sith fall through's gonna be knocks Nostra up and over, trying to use the bridge for a little bit of cover. Freemok in the chaos grabs the earn turn in, and that's huge. When you're trying to keep the game close because you want to get more of the late game, it's big for Leviathan, and they even get the pick off on the hoot towards the very end. Kind of a disastrous sequence for Abraham's, but may all be forgotten if they're able to secure the rejuve here in mid.
Yeah, this is going to be very challenging. I don't know that there's timing to get in on top of this one. Is there anything to stop this? No, the rejuve crystals here, all claimed by Abraham's. There's a hyper beam sent on through the stairs here, just trying to see what damage can be found. But okay, well, all three rejuves have been annihilated. That's a massive, massive play from Leviathan. That's exactly what they were looking for. And now it's going to be up to Leviathan to see if they can claim any of these kills on the exit.
That is a ridiculous play. He even gets the hook after the seismic slam. No escape, perhaps, for Together. At least it's going to be a tortured one. After the hyper beam that clears out middle, you get the hook onto the Abrams, and you see Together just trying to draw this out. Lands the parry, gets the charge. I mean, it's a miraculous effort, but the killing blow lands all the same. As Leviathan, what a way to deal with mid-boss. And Dan, you look at the soul economy, they are right back in this game.
Yeah, what was that differential? It was sizable. Was it 20k, 15k? It was around there. That's an incredible turnaround. That is an unbelievable fight into the mid-boss. Such good work. And this is one of the reasons why we've been really pleasantly surprised by Leviathan's staying power when they are behind the game against the best team in Europe. They have somehow been able to always find ways back in, or to make the soul discrepancy look a lot better than it actually should ever have right to look. And so now we get the follow-up souls now being claimed in the neutral camps across the map here, as we see Leviathan speedily doing what they can to try to catch up, close the difference as quickly as they can. And with that said...
We got clarification from production, Dan, answering your question, saying the difference was about 10,000 pre-mid-boss.
Okay. Not 15 or 20k then, so I was basically completely wrong. By orders of magnitude.
Either way, we are back in. And again, I think the real troubling part for Abraham is that they're running a comp that was their window, Dan. They needed the good mid-boss to turn that into a 20k, 30k lead. You don't want this game to go long comp-wise. I mean, yeah, okay, Gun Viscous is pretty good. I don't know if Gun Viscous is good enough to make this comp love getting into a 35-minute slugfest with Leviathan's comp, especially if Freemok continues to absorb farm along with OCs. So for Abraham's, this is the most tense situation they have been in a very long time. Remember, should they lose this map, we will have a new champion in EU. However, the combo is out, and Obakim is getting the business. Petrifying Bola thereafter, everything to stop him from getting through the door, and almost nearly makes it all the same.
I see Ivy.
106k to 100. And if your math's no good, that is a 6k difference. 5k now. Good thing I'm here to clarify that. So the assault onto the right side walker now looks pretty good for Leviathan. There's not enough here to stop it. So they will pick that one up. I don't know that they are vulnerable here to any chase down. Although Mina, OCs, has been caught pretty deep, so be careful. Mina, again, does have the escape tools, though, to weather this one. we'll be okay.
Also, Fremock's out for blood on the same note. He's looking for Sanya. Sanya's low HP, and Fremock is licking his chops all the same. Overseas, though, getting caught while that was going on. Viscous was able to shake Fremock, and Overseas ends up paying the price. And Abrahams, they think they have an opportunity here. We'll see where this one goes. Both teams kind of circling around each other. Abrahams a little bit, well, was in pursuit, and then quickly thought differently of it. Still have the spirit buff off on the left, which may be contested. You see Viper going up for it, and I think she's going to get it.
Well, Charge connects there onto Doorman. Overkim is very, very weak. The door is up there to try to get an escape, try to get that barrier through to extra survivability. And Leviathan are in trouble right now. They don't have as many players here, and they are getting focused down in this fight, so they have to do everything that they can to survive. Saint and Sanya Sniper of Abraham's getting kind of low here, but still, Abraham's overall looking really good in this fight and looking to claim some more kills as they chase him down.
Lane situation for Abrahams, though, not as good as they've been brawling out here. They get 2 kills, but the next part of the game, or rather, sorry, lane situation for Leviathan, lane situation for Abrahams actually absolutely fine. So Leviathan, not only do they lose 2 kills here, Dan, but they're gonna have to spend a little bit of time on maintenance to get some presence back up, and we'll see if they feel good enough to contest this urn. It's gonna be a little bit rough. Obakim's coming up a little bit late. You have Bebop kind of in the vicinity, but the lane is still pushed up to the point that I think they let it go.
I see Bebop.
Yeah, this is not an easy one to challenge. So I think you're going to be correct. Indeed, there is the claim for Abrahams. And suddenly, Abraham's CP. 15k difference.
From the somewhat disastrous mid-boss, it's a good recovery from Abrahams. Still kept under the guise, though, that they're against the clock to some extent. They need to not really lose a major fight again and get, another walker or 2 down, ideally mid-boss, and put Leviathan out of their misery. They can't really stand to have things get evened up, because I don't think they're going to pull a lead again if it does.
I gotta say, I do agree. And the killing blow has been found, though, from Freemog, so that's a pretty damn good pick. You've just picked off the carry of the other team. So that is a good way for Leviathan to begin to get back into things. A 10k difference now, so it looks like things could oscillate back towards Leviathan if they keep this one up. We do see a denied attempt of a pick from OCs, but gets caught there. That's a perfect catch off the Warpstone. And into the Baroness will go the Mo, freeing OCs, who is alive still. So this might backfire massively for Abrahams. They need to not lose a big team fight. And here comes the Nox Nostra over the top to claim this space as Leviathan's property. And they managed to completely command it. And now suddenly there is trouble for Abrahams.
Ooh. If that hook had hit, it would have been the stuff of legends. But you gotta commend the quick action from Obakim. Combo my Mina? Absolutely not. Take a free trip to the Baroness Hotel. Dimov, though. Dimov heading back to his neck of the woods. Abrams, charge. Trying to put a little bit of pressure on the ship. Seismic slam, though. The escape ticket out. We see the rest of Leviathan poking and prodding, and did they catch Hoot? Hoot right now is looking damaged. He's sleeping. Don't want to sleep here. The gargoyle slamming down on your face, but is still able to get the movement to get out, and instead it's Flammable who gets the worst end of that trade. Hoot a bit too slippery at the end.
Still though, about a 9 to 10k difference, so it really feels like Leviathan are in a good position here. They do need to clean up that left side lane, which they're doing at the moment, and they are currently also defending this mid-walker. But in the meantime, you have the glass cannon, carry Viscous absolutely blasting with his team. This mid-boss, they are going to force the action here. Leviathan have to respond.
They don't have a Death Slam, but they do have the Bola. The Rejuve is coming on down. Leviathan, how good is your contest going to be? The Doorman door is open. Doorman shenanigans, there's the cart. Not enough to stop the first hit. Rejuve won the Abrahams. All Rejuve charges to Abrahams, and Obakim comes up empty. Abrahams with a definitive edge here and now.
Oh man, Leviathan have managed to deal with a lot of poor situations, but this is really another one of those where they've got to figure out how do they deal with these rejuves, not lose like just all of the objectives, not lose kills. Can they somehow find a place where Abrahams don't get too much value out of this? It's very hard to do. They've done that a couple times so far in this series. They have been called to do it again, and like you said, ZP, I think one difference though is that in the other games where they did that, they did manage to make the games go quite long. And in this game, they do have more of an edge if they are to do that again.
So, as I look at this here, I think for Leviathan, you're going overseas, show us a miracle. If you want to whittle down a rejuvenator, create an opportunity for something to go good, or you just find Sanya up over here and go, you're not immortal. But it's also viscous, so judgment may be wrong. The counterplay coming on in, Tass swaps over, lands the swap. We'll see if Fremont is able to escape. Fremont dying would be disastrous. And the Hyperline! Demov, right place, right time. Hyperline interception. Massive pick on the overseas, where now you don't have to worry about a hook ruining your day for the next minute.
Yeah, this is a massive, massive play. And there's 2 walkers still to be taken. And Viscous is battering those base guardians as well. So right now, attacks on all fronts. The urn has been stolen away. It's a comeback urn. There might be a chance for Leviathan to potentially contest that. Maybe. I don't know, though, because 2 players still down. And there's some pretty quick progress across the map from Saint. So this is a huge threat from Abrahams right now.
Fremont, no fear whatsoever, but maybe he should have feared a little bit as Abrams comes in from the side, crunches him in the closet. It was just a piece of green gooey bait. And when Leviathan came back from Rejuve in the past, Dan, they weren't making these mistakes like Fremont just did there, thinking that Sanya could go down. So this is getting more troublesome by the second for any hope of Leviathan. And wait, does Demov Hyperline again? What in the world? Demov, the Hyperline master. He's not even done it just today. He's done it in previous matches, but the sneakiest of Vipers.
Yeah, Demov really showing the work on this hero, making it look pretty good. Down to 100 HP, still keeping the Rejuve Crystal active for now, as 2 players still out of this one. It's on the bench until they can respawn and losing the walkers. I think that was always expected. It was really about how long can Leviathan kind of force Abrahams to take to do that, to come to that outcome.
40,000 souls. If Leviathan were to complete the comeback now, it would be one of the greatest comebacks in Deadlock history, especially given the stakes. But Abrahams, very likely, are showing why they are the champions. Now looking for the shrines. The miracle hook, not to be. Misses there on the right-hand side. Not likely to have a ton more help here on the left, but we'll see. Flash picks up the Bebop, says, fishing, that's for me. No more threat of the hook here. Shrine is still up, though, but perhaps not for long.
Stop them.
Sanya Sniper, that's just basically a machine gun. A turret. And the base is getting absolutely wrecked here. Abrahams laughing at anyone that thought that their trophy was in contest here, CP, I feel like. They pulled out the Mo and the Viper in one draft. And this is the result so far. Absolute domination here. 40k difference in souls.
They may be looking to end it right here, right now. Only 3 up for Leviathan. All still up here from Abrahams. No rejuves, no problem. The patron is getting melted. Leviathan has been a fantastic effort, but all things may have to come to an end. Fremont, though, is 2 killing blows. Said, I didn't hear no bell. Bell still may be ringing, though. Hyper beam down into the pit. Last gasp here. Overseas takes down Sanya Sniper. Hold the phone. Leviathan not done. But the minions, the minions, they are done, man. Oh no. What a way to end.
That's one way to end it. Abraham's 2-1, so not the clean sheet, but the dominance continues. The story of Abraham's owning Deadlock in Europe has been maintained. So good performance from them. Again, I wasn't sure what to expect, CP, but they did it.
I got whiplash from that ending there. It's like, they're in the game. Wait, they're actually Miracle Defense. Everyone's out of the pit, but you forgot about the 7th man, the Winions, the true MVP at the very end. But that was honestly, what a wild series back and forth. End game, Abraham's put together to get several good team fights in a row, leverage their comp while it's still at max power, and take down Leviathan. But you can't say that it was easy. Leviathan today gave them their best shots that we've seen in months.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this was a very interesting series from the draft to draft. exchange that we saw. We saw the storyline of Ray fitting into the lineup really, really well as a stand-in, and as a stand-in that was playing different roles. So, I mean, you don't have to just credit that Ray had incredible performances, which I think that he did across 3 different heroes, which is in of itself remarkable. But also at the same time, the rest of the team adapted really, really well around him, and it never looked like they had a sub playing on their team, which I think was fantastic from Leviathan too. So, there's a lot to be said for what we saw in this game. And I think, at the start of the broadcast, we framed it as in, hey, this Leviathan team, we're seeing evolution. And the evolution just continues. They continue to get stronger and to be more of a challenge for Abrahams.
Some trends go across games. And when this happened, when the Winions finished off the game, there was also the battle cry of C9, which, of course, if you've played any hero shooters other than Deadlock, well, you're very familiar with the C9. And honestly, that's certified. That's authentic. It's farm fresh. It fits all characteristics. Where if people had just stayed on the point and dealt with the minions, I don't think necessarily that Leviathan was going to bring it back. But the chance wouldn't have been 0 like it was when you let the minions till your throne.
Yeah, totally. Those little troopers, man, they add up. And speaking of adding things up, we got the statistics, all of the numbers here. And anything that stands out to you, ZP, other than Viscous?
I think the damage that Demov was putting up was pretty ridiculous and probably a little bit more front-loaded. I think if you go earlier in the games, Demov was likely crushing it. But also, I just think Demov's place towards the end of the game to keep Leviathan off track, get multiple hyper lines, which is almost unheard of, was unreal. But also, I look at Sanya, and Sanya was consistency in the 2 games that Abrahams won. You can't really ask more from someone in an M1 carry role than what Sanya was able to do on the Warden and the Viscous, where think about the escapes that Sanya had in this game, Dan. It wasn't just the damage, it was the attention that Sanya was drawing and not actually paying for it with his life.
Yeah, totally. I think there was like a really good balance as well from Sanya. We saw him kind of playing the M1 carry role, so you have him in this spot where he's like soloing the left side lane, and he's up against like Mina and other factors. He's not getting it for free, so really showing excellent movement and a Viscous that's just orange that still has really high survivability and high threat potential, which I think is like one of the things about this game is that you want players that are able to create a threat level where the rotation of the opponents is inefficient. So they're bringing over 2 players to deal with 1, for example. Like this is like never a math that you want to have to do to deal with 1 player.
All right, well, we do have our MVP, and it's a tough call, but overall, you gotta give it to consistency. Sanya Sniper, the MVP for today. Massive performance on the Warden, the actual raid boss in map 2, and slippery as a goo creature could be here on the final map. Just making things happen all day long. And, Last Stand was partially cosmetic at points here, Dan. The real damage, all from the gun.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this Warden was particularly gross, and it kind of seems like it's basically the same hero, as you're saying, just the gun, as we see, and also with the same projectiles. It basically is just Warden reskinned almost in terms of playstyle. That's like the cask instead of the, like the goo splatter. It's actually very interesting, the parallels. But very, very strong, and very strong performance overall, and that was very much needed. I think Leviathan did such a good job in this game. You needed everyone to be on point.
Well, for Abrahams, I'm happy with how things turned out here today. It was good to finally get the money match to 3. It's been a long while, and truly competition is at its best scene-wise when you never quite know what to expect on a given day. And the one thing you can't deny after watching Leviathan has leveled up. I look at a lot of what happened here today, not so much as Abraham's having a bad day or people throwing, but Leviathan looked really good. And to top it off, they did it with the sub and Rayek, where who knows what the roster is going to look like. But man, if you can find a way to keep Rayek on the team and figure that out with Empty Dreams, probably be a good thing, because it was a winning combination here today.
Yeah, totally agree. He played so well. He was the best surprise of today for me. I really enjoyed how well he was playing across the different heroes. And I think, when you get to the Holiday, we're starting to think, oh, maybe what's he going to do now? It's like, oh yeah, he plays Holiday. And then it's like, oh, he was actually a large part of the reason that they stayed in a game they were getting crushed right from the beginning. And it was Ray's like lassos and the picks that was keeping them in the game. So, I mean, just hats off to Ray.
So before we head off to North America, we got our halftime report of the show of hero pick priority and item priority. Of course, opening up with the hero priority, and no one likes the GOAT, or at least no one wants to play against the GOAT. Billy, 4 bans, nerfs or no nerfs, it is still the character that has been priority number 1 to take off the board. Although a lot of that is because people just want to play the Abrams. So really, Abrams has been the most valued hero here today.
Yeah. I think that's a very good point. Abrams for sure has been super valued. I think one of the interesting other things to note is the prevalence of haze. I don't think we'll see this in NA. I think this is one of the bigger differences. NA doesn't tend to value haze in the same way, but we could see today, I think, really on full display why haze can be very effective if you know how to use her. I think that was the biggest surprise for me in terms of the priority, was seeing a prevalence of haze. And also like seeing Lash, still, being a very, very strong pickup and having big impact as well.
Also on the other side of things, a little bit tough for those who like to burn. Furnace back in the doldrums. Same with Calico Mirage, which is kind of interesting given that Mirage was a very high prio pick, up until recently, but some of the changes and different takes on the meta have kind of hurt him. I think part of it is whenever heroes like Warden are good, they start stealing opportunities from heroes like Wraith and Furnace, Mirage, and it's just how the teams have been constructed here so far. But definitely an interesting look at you. We'll take a look at the items before we head off, see if there's any changes. And well, Dan, Cultist still really, really valued.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it again across so many different heroes as a really efficient way to get some of that gun statistic. And obviously, there's just like extra dynamics to this item where it allows people that would be slower to farm to be able to farm a bit more quickly because of those tier 3 camps. You can just like run by and pick them up. And so there's a lot of like reasons why this item is very, very, very good. And it is going to continue to get bought, I think, unless it gets mega nerfed or reworked.
Also, right before heading to break, we've been talking about how you can donate to help the prize pool, as we want to get as much money to the players as possible. And right as we're about to go to break, from T Speedman, $100, no donation message, but I'll tell you what the message is. You are awesome. Thank you so much for supporting the show and the players. It means a lot. And with that, that's the best note here, Dan. We're going to go off to a break. When we come back, North America will be on the way. Half the show still to go.
America.
Ladies and gentlemen, check your Steam right now. The patch It's still not out, of course. It's not going to be coming out until next week, like I told you over on my stream, but we're back here for the North American portion of the night shift. Jason Kaplan joined by the one, the only, the man of many talents, not only casting, observing in our EU side of the show. It's Jake. Jake, welcome to the show. Give you a little bit of a round of applause. Maybe look to
Thank you. That's my observing debut, Jason. I've always wanted to try out observing, so it was a lot of fun to get the chance to do it and, you know, showcase the game in a different light. This is like assembling my esports Infinity Gauntlet. You know, I've been a player, I've been a coach, I've been a caster, I've been a host, been an analyst. At this point, I need to be like a team owner and a league commissioner. So Valve, hit me up. You know, I'm always I'm always available.
I don't know how you find time for all this, man, in between your modeling and casting gigs, doing observing as well. It's kind of crazy, but we are here, like we said before, for the North American portion of the show. And it is pretty much a full-on rematch from last week with a couple of different teams mixed in here in North American. And funny enough, Jake, in the beginning parts of Night Shift, or back then it was Fight Night, EU was always the region to watch. It was quickly turned over to North America, and to get you guys caught up to date with what's happening is a best of one to kick things off in a challenger match. So we'll take a look at the schedule for you guys. And we're moving on to a best of three finals with money on the line. But Jake, Floormen and Bunny with Clock, a tale as old as time, it feels like these days.
Yeah, and the Floormen are you know, bringing back together a lot of players that, you know, were of the Hydra Nation dynasty really in the Fight Night era, and also bringing together some new faces, hoping to build something with a bit more staying power. So I'm excited to see if they can put up a fight. But man, NA has been insanely competitive. These top three teams, I mean, Melee Creeps has been pretty decisive. I think their last win put them on a 9 series win streak, or a 9 night shift win streak. So obviously they want to go for the double digits. It means a lot to them, I'm sure, to rack up 10 in a row here if they're able to get it done tonight. But it's honestly never looked harder, right? I think Bunny with Clock have been steadily improving. I think the Floormen are a team with real promise. This is far from an easy win for Melee Creeps, despite the incredible record they've shown.
I just have to say, do you remember the last time Melee Creeps lost?
Like I honestly don't. Wait, I guess it was that old
Shift
Sneaky
12
Golem roster. I like
it. It was right after they won the trolley event that we did. So they won like 5K, and then they went on to lose Night Shift like the following, well, I guess like half a week. It was really weird to see. But ever since then, non-stop winning. But our first match of the day, of course, will be with Bunny the Clock up against Floormen, and we'll take a look at the rosters in just a second. Because you know what? I don't know. We'll look at it now, and we'll go back to something after this. Since you do see Floormen coming in here with Lord and M rejoining the team, and I have to say, Jake, I've been watching some scrims that he did with Melee Creeps as he was subbing in for him. I saw him last week. I feel like he steadily improved and probably took to heart a lot of the hate he got of only being able to play Mo and Krill back in the day.
Yeah, we'll have to see, you know, what they pull out nowadays. We did see a little bit of Mo in that EU match, but it's definitely been a hero that hasn't been so popular with all the roaming and activity in the early game that has been kind of characterizing the current patch. So, but across the board, this Floormen roster, right, there's so much star power here. Think about players like AVG and Pashipop getting a lot of the farm, being able to kind of take those in-game leader roles and really step up controlling the tempo of the game. Incredibly solid on those roles. Hydration has just been the hyperflex for this team, although it seems like he's settled into a bit more of a support role. And then playmaking, you really have just an embarrassment of riches here. Lord and M, Zerbzy, League, whether Rocker's playing or not. I mean, you have a lot of options on this team and a lot of different looks they can bring to bear. So it's kind of crazy to think that this team right now is probably third best in NA, right? Like in the standings, I mean, Bunny the Clock solidly have beaten them a few times, look like the stronger, more consistent team, even after losing Pashipop. And then, of course, it's Melee Creeps on top. So it's just, NA Deadlock has really leveled up over these last couple months, Jason.
And it's kind of weird, too, to see, you know, Pashipop on BWC, they were a very strong team, but to see him jump ship to go over to Floormen, I think he saw something in this roster and in this team and what they potentially can do in the long run in Deadlock. But let's take a look at their opponents really quick. Bunny with Clock coming through for another week. And they do have Matt join the roster to take place of what Pashipop was playing for the team. And if we're to point out, you know, one-star player on this roster, I think we're both going to agree. I think chat should probably agree. Everyone should out there be agreeing that our eyes are definitely on Aiden and what he can pull off.
Yeah, Aiden has grown and grown in my estimation from, yeah, like a really solid player and a couple of pocket picks to now expanding the hero pool, playing more and more characters, looking like one of the better players in North America right now. I mean, maybe that's a little bit of a surprising call considering, yeah, they haven't won in quite a while over Melee Creeps, but in that map that they did win last week against Melee Creeps, Aiden just like took over the game on the signature Vindicta. So you almost feel like you have to go back to respect banning Aiden's Vindicta, which in a meta that she hasn't been so popular in really does kind of hurt you as in a team opposing them. And even if you do ban the Vindicta, he can still bring it on so many other characters. So this is a team that has looked really impressive and kind of came out of nowhere, right? From our radar of, you know, previous players on top. This was a new roster that kind of came together and has made a real splash now. And they're really hurting for their first win against Melee Creeps, right? They've been so close so many times. You always want to believe that this is the week for Bunny with Clock.
And you have to hope that I think the time Aiden's had to kind of adjust to being more of the carry player within this roster, knowing his Vindicta's probably to get aura banned. He's been actively on a stream playing a lot of different heroes, trying to kind of level things up around the board. But also I think Tanner had a little bit of a rough time last week. Him and Gibbs kind of swapping things over. It's weird to see Tanner, I believe, was on Viscous and Gibbs was playing something else when normally we would see Gibbs to be the Viscous player. But identity, maybe something you need to work on. Matt as well. He's probably going to have that pocket available since Vindicta would be banned out. But before we do hop into our Mo and Krill 1v1, Jake, of course, the show, it's not about us, not about necessarily just the players. It's about the community as well and how you guys have been supporting us throughout the creation of Night Shift and even back when it was Fight Night. We appreciate all of you out there, and you can continue to support us over on our Patreon. Tetsio and Matthew S. I think maybe we hit his last name, or maybe he hit his last name. The big 250 supporter, man. Ridiculous stuff. But of course, Afex coming through with the 100 and everyone down there. What I want to start to do though, Jake, we always shout out the top of our patrons. We never bring up any of the $5 Night Shift residents. So I think, like, you know, once or twice during the show, we should just call out a random name. For me, I'm going to go with Anu. Big shout out. Thank you for the $5 patron supporter. You see it in the right, the second row, third from the bottom.
I see.
Who do you got? Who do you want to give a shout out to?
I want to give a shout out to Soren Markov, always in the graveyard shifts, checking out, you know, offering good questions, insightful commentary. Cool to see them supporting as well. But at any level, guys, whether it's on Patreon, is a great way to support us, great way to keep the stream running and, you know, allow us to continue running these events while Deadlock is in such an early nascent stage. We talk about this a lot, how, you know, everyone believes in the future of this game and like the big things to come. But to be able to put on like a quality esports level production for everyone wouldn't be possible, right? From week to week without our patrons, without our Twitch subs, our YouTube members, and also just all the viewership, all the support we get from across all these different platforms. So really just appreciating the community. A lot of love, especially to our patrons, though, keeping the lights on here at Night Shift.
Yeah, and all the people donating to the prize pool every week in and week out, where we do sorts of things with the upcoming sponsor, hopefully in the next few weeks, to really kind of ramp up the money for all these players to make. And of course, some fun little activities for you guys at home, as ZP did mention, talking about a draft night, the announcement when the new patch comes. But I think Team Deathy up against Team Vegas, and they'll be picking teams and you know, swapping, I believe, between them as well. We'll see how that one's going to kick off later on. But it's time to get into our first match here, Jake, which means we have to kick off our Mo and Krill 1v1. I'm wondering, what is our adaptation of this going to be at some point? Or are we always, for the end of time, going to be doing Mo and Krill 1v1?
Mo and Krill 1v1? We should think about that. We should do like a seasonal era. Should it still be a melee 1v1 with a different character? Does it even change anything if it's a different character?
I don't know if we do melees. Maybe we do like 1v1 lane battles. And you have to pick your own hero, but it's like blind picking.
Like Vindicta, no items, but with like snipe leveled. And
only snipe. I like it.
Snipe only Vindicta duel in the maybe I don't know, maybe around. Maybe we can make like a custom map or something. Because have you seen some of the custom maps people have made, Jason? Of like, there's movement maps. There's like different, like there's like a single lane map I think that was made by fans. So there's a lot of cool customization in Deadlock right now that we really only scratch the surface of.
There's a map, that Gluten Snake. If you guys out there, I'm sure most of you out there know who Gluten Snake is. It's a map that's like very high ground oriented. So instead of fighting like on a horizontal axis, you're fighting more on a vertical axis. It's kind of crazy. I just put a couple of videos about that, so you can go check that out if you're interested. But we do have Doorman being taken away, and honestly, Jake, doesn't surprise me. They have to change or nerf or figure out what to do with his doors and the earn turn-ins.
I think some teams are just saying like they don't want to deal with it. I will say one thing I noticed from Abraham's in particular in some of those EU finals maps is they were postured so far beyond the door, or beyond the earn drop rather. The doorman like couldn't really even get close enough to put his door down, and so by preventing him setting up a door, by being there super early, they were kind of able to outplay some of that worry of like the free earn turn in. But it's still like it's just such a big ask of teams to be able to mark that one. Bunny with Clock, they're going to open with the Mina. Floormen ban out, or rather open with the Shiv against a banned out Mina. So interesting situation here. There's an opportunity for Floormen to maybe snipe the Vindicta for themselves, which would put Aiden really down far into the comfort pool, maybe towards something like his Warden.
I don't know who would play Vindicta on their team. Or if you'd
Go
have like
together. Big
it's a good
raid.
po- Oh, yeah, thanks so much
333
together.
viewers. Shout out together. Congrats on another win, man. You guys just unstoppable. Although this week it's probably a little bit scary for together.
Yeah, so on Floormen, I don't know who'd actually be playing Vin on this comp, or you have to kind of address it. Do you take it away to deny it away from Aiden, or do you allow them to play it? But I wanna scratch your brain with something really quickly, Jake, about Doorman. Because Trax, who was playing earlier on in the EU portion with Lowkey W, he theorized or talked about something of seeing a Veil Walker Doorman. You put down a door somewhere in the jungle on your side. You go through a veil, go straight through it, and you go look for a carry, drop your other door down, and your entire team runs through and just completely catches that player off guard.
Yeah,
I'm
like
really curious if that's going to happen.
Bring the gang out of a doorman door. I mean, I could see it. I could see it. I think it's interesting. The only downside is you'd have to be like the time risk, right? Of your whole team waiting on a door, hoping you find something. But honestly, I kind of like that concept for like a late game play. I do think like a doorman's one of those characters that is just like, you know, it's there's gonna be new techs figured out in like a year from now that have always existed and just no one found. That character is just built to have insane, crazy techs. And Bunny with Clock responds with the Abrams, so both teams getting a very bulky front line so far in the draft.
Yeah, but Bunny with Clock, they're allowing the Vindicta to get through the second round of bans. Is it going to actually be banned away, or is it going to be taken up here? I would assume if you're Floormen, you kind of have to go for it, especially if you're going to be picking a pocket here who has a negative spirit resist, making it very easy for Vin to snipe you. And of course, the control you get with the tether of like a Billy and a Yamato together. You don't want to have to use a Shroud Transformation to get rid of a tether right off the bat. But I'm expecting the Vindicta ban to come through at a Floormen.
More time to plan.
No, I would say they go with the Paradox, so they're gonna. I mean, at this point, I don't see why. Although now that I say that, Floormen do still have, I think, the first pick coming off the ban phase, so there's still one last chance for them to snipe it for themselves. But it is going deep enough now where you wonder, okay, maybe they're just saying, look, you know, Aiden, you're kind of on the carry role now. It's not really going to fit if you're on Vindicta, that you're going to need to pick something like a Warden or a Wraith, right, to carry the late game. And wow, Bunny with Clock banning out the Dynamo. I mean, I know they have picked some tanky characters, some frontliners here. Shiv and Abrams actually do kind of hate playing against the Dynamo because, you know, you think you're going to be able to get in and make your way out of fights with your second skill, but then, of course, that Singularity or even the Stomps can really mess you up. But Floormen grabbed the Viscous, which honestly looks like one of the top gun carries right now in terms of the build that's being played on Viscous, right? Once you get that Glass Cannon, Vamp Burst, you're not only so high DPS, but also you have the mobility to come in and out of fights the way very few gun carries can.
Oh yeah, and you're so safe too. The fact that you have a cube, you can puddle punch yourself or the other main team away. If you ever seen Goober play, and the mobility he has with puddle punch is ridiculous. But again, it is kind of a telling sign of if you're gonna go gun Viscous, that's a heavy investment that you have to feed specifically to him, which means you have to sacrifice that from somewhere else, and where that's gonna be is yet to be determined. As an Ivy gets picked up for Bunny with Clock, Ivy with Healing Nova with the Watcher's Covenant is kind of insane and kind of catches you off guard. And the Viper, I mean, you got to observe the Viper in the last game played by Dimov. It's so scary early on, and I feel like to me Viper plays a very similar role to Haze in that mid game where you look for the roam, you look for the Bola Strike, then you pop down, or sorry, Petrifying Bola, and then you pop down Lethal Venom, and you basically pop someone before they have a chance to react.
Yeah, and there's that pick page. Talk about a hero who's going to be a little bit more sacrificial in terms of the soul count. Great laner alongside Billy, but also I think, you know, gives Viscous that space to you know, go farm a side lane. Page is going to be perfectly happy to leave and just commit to fighting pretty early in the game. And Mo and Krill rather is going to be the final pickup. So Lord of M's playing this. He ain't beating the allegations today, but you know what? I respect that even more. It's not about proving anybody wrong. It's about getting these dubs. And against Bunny with Clock, you can't play your punches. Their draft's like a little bit wild right now, frankly, from my perspective. Like the Viper, the Ivy. I guess they need kind of a gun carry to close this one out. Yeah, okay, it's gonna be the Warden. So Warden versus Viscous. It's new Warden versus real Warden. Let's see who ends up being the better gun carry. Although, of course, mostly it's going to come down to the farm potential. How do you see that like late game matchup playing out, Jason?
Like a Warden Viscous or like comp?
Yeah, in terms of like two carries matching up, because I'm pretty sure the meta right now, Viscous is going to be a gun carry.
I'm trying to think if you're going to see a natural capacitor build, or sorry, a natural curse build for the side of Bunny with Clock, and I would have to lean towards Viper carrying that. The cube is going to be a very important factor in this fight, and since you're not building capacity more to get rid of the cube, you have to depend on that curse to really shred and give someone the opportunity. I kind of want to, I think it depends on who gets the glass cannon stacks. Like, I want to lean towards Warden because of the shielding you get on your 2, and your last stand can be something you really have to play around on the enemy side to respect. Whereas Viscus doesn't have that natural like zone control out of his ultimate. But I think it really comes down to who gets the stacks early on, man.
Yeah, who plays into that farm. I think a lot of it comes out of like how much you're able to snowball that early game. And we're looking to get into this opening match of the day. It's going to be, rather of NA, it's going to be Floormen taking on Bunny with Clock. Bunny with Clock have won this matchup a few times and against different rosters, different looks from the Floormen, but Floormen were very competitive last week, and I think they're going to be really hankering for a win and honestly a fresh chance in the money match that they've been waiting for quite some time for a lot of these players.
Let me, while we have someone connecting for Floormen still, let me bring up a topic actually to discuss here, Jake, and get your opinion on this. Box maxing. I mean, I know you're seeing that in all of your games. I mean, anyone in a tournament is seeing this box maxing. I kind of want to hear your thoughts on it and kind of, do you see it as a positive or a negative to the health of a laning phase?
I actually am I'm pro box maxing. I mean, there's always like a line on it, but I actually think it's cool to see people not just going out for boxes around the middle of the map, which incentivizes you to like go for a gank. The way I see it is like it mitigates the risk. You know, if there is nothing out on the map, no resource for you to go grab, then well, you maybe would just AFK in your lane. And you know, the fact that you can at least grab boxes on your way, I think it gives you an incentive to go take those risks, to go for roams. And honestly, I think the game is really fun right now in the early game when things aren't that locked down to the lane and there's a lot more freedom for players to meet up and group and take fights before they're level 6. It gives like a different flavor to those early game fights.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm kind of in the opposite spectrum on that one, funny enough. I understand the idea of box maxing and trying to pretty much maximize any opportunity you can get when it comes to the economy. But I think with the way the laning phase is right now and how non-interactive it can be, as we obviously saw a kill come through, you know, really early on here onto AVG, there's like no incentive to interact. The healing's so strong, it's almost really hard to get these kills unless you have a super favorable matchup. So it's just kind of, all right, we're just gonna drag out the laning phase until we get to a point where we can start to fight in that mid game. But I'm also more of a pessimist than an optimist, to be fair.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to see if the, you know, much vaunted incoming patch makes any big changes. You can expect, I think, a lot of changes, and I'm sure every aspect of the game will get looked at. That's going to be the excitement of that potential patch to come. Viscus laning mid with Yamato. I mean, this is a very high pressure lane, but Warden can give that pressure right back as well. So I think there's a lot riding on this mid lane with probably the 2 carries of the game laning against one another. Like whoever gets the better start here is setting themselves up for success in terms of snowballing and getting into that cult sacrifice a little bit earlier.
I think the maybe one down. I would put Floormen actually with an advantage in this lane just due to the fact that lethal venom, if you're trying to use it in lane, you're not roaming, which we can see him already do on that right-hand side, then it's going to get canceled out completely. As we talked about the box maxing, I mean, look where Aiden is. He's completely behind the wave. You can see Pashi trying to push this one up while he's actually trying to go for the box in the meantime. His teammate League is doing the exact same thing. And then Cool Cheese, more importantly, I mean, this is what Viper does. You pretty much get level 2, or you get your lethal venom online. You start to roam, and you look for those kills in these lanes to make that impact, knowing that there's really no point to sit in your lane.
Literally, he's looking more for the boxes than the kills.
That as well, yeah.
Well, you're saying he's like, nah, I'm looking for boxes. It's crazy that the sewer was full cleared of boxes at 220. I will say maybe box maxing has gone too far.
Also, big shout out to Hydration here. He takes the Mo and Krill, and Lord and M's going to be on the pocket.
Oh.
So he is beating the allegations for now. Well, let's see if they win.
Okay. All right, Lord and M. Hydration, definitely a stalwart Mo and Krill player.
What doesn't he play?
That's the thing.
He's the shark, I feel like, of NA. He just plays whatever the team needs.
Yeah, it's true. I would love to see Hydration, you know, it feels like it has shifted more to a support identity. But yeah. I do think he likes playing some of those like heavier catch heroes. And he honestly was one of the early, I think, Mo believers in NA, right? Where there's a while, you know, I think like 6 months ago where there really wasn't much Mo being played. And I think Hydration was one of the earlier players to start bringing in and feeling like you can do well in the lane. I do think that's kind of Mo's weakness is he's a bit of a potato in the lane. And he feels like certain heroes can just kind of stay away from him and just poke him down. And you know, he's just not able to sustain unless he can hit those big scorns on you. But we'll have to see. I mean, so far, it looks like kind of a painful laning stage, although not the end of the world for Hydration. I guess he's allowing a lot more farm to go to his lane mate.
can't forget though, once you get that superior duration online for Mo and Krill, say hello to a 5.5 second disarm that you have to just sit there and put up with, or you're going to debuff remover it, which is a pretty much big investment if you want to go for early on. And speaking of early on, Cool G's going to be getting caught out here by Yamato. Lee looking for that kill, but he will be caught on himself, forced back into the Veil. The Potch Pop comes in for the kill over onto Cool Cheese. So Floormen looking to win out on this mid lane. And a pretty early kill. I mean, Viper is very squishy, so it's very easy to take her out.
That's kind of the dream scenario, though, for Viscous, right? To get some snowball kills early game, get some of that net worth fed over to him so he can build into some of those farming items, but clear the jungle just a little bit quicker than the opposition. But it's been a pretty quiet farm game, I think, overall in these lanes. Speaking of that, though, Billy getting a bit more action than he was counting on. He'll be able to just play his way out of that one. Not much of a chase coming in.
Need a little help here.
Abrams, man, I don't know if he's been a terror in your rank, but in my initiate 6 that I'm at, he's a massive terror for the amount of damage he can do. And if he gets ahead, like the tempo you can pull off with him is kind of hard to deal with here, as Tanner's gonna be the one to pick it up. And I have flashbacks to him stuck in a room hiding for his life just a few weeks back. But also Arctic, you know, we talk a lot about Aiden on Bunny with Clock. If we were to talk about maybe like a second player, typically, you know, it's Pocket, you look towards Matt, but Arctic's been steadily being that kind of AVG-esque role for the team, if that makes sense.
Yeah, he's looked really good on the Mirage when Mirage was in meta, and the Shiv as well. Another solid option for him. Billy trying to get a cheeky parry off there, but Abrams doesn't take the bite. Both Tanner and AVG taking a lot of pressure as Ivy flying in for the roam is going to probably push Cage out of it. There's just too much damage. Zerbsy's out of stam. Cool Cheese cuts him down.
And he gets a Screwjob dagger in there. I didn't think he had the lethal venom up, I guess. They want to get close enough for this one. And honestly, AVG, you're gonna, I was gonna say you'd almost have to give this one up here, but we see Cool Cheese back away towards the mid lane. And honestly, the impact Cool Cheese has created so far on this right hand side has been pretty damn strong. This is where already AVG had a tough time dying earlier on in this game at the start, but a little bit of a bout breaking out in towards middle as well while this is happening. Of course, Aiden trying to keep Cool Cheese alive and safe here as he returns back to lane.
I will say, I mean, this is a Page Billy lane, so to do anything but dominate is already, I think, a little bit of underwhelming performance. Right? You're typically, I think, picking this lane because you want them to just crush, and look at that timing efficiency from Tanner. Pre-heavy meleeing on the camp spawn. Absolute maximum efficiency.
I want to see if Ivy or Gibbs goes for that health Nova, Watcher's Covenant, as I mentioned in the draft. Like the amount of, you basically double dip in the heal, because if Ivy heals herself with Watcher's Covenant up, you heal the other target as well, but your healing Nova also heals them. So it's a massive burst of healing that I think kind of goes unrivaled right now, except maybe a super high spirit powered Kelvin for this one.
Yeah, but I like it because you're not full committed to support the way like a Kelvin, for example. It's like, yeah, you're slowing people down, but really 90% of what you're doing is like major support. It's like slow, heal, and then the isolation with Dome. But Ivy can still be a pretty significant fighting force. Speaking of fighting force, though, Lash, big ulti over the top, looks for a second, but can't find it. He's gonna be happy enough to just take this Mo and Krail hydration, rips the combo, but just gets instantly bursted down. Shiv there to assist that. Lord and them has to just fall back, doesn't have the affliction to force this fight. Although Yamato is here, so maybe Shiv could end up being in a little bit more trouble than I expected. He has this ultimate as well, and yeah, Arctic should be dead to rights here. Yamato getting a lot of big damage, taking the tower as well, but job's done here. Come back in, stifle some of that continued push. Turning into a bit of a party lane, though, with Viper also showing up.
Yeah, looking for the turnaround, and a stretch transformation up. There's a pretty good chance you could just blow that one through. Charged him still, and they're throwing everything they have at this Abrams, who just gets boosted up to safety. Even Slice of Impact comes out as well. It's a big commitment. Chain Gang and the ultimate out of Page to go for that kill on a Tanner, and he escaped with his life.
The Rusted Barrel and the Backstabber. So much annoying debuff here as now Warden comes into this lane. They sense an opportunity maybe to push down this Guardian. It's exposing their Guardian mid, so at this point, kind of have to commit to this Aiden. Abrams baiting a bit of the counterplay on the dive, throws a trap down. And a fight occurring as well on the other side. Lord and them just deletes Cool Cheese, looking to get a Guardian of their own here for Floormen.
Such big dives for just such meager objectives, at least for now. I mean, obviously with the Sinners spawning in as well, you're going to look towards both teams heading towards the double Sinners room, or also known as Puddin. You see the invade already come in, I believe, out of Aiden. I wouldn't be too surprised to see them transition towards some of those Sinners. Looks like they will back off to their own side of the jungle. But so far, taking a look at the stock of things, Pouch Pup at 8.8k, Jake. That's a pretty happy Gun Viscous right now.
Yeah, very farmed. Expect to see them both with the Cult sack. i.e. Aiden and Pashi. Means the gun damage you get from that item, as well as the ability to farm some of those tier 3 camps a little bit earlier. Definitely high value. A fast clear on the Sinners. Yamato maybe wants to get into some action with the ult coming off CD. There's still a guardian here. It won't be easy. Meanwhile, Pop in the other lane gets a kill. Combo, beautiful catch there onto Matt. Lash, no tankiness whatsoever when you can't deploy those movement skills. So, I mean, there's a couple players in this Bunny with Clock team. I'm thinking about Cool Cheese, thinking about Matt, who, hey, if you get caught by the combo, you're just instantly dead. Oh, missed it. It hit like the Walker's hand.
Walker? I think it can hit your own minions, if I'm not mistaken. I think I've definitely had a couple of times I've thrown it into my own creeps. So that's unfortunate, but like realistically, was the kill to come after that? Probably not. Pop was still extremely healthy and maybe trying to buy some time for it to come through. But as you mentioned before, Rusted Barrel before, we see Cool Cheese with his own, also slowing Hex in there as well to really, I guess, dominate potentially Lord and M, AVG. I don't think it affects Pop too much. Still gonna be very annoying and very helpful when it comes to these ganks in this mid game. But honestly, I think I kind of want to say he's been barely better than Hydration, but Hydration is starting to have a little bit of a power spike at this point in the game.
I see Ivy.
Yeah, definitely. Especially when he gets closer to that Warp Stone. I feel like that's a big moment for Mo where you can just reach out and grab people who feel like they're a little bit safe. Fighting on the drop. Yeah, it's just be dead to rights here. Viper gets knocked on the bounce pad, and there's a bigger chase down coming in. Ivy takes a big burst, but he'll be okay for this one for now.
Oh no, Arctic, you just gotta run away. You're overcommitted. There's nowhere you can run here. He's gonna quickly fall to Hydration. Another kill coming through for Floormen with 2 kills and the urn in hand. Big opportunity to push on towards this right-hand side of the map where Billy and Paige are already waiting. AVG and Zerbzy looking for that back to take down a Guardian as response to the Bunny with Clock is to push the mid lane Guardian at the same time.
Yeah, and I like what Pashi's doing here. He's holding a lot of aggro in the side lane. Gets a lot of stun, but this is pulling 2 players' attention, and I think he's going to get out of this one. So, you know, constantly forcing pressure on the side lane. I think this is one of the... Oh, yeah, as I say that, might be able to catch one more. Would love to find this kill on Viscous, but I don't think the knock is going to be enough. Other side of the map, big carry fight. Aiden needs to get a bit of value here. Lashall picks them up, sends them away. They just want to get Aiden out of trouble. So Matt, just deploying the ult purely defensively, recognizes that the Yamato ult is not something they can tangle with.
I believe I didn't see the urn get turned in, but I don't see it on the map anymore. So I believe it did get locked in for Floormen here. As Bunny Clock was trying to go for the contest. But Jake, you know, I look up at the souls currently, and it's a 10k lead for Floormen, which is a very rough sign here with Bunny the Clock. I mean, at least for Aiden, he's at 10k souls, so he's still ahead of, well, a majority of the players on his opposing side. Only Lord and M and Pop ahead of him. But as we talked about the matchup of Viscous and a Warden, I feel like we kind of highlight it comes down to how things start off for him. Pop definitely having the better game so far.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, one of the things I'm seeing in Viscous this game, and one of the reasons I think I really like the hero as a gun carry, is that you can be almost like Wraith can, where you're like really aggressive by yourself, threatening walkers, forcing responses out of the enemy, and yet you just use the goo ball to get out of those dangerous pushes. And so that allows you to be, while you're passive, you're farming, you're not really participating in team fights the way pretty much any gun carry doesn't, you're still able to provide a lot of impact on the map and pull attention towards yourself. And for now, Pop's clearing some back camps, but I expect every time that goo ball is off CD, he's going to go for some heavy walker pushes and, you know, create opportunities elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, I'm not familiar actually with the skill order. Do you just max ball relatively early for the extra resist?
I think you max the ball skills don't give extra resist. The only point I think you really want is the duration on ball. It just makes plus 5 second duration, so it lasts long enough for you to roll like all the way back to your side of the map. And then I think you max punch and max cube. I mean, the max punch just does extra damage with the heavy melee, which is really nice when you're so statted on gun items. And then the max cube gives you that dispel, which is, of course, super important. Allow you to play away through a lot of spells, especially you think about Warden in particular, like purging the Warden trap, purging all of Viper's damage, right? Or all those debuffs. Same for somebody like Shiv. So a lot of benefit from the cube, as you can see. I don't think he even has 1 point in the ball. Some people don't. I mean, you can greed it out and hold it. Oh, that's a huge kill. AVG just dives the walker and kills Aiden. Aiden's really suffering in the farm game with some of these late deaths. There might be counter kills to be had, which would be a great little side quest reward. But if AVG plays his way out of this, yeah, there's just no dice. Floormen expanding this lead. And honestly, Jason, this game's getting kind of out of hand.
Yeah, very, very out of hand. And we talked about 10k before. We're now approaching 15k. Pop with the ball up can roll away from this one, and you can see the confidence out of Floormen. And considering AVG died very early, he was the first death of the game in that lane where you should normally dominate, as you pointed out before. for them to continue that aggression forward, to dive under a walker, just pure confidence out of Floormen, looking to redeem themselves from last week alone. As we were talking about some of like the builds, so we were talking about Ivy in particular. You can see Gibbs there. He had Mystic Slow paired with a Kudzu bomb. He had Health Nova as well, so you can really, do a burst of healing in these fights, which honestly they're desperately going to need, because every death Aiden has, which with him down under the walker, puts him further behind his counterpart, and there's a 5k difference now between him and Poshipop.
Yeah, that's pretty massive, right? Poshipop's going to get closer and closer to that glass cannon, which is, I think, where these gun builds really spike. And to be able to hit that, a few minutes before your counterpart, there's going to be a big window here for Floormen to really punish this game and try to get that decisive team fight that leads you into a mid-boss. Of course, all eyes on that, but I actually like that Floormen aren't forcing it, right? They're just letting the lead naturally grow, naturally putting the pressure on the map. None of their moves have felt forced, and that's a really, I think, strong sign for a team that has been on the outside looking in from top level Deadlock in NA for a while. Like, this looks to be their week to really get that chance in the money match if they can keep up this pace.
It does worry me though, as I was watching the minimap here, Cool Cheese was hovering Aiden quite a bit on this right-hand side, so splitting the farm here at this point in the game, where Tanner was alone on the left-hand side getting solo farm. I mean, Abrams, Tanner, he's ahead of Aiden when it comes to souls, but I don't think he's going to have the same level of impact when it comes to these fights. They definitely need the Warden online and kicking. And pretty much, as you mentioned before, playing with Clock, they're the ones that have to kind of make a play happen if Floormen continue this pace of just sitting back and letting that lead expand.
Yeah, they're happy to just get a little bit more than 50% of the souls in the map, a little bit more extra. Ivy also kind of one of the only characters who can actually defend against Viscous, because she's just going to avoid fighting him and just try and clear his waves. There could be an opportunity here. Tanner senses something, tries to slam in, comes in deep, does get the hit on Yamato, but she's tanky, gets the ultimate off along with the assist from Paige. This fight is getting scary. AVG, big chain, pulls players in. The Warden ticking, dealing damage little by little, but Matt can't quite get the lash ultimate off. Combo is good. Onto a connection. Shiv gets a cheeky parry, but gets parried right back, and this is just turning into a rout. Floormen find 3, not losing a single player on their side. An immaculate team fight, and meanwhile, Poshpop's just free farming.
Yeah, and he's continuing to farm up 20k now. He's still only about 4k ahead of Aiden and Tanner, but he's definitely very close to his glass cannon if he doesn't have it already, but I believe he shouldn't have picked it up just yet. They are going to be an advantage earned for Floormen if they want to go for it. Instead, they're going to run it back to their base. So being very smart about this, again, being very mindful of every soul on the map and any advantage they can possibly take, keeping it out of the hands of Bunny with Clock, as they're inevitably going to be looking for that pickup if Floormen backed away.
Man, I feel AVG's fingerprints all over this game. I remember in an interview a while back talking about playing perfect, playing, fully solving the game with no mistakes. This is the kind of performance we're seeing in the last few minutes in particular, right? Yeah, laning stage a little bit more chaotic. It's naturally going to be that way, but man, League is caster curse. I was going to say he's having a huge game and just gets caught in the mid lane. So the urn juggling from Paige here is keeping the objective out of the fight, but hey, Paige isn't near that objective in the mid lane, and you're willing to take a risk and go for a kill.
Yeah, big grouping, a big push on that mid side, allowing them to catch out League. Potentially more. Mid-boss has been started here.
No affliction, so it's actually a little bit challenging to punish this. There's not many of your ultimates. And they're going to go for a full force. Bunny with Clock senses an opportunity to get back in this game. They're going to gamble, dropping this Reju Crystal. Lash ulti over the top. It's going to CC people away. Are the Crystal Lasts going to be there? 2-1. But Floormen instantly lose their charge. So big advantage to Bunny with Clock in this fight. Bodies start to drop. Floormen, Yamato coming back into this, one of their strongest members.
And Aiden's being zoned out too by AVG. They're not having a chance to really be effective in this fight. It's still going to be a 2-for-2 trade so far, as Matt's going to be going down. Arctic's still alive on the Shiv. He's just going to have to back away from this one with some really sick movement, to be fair. So a 3-for-2, I would say kind of an advantage for Bunny with Clock here, considering the comeback souls they can get from this fight. If they don't lose too much more, they will lose Tanner as well. So that'll be 4 kills. And Poshpop, you heard that sound. He's leveling up that glass cannon, becoming more and more of a threat now after that fight.
Yeah, I mean, I still like Bunny with Clock going for this, because to be honest, the game state was really starting to look like this would just be eventual, okay, Floormen are going to find that big fight and take down the mid-boss, and you're going to be on the outside looking in, wondering where the game went so wrong. But because you forced that fight, yeah, it's not the best fight possible. It ends up really going, pretty much 50-50, but that does take a key objective off the map. And hey, when you're down souls, you kind of prefer to have that extra time to let you get back into the game and make that comeback happen.
Some presence being shown though out of Floormen towards this urn to deny the tournament, as we can see. And actually AVG is cutting the minion wave So he's behind the walker to prevent any minions to come through to allow them to have their own to shove in towards that walker. So now going to go for the dive from 2 different angles, from the front and the back. AVG locking things down, and I expect to really see Gibbs escape this one. He's down very low HP trying to fly away as the Chenga comes through, and AVG actually be the one caught out here. And a huge reinforcement of Buddy with Clock to keep this walker and these kills alive.
Floormen go for a split push, and they're rewarded with a walker on the other side of the map, but that's 2 big kills at a moment with a huge soul lead. So I think maybe losing a bit of some of that cleanliness of play that had built them such a strong advantage already. Lord of Death did get a lot of damage done on the mid walker, so maybe Poshbach can finish one off. Like, he just has to goo ball in full run. Is he going to be able to get out of this one? The CC is actually really solid. Great pin as well. And so Floormen tried to get cheeky and force some value while the enemy urn was being held. But, I mean, Buddy with Clock waited it out, and they get the comeback urn as well. So those kills on top of the comeback urn makes the souls a lot more tenable. But this walker damage, you know, if you're able to finish it off and capitalize it, eventually this play will pay dividends for the Floormen.
Oh yeah, and we've seen the way they've been playing as well, sending Posh to a solo lane, as you pointed out before. Really unfortunate part though is that the urn was picked up so much earlier on when Floormen had such a big advantage compared to Bunny with the Clock, that now they get their urn turning on their own side of the map because of this, with only less than a 10k lead. But that big kill coming through onto League, like you mentioned before, helps Aiden power up a little bit, as I think I saw the glass count on him as well. So we're really going to see that showdown of Warden versus Viscous and who wins out.
Yeah, I think Warden is really catching up and you know, closing some of that gap, as there's been some nice plays in the last few minutes for Bunny with Clock. It's almost equalized the soul advantage. So Floormen, how do they respond to this, right? They were in full control of the game for quite some while. They went a little bit too risky, a little bit too aggressive. Combo in on the Abrams. Where's the damage fall of Tanner? He's not dropping. He's getting the heal. There's that heal Nova from the Ivy. Abrams back to full, and Hydration just has to dip out of this one with his tail between his legs. They don't have the players really coming back into this fight, though, but Poshpop is dying elsewhere. That's where Bunny with Clock are investing their resources.
More importantly, losing stacks on his glass cannon, too. And something to note, the timing on mid-boss of when Bunny with Clock did it, it should align with the respawn of Cool Cheese getting his max rank Petrifying Bola. And that is imperative for controlling a mid-boss. It won't guarantee you a a pickup of those rejuves. You're going to look for Cool Cheese to pick this one up here in the next few minutes. He's got a time window of an advantage. And while Aiden pushes his right-hand side, a push on the left-hand side is going to be happening. Is finding Bunny with Clock to be taking down a walker, should be, and the first one of the game for a flex slot.
Yeah, they need this flex lock. Oh, wait, a nice parry from the Abrams actually gives him a chance to fight this one out. He's going to get away, I think, maybe just because of that parry. Pockets coming in as well. Shiv actually feeling a bit confident, feeling like maybe he wants to take a risk on this fight. But you got to remember, Pockets coming in. Doesn't have that affliction, but maybe Shiv is just a little bit too mobile. And hold on, Tanner, waiting in the wings, punishes the Pocket.
I see Shiv.
Running low on HP, running low on cooldowns, but the bounce pad's going to be enough, and they're just going to be happy to escort Shiv out of there. Well played by Tanner.
So funny enough, with Floormen having a 10k lead, what was it, 10 minutes in, 12 minutes in? It's now a slight lead for Bunny with Clock now as they approach the 22-minute mark. Only 4k, but a desperate 4k that they needed. And you look at the soul distribution across the team, and it's pretty damn even. There's no one really standing out on this roster except Tanner and Aiden, but it's only like a 5 or 4k lead, where on the other side, Poshpop is at 27,000. You have Hydration on low eco, you have Xerxes on low eco. The urn turning, though, could be exactly what they need to get back in this game, but that's going to be the last ult to pull them away.
Looks like that lash ult was canceled, though, and the big damage comes in. Massive affliction dropping out of the sky from Lord and M. Are the connections good enough? It seems that they are. Mo's found a combo target as well. Gibbs forced into that stone form. Now Mo just focusing on cleaning up some of these kills, getting that urn deposit in. It looks like it is going to go through. Great movement. Just Arctic full desperation trying to stop that. And in the end, it's 6 for nothing. I mean, Arctic should be going down here without much of a recourse. The whole team surrounding him. Even Shiv doesn't have the tankiness to deal with that. And Hydration going to get a quick heal on the base. That is the dream fight for the Floormen, putting them right back in control of this game. And with 2 walkers on low HP, this is going to be a full cleanup of the exterior objectives.
And mid-boss spawning too. This was a 5v6, Jake. Don't forget, Floormen didn't have Poshpop there. He was off in the mid lane just farming, and they win 6-0 and get the urn turn in. That is that lead that we talked about with Bunny Clock that they had of 4k completely out the window. Now mid-boss should be spawning relatively soon, I believe. Actually, sorry, I think that was the end of the last reju that we saw, because we lost all the reju stacks right when mid-boss was taken. So it should be up in the next minute or two, I believe. And I'm assuming we're gonna have to see a fight here. Floormen can almost just force that fight in that close area now.
Yeah, I mean, I think the mid-boss timer is pretty long, right? Because they basically all lost the rejuves instantaneously. I feel like whenever I'm playing, I'm always early on my timer in terms of when I expect mid-boss to come up, when the rejuves were just instantly lost, because you kind of, there wasn't much of a mid-boss to speak of, right? Like, there wasn't that period of playing slow and waiting out the rejuve that normally makes you feel like, okay, when rejuve expires, mid-boss up soon. So, yeah, there's definitely a bit of time to wait, a bit of time for both teams to work with in terms of finding picks and escalating this advantage. But of course, I think they're both thinking about that mid-boss, recognizing that it's going to be the key objective that really determines who continues to grow the lead in this game.
And Tanner, he's got Phantom Strike. Wait, did he just resub while playing, or is that someone else? That has to be someone else. I can't imagine that's Tanner playing. Like, hold on, guys. I need to go resub real fast for 5 months. He's got Phantom Strike. I don't know who he looks for with that Phantom Strike. Like, Poshipop isn't really going to be easy to be killed. Has Lucky Shot as well now. Has Metal Skin too on top of that. Who can he kill? Zerbsy?
Well, I honestly, anyone. I think the reason you buy the Phantom Strike on Abrams is more about getting into position to pull somebody out, right? It's not necessarily going to insta-kill somebody, but like if you pull somebody out of formation away from your teammates or just let you close the gap and like instant cancel the Mo combo or something like that, I think the Page would probably be the best possible target. Like Page or maybe Pocket if you think you can actually secure that kill on Pocket, but Paige is probably the most vulnerable character on this team for the Floormen, right? She wants to save everyone else. She doesn't want to be the one under assault. It's a nice spirit buff for Shiv. That's going to be exactly what the Doctor ordered for the Shiv, really buffing up his damage. He is already unholy tanky with this build.
Metal Skin, Return Fire. I mean, he's taking a lot of damage from these punches you saw there, as we're going to see a big push out of Floormen. In the meantime, it's going to be Gibbs pushing the right-hand lane, looking for a walker. And Bunny with Clock have to be so careful here. If you lose out on too many players, you're losing out on that mid-boss as well, and potentially the game your chance to beat melee creeps in the money match.
It's a key fight. Big damage in from the Pocket. She's trying to get in and chase on top of that Viper, but Money with Clock starting to drop players. They're struggling to actually find some of the finishing lows. Lord and Ev just waiting out the cooldowns, coming back in for another big burst. And Bajibop comes in, assists the finish there, and mid-boss spawning at the perfect moment. Bunny with Clock, heartbreaking situation right now. I don't know what they can do. I mean, Gibbs grabbed a walker there on the side, but I think this was a fight that you needed to take as a team, and being greedy right now, we saw Floormen win a fight without Bajibop. You see what happens when the Viscous does get involved at 35k souls.
He got 2 kills in that last fight too. So glass cannon stacks out the wazoo. Stocks are looking strong here, and I even seen AVG immediately push off of this rejuve to go straight for the contest. Not a lot of Gibbs to turn in, and I don't know if Gibbs is going to expect them to be there. At least does have Matt off to the side, but immediately spots us. Oh, hey, okay, you guys have the air. Leave me alone, leave me alone. He tries to back away, but you know they're going to die for this one.
It's too late for that, and even Matt in real trouble here, getting bursted down. Should be getting finished off here. Maybe has an ability to escape for just a few seconds longer, but that's only just staggering his spawn even more. I will say the waves are pretty poor right now for the Floormen, but hey, all you need is one. With rejuve advantage, with player advantage like this, I wonder if they're just going to continue the pressure. They do have a lot of time with this rejuve, so it looks like they're chilling and farming the map right now. I actually think this is too passive from the Floormen. I mean, I think with the advantage they have, they really need to push the tempo. And you got 2 players dead for 30 seconds, right? That's arguably an even bigger advantage than the rejuve.
Poshi got 2 more kills in that last fight, so at least on 4 stacks of glass cannon, he is going to hurt. We do see, I guess, the noose being tightened around Bunny with Clocks. You look at the minimap, all lanes have been corrected, pushing in every single lane all at once here, leaving it up to just 4 players of Bunny with Clocks to defend. And realistically, there's no point, no chance you can test these Guardians at least, even Shrines. You're going to have to wait for Matt to come up, and that's where the Death Slam is going to be very crucial and very key if you want to have a chance to win this fight, being down almost 40k.
You gotta start bleeding out some of the resources from these attackers. It's a big affliction though. Finds the Shiv and the Abrams. They're responding, but Matt and Gibbs weren't up yet. So Bunny with Clock, a bit of missed tempo there. Trying to greed that out and fight a little bit too early, and Floormen just pounce on them before their teammates are ready to assist. Patrons dropping. There's gonna be players Bunny with Clock who are not in 20 seconds. This game is over, Jason. Floormen ready to clean this one up. The full Yamato ult. This game got close for a minute there, but Floormen finishing it with ease here. Great punishes on some of the mistakes from Bunny with Clock.
Yeah, shouldn't be able to Death Slam here. I would imagine Zerbs is going to have knockdown if we do see Matt come in. There we go. The Death Slam being thrown in. Gets a couple of them. It's not going to matter. What's Ivy going to do to contest this one to at least keep this Patron alive? As it gets quickly burned down. And Floormen get their berth into the money match once again here, though it took them a couple weeks to get back into this one. They at least close this now and close that with, I want to say, relative ease, with just a little bit of a hump here or there with Bunny Clock clawing things back around that mid-boss.
Yeah, I mean, this was a statement game from Floormen. Really clean early and mid game, building a pretty decisive advantage. I do think they threw it away in a huge way. I mean, there was a moment where Bunny with Glock, the advantage was back in their favor, and it was kind of their game to lose. Floormen kicked it into high gear, and they managed to claw their way back into the game, securing a pretty big deal, I think, being able to grab a win here, right? It has been a long time coming for the Floormen. It's been Bunny with Glock for, what, 8 or 9 weeks now? Quite a bit of the melee creep streak has been dueling against BWC in the money match, and now a different opponent, maybe a new challenger, looking to stifle melee creeps before they can get that 10-win streak. They want to defend that Hydra Nation throne. Gonna have to see if they're able to accomplish that, though. Best of 3 for the NA Championship coming up next.
Yeah, wasn't our streak like 12 wins in a row for Hydra Nation back during like DFN times? And maybe
it was more, wasn't it? Like 20? I feel like it was something insane.
Oh, it can't be 20. No way.
I honestly think it was close to 20, if not 20. I don't think melee creeps are even close to the Hydra Nation streak. It was ungodly. It was like way too long actually when Hydra Nation were on top in NA. There just wasn't competitors. This is a different era of Deadlock. It is a much more challenging thing to maintain a massive streak like that.
You know the Intel Extreme Masters Grand Slam? Have you heard of that?
I think so.
So it's a game. It's Counter-Strike, and if you win, I think it's like 4 IEMs or 4 major events. I can't remember exactly how it breaks down. Within a year, you win $1 million. Maybe we need to set something up here within the night shift that if you can break the
Jason's
record of most wins.
$1 million.
Okay, that was a little bit of exaggeration. That was a weird example. Maybe we do some sort of like bounty on their heads with the more that they win. We can see here the breakdown of
Jason.
Yeah, you know, I'm just making so much money here in Italy. You know, with my slow ass internet and the food sucks here, taking all my money and saving it.
Oh, they're gonna kick you out of the country, bro. They're gonna deport you.
I put pineapples on pizza today. You know, I'm having a good time.
Oh my God.
See the stat breakdown though coming through at the end, and you know, Metal Skin is easily becoming one of the new rising star items. I would say across these last weeks.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think it's super valuable. It gives you some nice raw bullet resist on just like the stats, but the crucial thing is to be able to be locked down and not die in 1 second to like these late game gun carries. I mean, it really is only Warden and Viscous who are really pumping the gun damage in this particular game, but you still end up needing that metal skin just to be able to stand toe to toe, especially as the carries, because so much rides on being able to just bully the other carry out. Like whichever gun carry can stand and deliver against the other, force the other one to retreat out of the fight, gets that window, crucial window of 5 to 10 seconds to start killing off weaker enemy opponents. So Metal Skin, super crucial buy in this era of the heavy gun carries. And Pashi Pop this time reigns supreme. Top souls, top kills, top objective damage, which, let's be honest, objective damage is what really counts as the gun carry. You're able to shoot those buildings. It's much more exciting to see big numbers than to fight players. That's for mid players, you know. Fighting enemy players, that's for active roles. Carry, I hit jungle, I hit towers. That's my role.
When it comes to our games, one thing I'm not seeing though for Bunny the Clock, which I guess kind of makes sense the later the game went on, and obviously there's a lot more higher priority items, but there's no divine barrier. There's nothing to stop Odin's affliction. So you can't throw it on Tanner to allow him to sustain in the fight. You can't throw it onto Aiden to allow him to sustain. I think that's maybe one slight misstep in itemization that you kind of needed, though. With the way the game played out, I don't think it would have mattered in the end, but something to at least keep in mind of, you know, I guess there's always some small rooms for improvement.
Yeah, they go for the second curse. Like both Gibbs and Cool Cheese have curses, so they're really looking to go for those kills instead. But I kind of agree with you. I think one of those being a divine barrier might have been nicer to let you save some of your high mobility allies when they do get caught out, because when you get comboed, when you get afflicted as a frontliner, I mean, it feels like your fight's just instantly over, especially with somebody like Viscous able to follow up every time. So yeah, you know, tough calls in the item department, but ultimately I think this came down to the gameplay, right? Floormen really brought the heat today. They earned an early advantage. Other than that one pretty significant slip up in the mid game where they try a risky split push with a huge advantage and they kind of throw it away. They did play that one incredibly well, and they really did deserve the victory, even clawing their way back in after it looked difficult. I wasn't so sure that was going to happen. I thought, oh, you throw in an advantage like that, you've been on the outside of the top 2 for a long time. Maybe this is just, you know, history repeating itself. You're just not ready to make it to that money match. But they say no, they stand tall, and they're going to be the team going on to face melee creeps. But that's a different beast, a challenge in their own right. The melee creeps looking for the 10 streak this week, Jason.
Yeah, well, before we get to that, we've got to crown an MVP here of our challenger match, and it's going to be none other than League on the Yamato with the giant forehead, coming with the 32,000 souls, Mr. Reverb at the end for a little bit of extra damage in CC. She's got to be one of the models they rework soon. I mean, come on.
I mean,
that
please,
forehead
we're begging.
It's like
we're
looking at
begging.
Uber.
I will say, like, one of the customs that's like the Yamato remodel is so good. You know, it's like one of those customs because it's like genuinely looks like the real skin in the game. You know, or it looks like it should be the real skin in the game.
Can we, you know what? If Ozzy's watching, maybe we can get like an Uber shouts Yamato skin, just his face with the giant forehead, man. But yeah, no, I mean, I'm so looking forward to what they're gonna implement in the game. I mean, there's been some like ideas of what we potentially could see for like final versions of these heroes. I think even Zeefy mentioned before, even Abrams had 3 different portrait changes, now 4 with our Night Shift skin, which we'll be releasing at 1,200 subs here on the channel. So if you're interested in getting that one picked up for yourself, just like the Mo and Krill skin, you can sub and get us towards our goal. But League, I mean, kind of an unsung hero. Didn't really stand out individually, but he was just kind of always there in those fights. He was always there to supply the extra pressure for the team when they needed it, and he did his job.
Yeah, I mean, relatively quiet game, but still really strong. I think he was 7-0 on the early game, you know, so really built some of that early advantage, the early lead, and just a great statistical performance from the frontliner. I give a lot of credit to Pashi as well for the split push pressure. I mean, he really wasn't in so many of the fights until we got towards the late game, but that's really his job in that role. He's bringing like more players than one to defend his pushes in the side lane, and yet he's still getting damage done. He's still pressuring walkers, and for the most part, able to get out and stay alive and keep that farm going. So well done to really all of the Floormen pulling it together for that win. But now, I mean, the melee creeps are just a different beast, right? They're a different beast in terms of the hero packs, the priority, the level of play. And I'm kind of excited because it's been a long time since we've seen them in a different matchup. It's just been Bunny with Clock over and over and over again, getting new chances, making it, you know, closer and closer as the weeks go by. But I think it's exciting to see a new challenger, or maybe an old new challenger coming back into the fold to give melee creeps a proper run for their money for their potential 10th straight.
Well, I guess you guys at home can guess what the match is going to be coming up next in a best of 3 to see who wins out on the money, and of course the pride of being our Night Shift champion. That's on the other side of a break. Go get something to eat, go get something to drink, go use the bathroom if you need to, and go say hi to your pets. We'll see you in a few. Ladies and gentlemen, check your downloads right now. The patch is still not out, so I don't know why you're even listening to me anymore. I'm just going to completely mess with you the entire show. But one thing I'm not going to mess with you on is how good our finals is going to be. Melee Creeps up against Floormen here in a best of 3. It's been a while since we've seen these two teams go head-to-head here, Jake, but Floormen are looking much better today.
Yeah, I mean, and having to really earn it against Bunny with Clock, and it wasn't an easy game, wasn't a walkover win, is I think kind of exactly the setup you need to really get ready for Melee Creeps, because you slip up in those ways and let Melee Creeps take the advantage on you, I'm not so sure there's going to be that an extra chance to get back into the game. And I think that's going to be top of mind for the Floormen as they get their first appearance in quite a few months here in the Night Shift Money match.
Yeah, let's actually take a look here at Melee Creeps' roster as well to get you guys all caught up to date on who's playing within this team. You should know they've been here every week for the longest of times. And maybe we need to update some of these portraits here because I'm pretty sure Sai doesn't play Calico anymore. He's supposed to be playing some other heroes for the team. But if I were to say to you, Jake, choose me a standout player, I feel like you're going to have a difficult time.
It really is. I mean, I feel like you got to give a lot of credit to John because this team just pumps souls into him, man. They give him an enormous net worth lead. Not only the way he plays, the way the whole team plays around him, they do everything to funnel their souls into John because the man delivers. He delivers consistent, show-stopping late game performances that really secure wins for the Melee Creeps time and time again. They've also got DMB as sort of like the backup semi-carry who typically plays a little bit more actively, but he also gets a lot done on this team. But you go all the way down the economy allocation, you got players like Saya and Scout maybe playing on those lower econ heroes, still getting huge production, still finding a ton of value in the game. So it feels like anyone can kind of take over a game and pop off, from like the Saya McGinnis to the John Warden. This is just a team not to be doubted, not to be questioned here, looking to do it for 10 straight. I mean, and that would be a huge achievement, 2.5 months consecutive wins here in the Night Shift.
If I'm not mistaken, you mentioned John in the beginning, right?
Mm-hmm.
My name's John, and I love Jason Kaplan.
If he doesn't have a career in Deadlock, he has a career in cameos for sure. I got to record that for me, and I had to pay him like $50 to do it. I'm sorry. But no, yeah, this team starts to line up across the board here. Let's just once again take a look at their opponents as well. If you guys missed out on the first game, of course, is going to be Floormen here. And for me, I still have to look towards Poshipop. And speaking of Poshipop,
I am Poshipop, and Jason Kaplan is my favorite caster.
You have your Infinity Stone Gauntlet of, different things you want to be able to do in your life. And for me, it's about collecting as many players saying that I'm their favorite caster, they love me, and then put it into my soundboard. But yeah, this team, we just saw everyone having a really good game, league in the MVP, but Poshipop and the Viscous, I mean, is it ban worthy, Jake?
Honestly, I think Viscous is very good right now. I'm not sure it's going to be banned out because I think teams will still maybe pile something else for the absolute first ban. So I think Viscous honestly is going to get through a lot. I think it's probably going to be played in every game. If it's not first ban, I think it will go in that first 3 slots for one team or the other. It really is that prio. I mean, I think Warden has looked like kind of the second best of those gun carries right now. Although with John, it's always hard to say because he can play the gun Doorman, he can play the Geist has been obviously a mainstay for him historically in terms of playing into that gun ultra powerful late game. So a lot of eyes on Poshipop. I think this is the big chance for this team to show what they can do and if they're really going to be competitive with the very best. I mean, whether or not you get the win today, there's a big statement to be made in that you can really put up a fight against Melee Creeps. Can you bring this to 3? Can you make every match really difficult for the Melee Creeps? That would already show huge progress. So if anything, pressure's on the Melee Creeps, right? The Floormen have already done better than they've done in the recent past. And so, they're playing with a bit of the house cash here, although I'm sure they'd love to actually take home that prize and get that first place championship.
I think it's a bit of pride for the team too, because I think everyone on the team except maybe Zerbsy and League has been on the winning end of a night shift or a fight night. It has had an opportunity to reign supreme and win week after week after week. And Floormen or Sneaky Golem or Hydration, they've gone through so many iterations of rosters. It's been so long since Hydration can say I've been night shift winner or something like that. And I think for them, pride is definitely on the line when it comes to this matchup, that they need to show some sort of potential win or show something new or different or improvements to be able to justify the roster changes they're doing, and they know they're on the right track. But this is such a tough track to take on. I mean, since number 12 on, Melee Creeps have won, and we've seen them play up against a majority of this roster only 3 times. Well, I guess 2 times since then.
I mean, it's been a long time, right? It's been what, Night Shift 14. Sneaky Golem was arguably like the predecessor roster to the Floormen. I mean, a lot of players have swapped since then, right? And it's different teams, different matchup, but still, it's like you said, right? It's been a long time for somebody like Hydration to be on the outside, to not be Night Shift champion after winning so many in a row in that Hydration era of Deadlock. For folks that weren't watching, I mean, Hydration just, not only do they win every week, they annihilated every week. I mean, NA was not competitive in the money match. Hydration just stomped everybody. But that era is long gone, right? And I also think there's a lot more parity now at the top level. Like, players have improved. They've learned from one another. It's harder to get those kind of a solid win. To be a team that wins week in, week out, like the Melee Creeps, it takes a bit of that X factor, something special, right? Because it's not just your players are better. That kind of advantage won't last. You need to be the stronger team from a chemistry, from a coordination perspective, and that can be a much more vexing challenge to solve.
I want to throw something in here really quickly, because we like to have fun here. We like to be chill on the stream. Jake, who is the two teams playing in Night Shift number 2? Can you say both those teams?
Hydration and what was this?
I want to test your memory. Chat, you can play along with this as well.
Oh my god, is it like Trooper 116 or whatever, or
Trooper 116? Okay.
What is the name?
Little Troops.
Little Troops. Yeah. That's it.
But for the life of me, I cannot remember who the hell is in the number 1 against Hydration, where they're throwing something like from Lion King. I'm not really throwing; they're kind of showing. But I cannot remember that team name.
I don't even know. That is the screen grab from the Lion King.
We're gonna get to that point where we can't remember who some of these teams are. Do you remember ZP?
It was Pier Kicks Puppies.
Okay, all right.
PKP.
I would never remember that.
Some things are better forgotten. Some things are better forgotten.
You were very right. Axe, Braden, Wage, John, Saya Goober, funny enough. So 2 of the players playing still now within Melee Creeps, but we can head into the draft now. I just want to throw that out there because we're getting to that point, we're when we get 30, 40 deep into Night Shift, we're not going to remember a lot of these teams.
History lesson, right?
Exactly. We're definitely remember the stint we're in right now with Melee Creeps dominating, but we go into this one with Floormen with the first pick. It has to be a Doorman ban. You cannot let Saya play Doorman.
Or they take it themselves as first overall. I mean, I agree. I think Doorman is kind of game warping, although, Abrahams did show a way to respond to it. But Floorman just saying, get this crap out of here. We don't want to deal with it. It's not going to be their strong suit either. So being forced to first pick it yourself probably doesn't feel great.
Bro, what if you I think you mentioned this before, or ZP or DDK mentioned it. What if you ban Warden or Geist and you take Warden or Geist? And you put John on a super uncomfortable hero. Because what does he play past those two? Yeah, he can play Bebop, but Bebop's not really in the meta right now. He doesn't really get pushed to that point of having to play like different heroes in these games. And I wonder, is that an avenue to really punish Melee Creeps?
I think that's something to think about, but with John, I guess you could also play the Gun Doorman. They might ban that as well. But I feel like Gun is a tough role to ban right now because there's just he could just play Wraith and basically do the same thing. It's like, is it really gonna hurt a player? Like, that role is more about farming and about your tracking skill than it is about like honestly, I think banning spellcaster heroes that are really unique, like Lash or Pocket, is really impactful because there's not really replacements for those heroes. They're just you're gonna get something else. But I think what you get from a hard carry is actually quite similar across the board, and so I don't love the idea of trying to ban out John. I just think I think it's a little bit desperate, and he can just play like Ivy and farm it up and have a powerful
Viscous.
gun. Yeah, or Viscous right now in the meta. Honestly, I'm sure he's tried out the gun Viscous with how popular it's been. So
he was criticizing some gun Viscous earlier on today.
Okay, so yeah, maybe we'll see a bit of John. I wouldn't be shocked actually the way this draft is opened. And honestly, I think Warden has kind of fallen off. I think Viscous is the better gun carry right now. I'm a believer. I think the ability to be a better version of Wraith in terms of split pushing in the mid game, it gives you a great role to play. Floormen agree. They take it very early, second pick on their side of the draft.
Gone are the days of seeing a Shiv picked and then immediately a Kelvin pick on the other side. No more Kelvin Shivs happening anymore. Kelvin's really fallen off by the wayside, though we did see it, I believe, over in EU, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I mean, Poshpot probably going to be playing the Viscous here.
No more hiding.
AVG or League playing the Shiv, though. I think with the way it's currently sitting, it's going to be towards AVG. And of course, another Pocket, which, I mean, Lord and M, he had the most damage. He didn't do anything necessarily amazing, but didn't necessarily have to do anything amazing in that last game. Just playing solid all around.
And Floormen have set up Shiv for a fantastic game. I mean, I think Viscous is one of the best combos with Shiv because the cube save is just insanely value. You know, your deferred damage ticks down while you're in the cube and you don't take it, so it's insane level of blocking potential. And then, of course, the pocket, you know, by block picking pocket, there's no affliction to worry about, you know, taking you out on Shiv and punishing you, killing you through that bloodletting. Melee creeps are going to snap up the warden, recognizing it might not be like top prio, but you still want to have it. This does leave Floormen to pick the Geist themselves if they want to grab it. And with Yamato banned, I kind of would like to see if they lean that direction, although melee creeps could also maybe just snap it up before Floormen get the chance.
Well, that is what League was playing last game, so at least puts him on a different hero, potentially. We did see a Dynamo ban against Floormen last game.
I wonder if Floormen have to ban Geist.
Why Geist?
Because I think melee creeps are going to pick Geist right now. I could be wrong about that,
Warden?
but I think... Yeah, because I think the reason you want to pick it is that you deny it from the enemy team, right? Because Geist is typically a really strong response to Warden. Although I guess Gun Warden is not the end of the world to play against Geist. You just don't care that much about the ulti. But the ulti gives like predictable tick damage and it lets Geist, you know, swap you on full HP. But they go with the Paradox instead. So I actually would like to see Floormen draft the Geist here. I think it's nice into the Billy matchup. I think it's nice into the Warden matchup. It's like these heroes don't instant burst you on Geist, and so there's an opportunity to grab the health swap on targets like Billy and Warden that Billy especially just doesn't really have a way to play out of the swap range and still be effective.
Let's have fun, darling.
And there's the Geist, as he called before, at least being secure for Floormen.
I think it's a mistake for melee creeps to not take this. I think it's such a good pick for the Floormen.
Would you want to play like Geist, Warden, Lash, and Billy all together though?
Yeah, maybe it would be your last core. You know, you'd have to start picking full support from there on out. But I think Warden, Billy, Geist is a fine,
Sorry, I'm a
group
little
of
late.
three.
I'm looking for DMB. Like in the comp right now, what is he gonna play?
I think
Typically
DMB plays a lot of
Mirage,
Billy.
Wraith. But Billy? Okay.
Yeah, I think
for some
DMB is a
reason thought it was
solid Billy
someone else.
player and I think Billy is sort of deceptively more of a gun carry than you would think, right? With his like melee focus and some of the team fighting potential and the catch. He's actually tends to farm pretty well and play for like the scaling gun build, and DMB is very comfortable. That said, with Infernus coming in, maybe. I mean, all right, Infernus has been untouched for quite some time. I actually think it's kind of hard to call what kind of Infernus we might see. My first thought is that this might be something weird with like Infernus. I mean, I guess he might play Dash Furnace. Right?
I was thinking Dash Furnace, yeah.
I think that's looked like a good build, and they go with the Kelvin as well. So they're trying to find something to really respond to like Geist and Shiv. And in fairness, I think Infernus actually likes those matchups quite a lot. However, I think with Viscous and Page, you have some good ways to purge off those Viscous burns and not be too worried about them. But I do think Viscous had gone to like untouched, right, after some of the nerfs, the nerf to the Afterburn in particular. And I think that was a bit of an overreaction. I think the character can still be good, but Floormen finished with a Sinclair. Actually, a great Sinclair game, right? You've got Kelvin Dome, Warden ulti, Lash ulti. This is actually kind of an insane Sinclair game now that I see it.
Yeah, but so Pashi, this is really confusing because
probably
Pashi would play Geist or Viscous, right? Because he plays Geist for the team for sure. But I want to say, is AVG going to be on Geist and League's going to be on Shiv? But I'm looking at Sinclair and Page, and Hydration has been playing a ton of Sinclair.
Yeah,
I don't know who's going to be on. Is Zerbsy going to be Page and it's going to be Hydration Sinclair then?
Yeah, Zerbsy has played. I think he played Page in the last match, right?
Game,
so
yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised to see just a repeat of that. I don't think I mean, Hydration, has he been playing Sinclair on stream or just grinding it? Because I don't think we've seen him that much in a match, right? Play it. This might be one of the debut games for Hydration to really play the Sinclair after grinding it a lot. So this could be an exciting development. I mean, I think of a hero that could fit Hydration's style of being the jack of all trades, right? Arguably, that's like exactly what Sinclair wants to do. So that'd be an exciting one to potentially see in this game. And a lot of power for Sinclair in particular, right? Like to outplay people with the Vexing Bolt, like, you know, Billy, Warden, these heroes don't have the best way of dodging those big nukes that come in heavy in the fight. And you lock people down with Page, and Sinclair can follow up with the Rabbit Hex. Like, there's a lot to be worried about. I think Floormen have found themselves a really nice draft. And while melee creeps have a lot of tier 1 heroes, especially, you get the Billy. I mean, you can't understate how important that is. Billy, Paradox, Warden, these are all really, really potent heroes. But Infernus and Kelvin, maybe they're the right heroes for the job, but they do feel a little bit awkward and definitely off the meta.
I had to like brush up and remember exactly where Infernus gets the negative 20% spirit damage, and that's off just his initial like burn of Afterburn.
Yeah.
Or the first
like
level of it.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. And that could be, I mean, insanely good against a team that has like Pocket, Geist, and Shiv, because Shiv does a lot of spirit damage with his knives, which I'm assuming we're going to be seeing out of AVG. That's a lot of like damage reduction, and I'm thinking, is there a world you see Infernus played a little bit more supporty instead of one of the main damage dealers? Because if you can apply that where Spirit really has a lot of potential, especially in the mid game, you're really limiting their damage and allowing you with the heals to back it up with, to just kind of push directly into their team and eat that damage coming through.
Yeah, I think whatever the case, I think it's very likely we see something new out of Infernus this game in terms of the style. I'd be a little bit surprised.
Green
if it's a max
Infernus, Jake?
afterburn. All right,
Did he
Green
see
Infernus
the
is
games
real.
you did?
It's real. I've been playing Green Infernus in high rank. It's low-key kind of good. Getting the double armors, probably a little bit troll, but it's a lot of fun. So we'll see if that's what they end up bringing, you know, baiting out the Infernus, forcing a fight. I will say, Gund Viscous is going to eat you up for breakfast on Green Infernus. Like, there's no tankiness in the world. I guess there's metal skill, but it's you know, pretty scary.
I don't like Saya though on Kelvin, and I'm not hating on him at all. I've been saying this for weeks, or I guess technically I missed all of December, but I'm not a big fan of seeing him on Kelvin. Not that he's not a good Kelvin, but it doesn't fit his style well enough for me.
Is it Saya on the Kelvin?
Yeah, Sai on the Kelvin. I'm just not a fan of it at all.
He's good at the Kelvin.
Doorman.
Agree. I think I'd rather see him on something where he has a little bit more, you know, style and flash, because he's such a strong individual player. I feel like you want to give him that playmaking potential, and Kelvin is a little bit more of a support bot, where I think his flexibility isn't necessarily being used. That being said, you know, it's really valuable to have a really smart player with perfect dome timings, always in the right spot in the team fight. Like, it's not flashy, but it does win games, and so I still think if you pick Kelvin, there's a reason for it.
I mean, he forced the Doorman ban, I would say, for sure, because he's that good on Doorman. I was watching some of the scrims they did against Floormen and against BWC just last week, and oh my god, he was insane. He was ridiculous on it. But either way, we can see now who's going to be on what. Of course, it will be AVG on the Shiv, League over on the Geist, and nothing else too crazy here on the side of melee creeps either. But Ido on the Lash. I want to see what he can pull off here in this game, because we've seen such a big uptick of Lash that we kept talking about how he just never played in any of these games back in like November. But to see him kind of come into his own with the 4.8 spikes now, it's been good to see. I'm happy to see my brother Lash in here.
Yeah, Lash I think is super valuable with like the ability to roam in the early game. The ulti's looking stronger than ever. And you put a player like Ido on Lash, makes a lot of sense, right? So much is about your movement tech on that character. It's like, what, Saya's third deny in the first couple of waves? Like right now, Poshbop's getting kind of crushed in the lane here alongside Zerbzy. Not a great start, but it's still just a few souls in the end. Not too much in the grand scheme, I think.
Yeah, I don't really think there's a lot of kill potential out of the Kelvin and Furnace in this lane either. When you have a Page and a Viscous, you have Cube and you have Shield. So, you know, losing a couple souls early on, definitely not going to be ideal, but yeah, definitely not too hurtful for them. But what I am curious about, though, is the Infernus and the Kelvin together of all heroes you pair. I mean, I guess you help DMB have a stronger early game, but I was looking towards maybe Saya and John being together. And it's actually going to be John and Ido together on the right-hand side. So a Lash and a Billy. Sorry, not John. It's going to be Fishcake and Ido on the right-hand side. And on the mid lane, it's going to be Paradox played by Scout with John.
Is John dead? He's parried right now. What do you think? He's got his teammate with him, so there's not going to be heavy melees coming in.
He lives.
So he should be fine. And it's AVG got the parry. He got the parry and instantly crashed. That's a little bit tragic.
That good of a parry that it crashed his PC.
Warden's hitting like a crazy disco move right now.
It looks like a Mortal Kombat uppercut.
He's like throwing up a fire into the air.
You know, it's a perfect time for a pause because we got a hype train going on right now at Twitch. 3 minutes left remaining. The subs been coming in. People want the new Abram skin. That's what I'm hearing.
Oh, he is not okay. He is not
like
okay.
I said, he's not living. He's dead.
With headshots. And this could turn into a double kill. Parry missed as well. So heavy melees can start to come down on this Paradox. She's trying to play her way out of this one, trying to be tricky, and so far it's good enough, but it's not enough to actually get out of the fight. And even Ido came into the roam and tried to salvage this one, but it's getting crushed as well. So a great trade in the mid lane off that very nice parry. AVG open things up. Much better start to the game than the last.
Perfect time for a pause too, right after that parry, so you can figure some things out.
Plan your exact damage follow-up on the parried guy.
All right, you do this, and then I'm gonna hit him with that. And then if they made it, I'll parry. Okay. We're into the box maxing though, as we mentioned before. AVG doing a quick little run through on the underground. Appears up in the left-hand side of the lane. Gonna transition back towards middle here, but you can see a lot of this movement around the map. So no real kill opportunity. I almost hope one day we do see people gank that when they know they're gonna go for box running. But I still feel like that's kind of difficult to do when you have visibility in the lanes. You know when people are leaving.
Headed to York.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to punish the box run, and also even if you find them, there's no guarantee you're gonna be able to get the kill, right? If they're just running through, keeping the stam high. But definitely a lot of souls being funneled. League is gonna be happy about that. Up to 2.8k already on the Geist, and I mean that's a hero who can also snowball really well some of these early kills, right? You get that swap online, and it becomes really scary to come try to gank Geist, and even just the threat of the swap really secures a lot of space for you to farm up and continue to escalate those leads.
Yeah, and it's very, very painful for melee creeps. So John in middle, you want to like free him up so he can continue to farm. Sorry, seen him push the wave while Scout's not there to continue to get the farm for himself at 2.5, trying to catch back up to League. Everyone we cut to is basically just getting boxes here. You're getting presents, little souls in their pockets.
Like, excited to see the lane creeps for a change. Some big punches coming in. Shiv as well off the gank here. Pretty big dive on Kelvin, who doesn't have that ultimate just yet. ABG takes a little bit too much damage, but the pressure is good. It's going to allow Viscus to get a lot of damage, not only on the Guardian, but on some of these players. A burn coming in from DMB, who full commits here now with the Flame Dash. With that upgraded Spirit, yeah, the damage is real. Poshpop just has to cube it off.
Yeah, but here comes Scout from the side with the Paradox. Looking for a snipe, looking for a catch. They will, again, they're so safe, like with a cube and the shield. But this is gonna be another big dive. Like they're turning the dive on the right-hand side into a dive on the left-hand side. Well, this looks like they were trying to bait out some of the abilities so they could go for it. But there's 3-man splitting these souls. Not the most ideal case for them, but if they can get the Guardian down, it does free up a lane for DMB just to farm up. Or maybe send John over there and you put the pressure in towards middle. And finally, Scout does lead to return back towards mid.
Buff spawning in 20 seconds, so both teams really trying to make an emphasis on pushing some of these waves out. Paradox getting active in the mid, threatening people before those buffs even spawn. That helps them also push this wave out, so it's actually a nice move. Looks like Fishcake Billy is going to be making it to one buff, Kelvin and DMB making it to the other, so a double buff here to be claimed for the melee creeps. A great start to the game.
But look at, like, because AVG left to go box running. Look at League. He's at 4.4 thousand souls. He has his ult online already in this lane.
He's big, but
it'd be hard to combat.
I mean, 2 buffs is pretty rough, right? And 5 minutes into the game, right, it makes 2 players really powerful in different ways, and could be a little bit scary. Yeah, Spirit buff on. I mean, Furnace could go for this, man. I guess it's of all heroes, right? The Viscus is probably one of the best to be able to hold off a dive and right cube himself on the Infernus ulti. You can't just like full send it straight into the dive, but Spirit buff is going to make this lane a lot scarier for the time being.
And they got shelter too, so I mean, yeah, you can cube it, yeah, you can buy some time, but you throw down a shelter on top of them with an Infernus in there with Flame Dash, your hopes of winning that fight are pretty much completely gone. And not to mention the attack speed slow that you get up in Infernus on the Flame Dash too can be very important once you get like last can online and the attack speed online for Poshpop really prevent a lot of his, and not only his, but League's damage as well. But here's the dive coming through, combustion as well. The Dome catches out the page, and Xerxes, you shouldn't be able to escape this one, son. Guard War going to be coming out to buy him some time, but he will eventually fall, and Poshi going to be chased down as well. And like you mentioned, with that Spirit buff, he's going to be taking for a lot of HP. And he does have to do to survive under Walker.
Yeah, but that's going to be Guardian down, right? This should be plenty of time now for Infernus, who's continuing to pressure. Good awareness there, trying to get a zip knock there on the Viscus. They're not going to find that, but this should be an easy Guardian take to kill as well. It's exactly what you want on this lane for DMB, who's looking to get even more active. Poshpop does have roll, and that punch is going to be nicely played, getting him out of trouble. So this Viscus, it's not the end of the world for him to lose a tower, but melee creeps are keeping the pressure on. They don't want to give any quarter for Viscus to get that kind of a crazy farm potential that he got last game.
I think the important part is if you take that Guardian, take their farm as well. You look on the mini-map now, and you can see Sai taking the tier 1 camp. You see DMB invading to take away a couple of camps. Because, yeah, the Guardian might be down, but there's still farm to be had for Poshpop to catch back up. Sai retreats back to the lane.
Furnace, one of the best characters in the game, I think, to steal jungle camps early, right? Because you can just burn them down, cast the Flame Dash, you pretty much clear a camp, even though you don't have like the most damage, the most skills, and not many characters can clear medium camps that fast in the early game. So I feel like DMB could kind of be on a bit of a heater of a game, no pun intended, as the start he's had puts him on a really great path.
Okay, just need Affliction.
Oh my
Scout almost gets completely bursted. Damn, Lowkey putting down the pain here with that cold front. AVG to close that one out. No chance for Scout to survive that one. I don't think he had the second buff for the team, right? I know DMB had one, but I don't know who the other player was that picked up the second. I would imagine John.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, buff should be wearing off soon, so not the end of the world, but the skirmishes around the map have favored the melee creeps.
This is a, correct me if I'm wrong, Mystic Vulnerability, a little bit of a different build for Pocket, right? You don't think you normally go into that, do you?
Yeah, I think it's a good item to just grab. You know, they're just going for like a max value damage amp for the 4.8k investment, which he has now, and then he can build towards some of these other items. It's interesting that the Mag Leap Pocket has pretty. I mean, you still build it, but people are really getting a little bit deeper into the game, not rushing that item nearly as quick as they once did.
Yeah, I think we're seeing like some adaptations the longer this game goes. I mean, just like movement, you're seeing people kind of refine things the longer the game's out, where they improve on, you know, recognizing builds, recognizing timings, more importantly, of like what item, if you can get that online at a certain time, will have the most impact. I mean, movement for me has actually been probably the biggest thing we've seen grow out of every player in this game at the high level. You cannot play this at the top level without having some like top tier movement skills. There's just no way.
Yeah, I mean, the skill cap on movement in Deadlock is absurd, right? It's arguably like the true peak of the game is expressed in the movement, and we see that week to week, players getting just better and better at getting more out of this system. Speaking of someone getting more out of the system, though, Fishcake is on a fantastic start to the game. 9.4k on the Billy. I mean, there's a reason Billy was first banned in like 90% of the games in the last few weeks. It's because this hero is low-key kind of busted. AVG had a tough start to the game last game, game first blood, and still ended up really putting on a show. So we'll see if Fishcake can do the same with the hot start this time. He's getting a lot of free space to just farm it up here. Nice swap in the mid lane. Good catch on the Shiv, but that Page ulti is going to keep AVG healthy enough to maybe get out of this one.
Actually surprised he survives this one too. A lot of committal out of both teams just to make sure he survives. I mean, you see Poshpop interacting with the mid lane as he has nothing left to do. On the left-hand side, he's just got to fight out against DMB. He's only behind by 1.5k. Might say that, you know, 10 minutes in, still a lot of time, or a lot of souls. Speaking of time, 10 seconds till the buffs respawn. Melee creeps, as you pointed out, got both of them the last time. I don't think he'll be so lucky this time.
I see that pretty boy.
Yeah, both teams looking in. Looks like this time it's going to be a bit more of a 50-50 with Hydration and Lord and M ready on the other side. So a 1-to-1 buff trade. Would love to see an UI change so we can actually tell who got what buff without finding their POV, but maybe we'll get that info at some point. Can be hard to tell.
Amazing.
In Furnace, if he gets that, once he gets that orange and purple power spike, is pretty sick, right? At taking some of these fights. Already has rapid recharge, max dash, so that's a huge tempo lead for DMB in the early game. It's going to give him a lot of pressure. Anyone who comes to this side lane is going to be struggling. You see the Poshpop has kind of struggled to stay in that side lane, right? After the Guardian has gone down, you can't really trade 1-for-1 with DMB at the current farm level.
Yeah, it's definitely tough to do so. I think that casting buff plus the dive they did really opened things up for him to be able to pull off the lead like this. And you have to really worry for Poshpop. You can see on the left-hand side, it's going to be a 1-to-1 towards the Walkers. The fight's breaking down towards the right-hand side for this Guardian. The Urn trying to be turned in and gets dunked by Ido. AVG getting caught, not looking the right direction here. Maybe looking to escape now. He wants to catch up on a Fishcake. Walmart Knight could do it.
Oh, needs some slick movement here to get that range in. Yes, he's just barely going to connect. Fishcake couldn't get around the corner, and that's the top net worth player going down for the melee creeps. A kill that AVG is going to be very happy about. Purchasing that slowing hex now pays dividends. Unconventional build-up on the Shiv, but looks good this game.
I really want to like give AVG credit. I mean, the movement is the credit. Hitting your 4, you don't get credit for that. What all you have to do is just find their little hitbox for a split second. It's transitioning quickly though towards the left-hand side. Maybe looking for another gank here as they go for the dive. Poshpop trying to alleviate some pressure for him so he can open things up and open up his lane more importantly. He gets caught up here. He gets a double stun. Combustion be coming through, and as well as the dome, but it doesn't catch the Goo Man himself. It's a big ultimate being thrown into this one, and Pashi escapes.
Yeah, uncharacteristic mistake from Saya, and that's a big space created by Pashi, right? 3 ultimates thrown in. You don't get the Viscas. He gets the Guardian down. Great fight for the last couple minutes here for the Floormen, and it's equalized the game a bit, but hey, still 7k soul lead for the melee creeps. That's about a 10% lead, so we're in favored Urn territory. We're right on the cusp of it, so both teams gonna have to think about that as far as farming. There's sometimes these moments where you have to stop farming to avoid giving away the advantage to Urn when the enemy team's in control of that. So especially next Urn spawn, I'm really expecting both teams to be highly aware of that. This is that kind of lead in the early game where you might give up a favorite Urn that actually you're not winning by enough where you can invade that part of the enemy side of the map.
You know, I think Melee Creeps is the only team I've seen do that. Remember ZP pointed out a few months ago, and I was like, "There's no way they were actually just waiting. They were maybe just trying to catch up to the team going for it." But no, I confirmed.
No, you wait and say don't farm. It's like
Yeah.
even in pubs I see it now. You like intentionally stop farming, let the enemy farm some waves or camps, and
I'm so jealous, Jake, because at your rank, people pay attention to the urn. At my rank, people forget that urn exists.
I believe that's what the kids call a skill issue.
Yeah, I mean, Initiate 6 is having a tough time for me, to be honest. But yeah, definitely, I think it's disproportionate in the lower ranks compared to high ranks with urn interactions.
Look, I mean, Deadlock's a hard game. There's a lot going on at any given time. Stamina Mastery picked up for Ido. That's going to be a big help to ensuring more consistent damage. As Paige finds some nice lockdowns and a slowing hex as well. Kelvin, remember, already used the ultimate in that last fight. Ooh, big lash ult slams down over the top, finds a few though, and melee creeps are starting to really get into this fight. One player dead, Bashima soon to follow. Shiv as well on the cards, and it's 3 down for the melee, for Floormen. Melee creeps sweeping them away.
Let's see him look at me sideways now.
Turning into a 10k lead. You pointed out the stamina mastery for Ido, and honestly, I love stamina mastery over majestic leap for Lash now. The extra movement you get is, I think superior stamina is probably one of the most slept on items in the game.
Yeah, I mean, stamina, so powerful. That's right. It's like basically the vehicle for all your movement techs, and now you can do twice as many, if not more, with like the scaling potential of being able to, multiple air dash, multiple jump. I mean, you can just stay up in the walls and the ceiling forever, waiting for some poor soul to come in under your ground slam. Definitely makes the game a lot harder to play against somebody like Lash. And you also think about what the draft for the Floormen lacks. They don't have a Holiday, a Bebop, a Paradox. They don't really have a catch hero. So it's kind of just up to Zerbzy to build knockdown to deal with the Lash, but that's a little scary. You're not going to have that online for a while.
Mm-hmm. I was mentioning before, talking about, I was speaking with Trax, who played over in EU before with Lowkey W, and he was playing a Shadow Weave Lash build with Stamina Mastery. Because there's no, I mean, you can see through stealth, right? Like, kind of. But there's no way you're going to see through stealth when Lash is coming from the high ground, and it opens up the opportunity for so many easy ults. Like, the knockdown wouldn't do anything. Like, you wouldn't have the chance to use knockdown at that point. But yeah, it's a huge investment. 6.4K for Shadow Weave.
Shadow Weave Lash is the new meta. It's coming. I can see it.
Get fed at that point. But yeah, it's crazy, man. Let's just say we won that game that I was playing with him.
Speaking of winning the game, man, DMB Green Infernus. He has bought Spirit Resilience. Chat. It's real. It's legit. It's happening now. What's his next buy? Wait, is he actually gonna buy stamina? No way, right? Okay, yeah, he's buying Duration and K-Dash. That makes a lot of sense. Feels like Kinetic Dash is like all you need on Infernus to get the very consistent ignites. And he's not even leveling Afterburn. He's just keeping the default Afterburn, letting it get the value it gets, and going for that. Both of the charge abilities maxed out early. It makes a ton of sense, right? You get that max Napalm plus max Flame Dash, man, you're in real trouble trying to 1v1 this Infernus, and the team fights aren't much better. He's hard to bring down, and he's putting a lot of annoying statuses on you throughout the fight.
So not only are you a caster, like a talent, not only are you an observer and a model, but you're also a trendsetter here with your Green Infernus that you pulled off a few months ago.
That's right.
What can't you do, Jake?
You know what? Don't let your dreams be dreams, Jason. Just do it.
And advertising. This man came up with a slogan for Nike.
That's true.
He coached Shia LaBeouf.
That is factual. Movement buff on Lash, by the way. He didn't have enough stamina before.
Oh my god.
How many stamina do you get on movement buff Lash with the superior stam? You get like 8. Look at it. They're waiting out for the earn advantage. They're actually doing it. Giving a bit of farm. Is anyone farming right now? If you're farming, you're cut. If you're farming, you're cut. Look, DMB is not clearing the wave in the left lane.
Bro.
Oh my god.
No, so smart, but he locked it in. Now it is going to be a comeback earn because he picked it up. There's no chance to reset this one to get it as a neutral. So that was actually a very, like, 400 IQ play of hydration.
Yeah, okay, hydration. That is actually next level. Because I don't know that I mean, they're threatening it. Hold on, melee creeps. They might really go for this, right? We talked about this, them being a team that's willing to take that risk and, put the pressure on teams. Say, hey, you better respond to this. We will dunk this urn. And they have a Kelvin, right? I mean, they have the OG guaranteed urns. Stolen swap, but no! Oh, she's outside. Paradox. She can't get the urn drop, but maybe. See if the fight comes in. Big slams, big connection. The bunny, the hex is good actually, and now the lash ulti as well for the melee creep. We're taking this fight inside. DMB lives for this moment on the dash furnace. 2 kills already, a swap for on third. And Paige between a rock and a hard place here, getting hunted, chased down by the lash. Just a death slam away, and Ido is gonna finish that one off. 4 kills, earned, found, and maybe a 5th as well. Pashi goes down. League farming elsewhere on the map, and that's classic melee creeps, right? Willing to fight where few other teams would take that risk, and this time it pays off huge.
The dash furnace in an enclosed area like that, as you pointed out, man, he's going to be so happy with the fight in that position, especially for Ido with a death slam, a last stand out of John, who didn't have to use that one. The most ideal situation, and honestly, I thought Hydration picking up that urn would have halted melee creeps for going for that urn turn-in. They felt confident enough. They now are scoring a 20+ K lead with 3 rejuves. This is not looking good for Floormen whatsoever here, Jake.
Yeah, great positioning from Ido too to come in, like holding that high ground, finding the lash ulti value in the room. And now they're looking for more. I mean, you'd love to find League, one of the most farmed players here on the Floormen. I mean, not only the most, he's disgustingly far ahead of the rest of this team. And oh no, this guy's just walking out of the TV. He's gonna get, oh, they just barely get the kill. That is backbreaking. That's a 23K soul. Guys, that's arguably your only relevant fighting hero at this moment in the game. I mean, consider you're down 20K and you lost a guy who's worth 23K. This is effectively, for the next 30 seconds, like a 40K lead. I think some of these objectives are going to start to drop melee creeps in pole position to really push the tempo on this game. And Metal Skin queued up now for Infernus.
Bro.
I mean, he is a big boy.
He wants to just go straight to the back line. Like, he wants to just sit in the entire enemy team with this, like, setup that he's got going.
I mean, just the napalm and the flame dash alone, even if you aren't afterburning people, and you better believe DMB will, is going to be a real problem. We've got Divine Barrier now on the Kelvin. Look at this. Okay, Pashi, he one punch. Okay, that does get him out of the trouble for the moment. And League might be able to come in to assist this, but I don't think DMB is going to give any respect at all to this. I mean, he's got Metal Skin. He wants this kind of a fight. He wants these kind of a trades right next to his Kelvin.
He's so hard to kill in these fights, man, because he's got Spirit Lifesteal on top of this. So as long as people are sitting on his Flame Dash, plus he has Metal Skin, what the hell are you going to do to kill him?
Flash.
Well, Ido will go.
I think that's is that Stolen Death Slam? No, he just got pulled too deep there. Couldn't get the follow-up, and Ido looked to be going down again. The execute's not quite enough, but he is ticking maybe some daggers from the Shiv. Oh, Billy around the corner, though. Fishcake wants this fight. Maybe Floormen getting a little bit too aggressive with this chase down. John's here as well on the board, assisting, helping this cleanup. They're starting to lose players, though. They're starting to drop rejuve. Flashbot forced into a roll. Has the tankiness from this roll. Maybe live just a little bit longer. Big lash ult over the top. Slams him down. Flashbot in real trouble. The gun carry running for the hills now for the Floormen. Doing what he can to push that wave out. At least there's no creeps for the melee creeps to continue to press this advantage. But, I mean, the kills are valuable in their own right, and they're getting both sidewalkers.
With him pushing middle, though, at least cuts the wave, so there's going to be no mid-walker taken. But yeah, losing both side walkers like this.
It, though. Maybe. If he gets out of this, it's huge, actually. That's a really nice play. Oh, and he is going to survive. Okay. That's really nice from Pashipop. It kind of cuts the losses, but, I mean, the losses are pretty bad as it is, Jason.
Yeah.
30K soul deficit at 20 minutes. Like, this game is inches from over, and I think the Floormen know how difficult the scenario they're in is.
I mean, if you're Pashi here, you're sitting at like a 20-minute mark, no glass cannon, and you are so far away from it. Only at 600
he went
souls.
DBR. I mean, he just feels like he needs DBR to even play, to even live. But I think you're exactly right. When you have to build these defensive items on a gun carry, you do not feel good, right? Going beyond the 4.8K green investment cap. Like, he has almost as much green as he has gun damage, and that doesn't feel good when you're on these greedy carry heroes.
And John's more than happy. He's got Hollow Point and Glass Cannon picked up already. So he's in a prime position. I mean, also, Fishcake set him up really well with that chain gang. Right into a last stand. Know where you're going to run from that one. And, of course, Sai with the dome talked about before, coming in at a perfect time. Oh, man, again, these, like, small little movements. So clean to see. There's no... You can't if you're Floormen. You have to get this one up, don't you?
Hold on. He got zip knocked. He's going to drop the urn. It's going to get a little bit scary here. Saya holding his nerve, grabs the urn again, but they're not going to go straight for the dunk. I mean, they're down some ultimates. Like, Lord and M might be able to make a play onto this one. If he can find a huge affliction, there's a fight to be had here. Maybe the creeps don't have that lash ulti just yet, but their ultimates are coming up in the next few seconds. Stolen Infernus all just a little bit out of range. The urn dunk not quite in yet. And Saya knocked off Afflicted, maybe in a bit of trouble. Pocket, no way you're playing your way out of that one. Frozen Shelter, keeping everybody healthy, and Floormen starting to drop.
Last time coming out as well to create some space for this turn-in for Saya, which he will be successful in. Hydration was not able to stop it, though he's trying to steal away some of these souls. The fight's still continuing to go as, honestly, Floormen is losing player by player, but to look at melee creep side, they're very low on HP. DMB, he has to get this fight immediately as he does fall to AVG, but eventually gets turned on. Ido gets that kill. Those 3 coming through, they're looking to catch on to Pashi Pop, and I think he might be able to save a nice little juke coming through, but I don't think they're going to save their base guardians from this one. Unless, actually, there's really not many waves to push on into.
That's a decent fight for the Floormen, but it's just it feels like they're stalling the inevitable, right? Like they're keeping the waves out, it's preventing melee creeps from actually ending the game, but still melee creeps are just too clean in that fight to really give meaningful counter kills. I mean, hey, getting DMB alone is pretty nice, and the soul deficit you're at, like 2 or 3 to 1, might actually even be worth it for the Floormen, but that only shows how difficult of a scenario we're in, and Saya's gonna grab the refresher, so double Kelvin Dome. Poshpup, though, the farm from that fight does get him into the glass cannon, so okay, Viscous starting to find his purchase in the game and could be a bigger and bigger damage threat as things continue, but I mean, a new lease on life is far from guaranteed considering this game state.
Ooh, against a hydration ultimate coming through. It catches onto one. It actually catches onto Ido, who just immediately turns it around to throw away his enemy. They look to escape this one as Fish Kick gets caught on the left-hand side. This is by League and Zerbs, or League and Pashi Pop where they get that kill.
Lowkey got parried. Ido also low, so the Floormen punching back with a vengeance right now. Disgusting soul lead against them, but they're playing like they're the ones with the huge advantage. Curse deployed for now. Paradox wants to punish ABG for that overextension, and yeah, playing this confident with the soul deficit you're at is quite a risk. I think Floormen have recognized, okay, we're not finding more out of this one. But Melee Creep's forced to respect their opponent here. Felt like they were on the cusp of victory, and now it's a little bit more in question.
I think Melee Creep's forced to fight on mid-boss here with this lead that they have. Or do you think they just play it slow and steady to win the map?
I mean, it's scary because you still have a Pocket, right? And I think forcing a group up, like if Pocket gets a huge affliction, that alone might be enough to kind of recover the soul advantage. And so I think you could force it, but I'd rather see Melee Creep just continue to play the macro game. I mean, it would seem to me that Floormen lacking pickoff really shouldn't do as well on these split macro fights, but they've been the ones finding the better kills. I mean, killing Fish Kick there was quite big when, consider the farm level of this Billy.
I think it's gonna be, it almost has to be earned. Melee Creeps have shown no signs of being afraid of going for these deep turn-ins. They got the last 2 when they were advantage earned for them. DMB, you see here, he sees someone, immediately starts to run away, but gets locked down twice with the help of the knockdown, the captivating read. And again, he's gonna have dash in 3 more seconds of time, so you're having to commit a lot of resources to lock him down, and even then, you can't get the kill on towards him.
They're going for it.
Has respawned back in, and it looks like they almost went straight for it, but they're gonna force a fight. I think they've been sussed out.
Yeah, Vortex up for hydration, so you gotta be worried about the AoE threat from that scout. Swap is good, and oh no, that's Pashi Pop down. That's one of your key damage sources for the Floormen. Without him, they're gonna be in real trouble. DMB putting a lot of damage onto League. That's gonna be really annoying for the Geist. Forced back under his own walker. And Melee Creeps are very aware of the threat of a contest, though. They aren't just going straight for the mid-boss. They're playing this one slow and steady. But at some point, they're gonna have to commit to get this objective down. DMB makes the call. He's gonna go for it, gonna start putting that pressure on. And the heals from Kelvin actually make a huge difference in his ability to sustain into this one.
And League really has to come into his own in this game. 30,000 souls leading his team. Contest going to be coming through. Just get locked up. Just pull off the swap as well. You can see him on the forehead side of your screen. Gonna be ulti coming out of Kelvin though. I mean, it's holding him away so they can't steal away the rejuve. And anyone locked inside is going to die as they do take the dome down and secure all 3 rejuvenators and a frozen shelter coming out. I think that was out of hydration this time. No, was that
I think it's a second one. It's a refresher for Saya. Oh my god, that was disgusting. Hydration got turned 5 of them, I believe, to bunnies inside the frozen shelter, but the shelter prevented him from lasting the rejuve, prevented it from going down to the ground. So Saya gets the last laugh. Hydration was a big play with a lot of stuns, but inside the shelter just didn't make any difference at all. And being this Sinclair with all in utility, right? You just don't have the damage to follow up on your own plays the way a greedier build might. DMB gonna be very happy to just charge the urn down to the aggressive side of the map while the rest of the team pushes forward and maybe take some base guardians here.
I didn't even notice Saya getting refresher in that game. And pulling it off at such a crucial time as well. Maybe that's why they felt confident to force the mid-boss, because they knew he had refresher. They knew they had double ultimates out of Kelvin And realistically, unless you get a massive affliction off, you're probably not going to be winning that fight. And you're definitely not going to have a chance to steal when you can lock down that reju for so long. But now the mid, Walker being taken, the Urn in the hand of DMB and Saya back to clear out and push out these waves. It's only a matter of time before they get shrines. I would assume they're going to be getting shrines and possibly a patron stage 1 knock here.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, the cracks are starting to show for the Floormen. I mean, we're looking at now, what, a 45k soul lead? That's disgusting. That's a 6k item on every single player and more, right? So, you know, you think about the gap between the teams stat-wise is terrifying right now. Pop, he's just not going to be able to step up and deal any relevant damage. He's doing what he can to kind of tax some of the attackers, but I mean, you see those Guardians drop. I mean, melee creeps, I think they're going to choose discretion here. There's a lot of sinners on the map, a lot of farm to clear. So, hey, make that lead even bigger. Why don't you? But, I mean, and I guess they have to get some buys off. What is Billy going to buy with this 6k? I mean, you could just go with, like,
Frenzy?
Spellbreaker or Plated. He goes Crushing Fist. Okay, so he's going aggro, wants more damage. Honestly, I don't mind it. You know, with the kind of advantage they have, having more major gun carry threats, DMB is going to grab an Escalating. So he's built enough tank now, builds Escalating, and that item alone kind of carries your damage on Infernus.
I've been playing a lot of, I don't want to admit it, but it's actually really fun. This it's not really a ball build 7. It's like a hybrid power surge ball ult build. And I've been loving it. Escalating, it has to be one of my favorite items because the amount of damage you can do if you can get people to sit within that spirit damage, especially when you get like the taking from Afterburn online, it's going to continue to take that exposure up. I mean, DB off the side, I heard a Warp Stun go out. I'm not sure if there was a catch or whatnot.
There's
The
a lot of
going to be coming through.
A lot of players from melee creeps inside the base. Lash grabs one. A stolen Lash ulti from Sinclair is going to get a bigger counter ult. Does pick up the Lash himself and a second, but they're just too scared to actually go for the follow-up kill. They don't have the damage to meet it.
More of a disengage there than an actual engage for them. There's really no follow-up, as you mentioned before. But at least get one of the rejus here, Jake. That's going to be Ido going down. But the Shrines are going to be falling. The stage 1 Patron as well. And I mean, realistically, they probably could stay here considering they still have 2 rejus left.
They might go for this. Oh, fighting ABG is huge. In the second falls without Bashi Pop. Only 4 players left to make the defense. Only 3, and that's game over. Floormen, no gun carry, nobody left. Just deal that raw damage, and you're talking about very farm melee creeps closing out game 1 here. Floormen making it somewhat competitive at moments, but I mean, really, this has just been melee creeps front to back. Dominant early game, dominant mid game, and a beautiful closeout as well. Melee creeps did it in style. Very comfortable game for them, and statement victory. You know, for Floormen, this is a tough one to come back to from rather in a game 2 here. It's like, it's not obvious that you just make one tweak in the draft and change this one. This feels like a difference in level between these 2 teams.
Yeah, I would say so. We used to talk about Hydra Nation as being the best macro team in North America, but I think it's been pretty obviously overthrown by melee creeps and the plays that they were pulling off. I did want to talk about, you know, again, the hero we haven't seen in such a long time, Infernus, and your thoughts on how DMB played and how it worked out for him. I personally feel like we didn't really get to see too much of how impactful it could be in these fights, but we know just from the build he went that he was being a massive pest to Floormen's side.
Yeah, I think that's a great way of putting it, right? Like, the goal, I think, of the Infernus in this game, I mean, winning the early game was massive, right? The fact that he wins his lane, creates a lot of space, slows down Pashi Pop, and, you know, is just stealing a lot of farm on the map, already basically had done his job. And then towards the late game, he's just an annoyance in the team fights. Like, he can go in first, and if you try to commit on him and focus him, there's always the risk that he's going to get saved by Kelvin, and he's going to lifesteal up. As we see Saya, this huge frozen shelter. I mean, it was a sick play from Hydration, but it just wasn't enough. I mean, and then the backup frozen shelter as well, once you're already committed to trying to last at the rejuve. So, hey, Saya, we were down in the Kelvin, but I mean, I think these frozen shelters really spoke for themselves. I mean, game defining in a lot of those key moments.
That range he had on it too, at the very end was kind of ridiculous. You can't really miss a shelter when you throw it down like that, but that's going to be melee creeps coming out with the first map in this series. And, you know, people in chat are asking, is it a comp difference? Is it a team difference? Is it an individual player difference? And I think it's just kind of all around yes. I don't know. I didn't really necessarily hate Floormen's comp when it came to this matchup, but it just didn't. I don't know. Hydration really didn't have much impact with his ult. I don't really want to blame him. I think it was more so just how far behind they were. I mean, 70,000 souls at the end of the game. There's not much you could do. You can be the best player in the world and have the best comp in the world, and you're still going to lose 70k behind.
Yeah, I feel like they just never really got the ball rolling. I mean, I would call this just a team difference, right? Overall, from the melee creeps, everybody knows their job really well. And, you know, when a team that funnels so much farm to somebody like John and has John as like your late game, end game threat, you know you're in trouble when Fishcake and DMB are taking over the early game. Because at that point, it's like you don't even have the time to worry about John who's just farming up a storm in the jungle, clearing back camps, getting bigger and bigger and bigger. You just try to not look at his net worth number while you deal with the immediate threats in DMB and Fishcake. But when you're not really able to do that, at some point, John emerges from the jungle and is like, I have finished farming. I will end the game now. And
I'm ready to play.
Yeah. There's a classic meme image of Dota 2 from the anti-mage leaving the jungle after 20 minutes is like a giant and just walking over you. So it's one of those games where when you aren't even able to think about the enemy hard carry and you're just trying to survive, it's like the game is already too far gone. And so I don't know that from Floormen as much of a drafting issue as like the way they played, but this is also melee creeps, right? Who else would have picked Infernus Kelvin as the lane and found the laning win against one of the dominant carries of the current meta in Viscous, alongside a Page as well, one of the best supports on lane. So I mean, this really speaks to their depth of knowledge about Deadlock and their willingness to be continuous innovators despite already being at the top of the game.
And as you mentioned, Viscous and Page, one thing I wanted to note for Poshipop was how defensive he had to go. You pointed out the DBR, delayed his glass cannon, he had to go metal skin, and then he went long range, realizing there's no way he can get close to these fights because of DMB, Ido, and John. I mean, everyone on the enemy team he couldn't really afford to be close in close vicinity to. So he adapted his build a little bit to apply some damage from a longer range, but it just didn't matter. He was so set behind, which is kind of crazy considering, again, it's a Viscous. You have so much safety with your Q, you have so much mobility with your puddle punches. He had to go defensive because of how well melee creeps were playing.
Yeah, it's a problem. I mean, at some point you're far enough behind where, you know, one swap in from Scout and you're just dead, right? Like you can't pop your cube and you're silenced. So, you know, you get caught by Scout or Fishcake locks you down and you're just dead, or Curse comes in and you're just dead. So, you know, when you fall behind like this and as a team that's putting that much pressure on you, I guess I like sort of building these defensive items, but I almost feel like when you're behind, you almost have to be a little bit crazy and a little bit willing to just gamble on all-in damage, because frankly, if you don't have the damage, it doesn't really matter if you stay alive. It doesn't really matter, but you know, you could see it just the opposite way, right? If you don't stay alive, your damage doesn't mean much of anything either. So, I mean, Melee is just putting Floormen in a really tough spot this game and exacting a dominant win over them. I'm really curious to see if Floormen take a very different approach in the draft next time, if only to just force something to change, because frankly, after game one like that, it's pretty hard to argue that there's going to be anybody but melee creeps taking their 10th straight tonight.
Yeah, well, Floormen, they got their berth into the money match after such a long amount of time, but they have everything going against them now. Down 1-0 so far in the series, one game away from losing out once again. Melee creeps one win away from taking this streak to be impossible to defeat. We'll see you guys after the break.
What an ending.
I'm not going to do it this time. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with the show. There's still no patch. So I'm hoping for good things next week. You know what? We could be in a world right now, Jake, where the patch comes out and we have so much new content and we don't know who's going to win any of the matches, considering there's so much that's changed about the game.
That would be a great world to live in. I'm just excited for whatever new content comes our way. I feel like everyone in the Deadlock community is like holding their breath, waiting. Everyone's talking about what's going to come, when it's going to come. And, it's exciting. I just can't wait. It's going to be awesome to be able to hop on and just have the whole community buzzing and excited about whatever new stuff we have to play with.
See, I'm going to get so much hate, but I don't want the patch to come. I feel like I'm just starting to learn enough about like the current meta and like heroes and stuff, and I don't need new heroes out of the game. I don't need mechanics change to the game. I need to learn a little bit more.
Jason.
It's too quick, man. It's too quick for me. I need like people to chill,
It's the young people who are wrong. We should keep
I
things how they are.
I don't have time to game all
Don't
day and night.
change
I got a
anything.
wife. Like I have to go like hang out with my wife and stuff. She's gone for 2.5 weeks, which is why I've been streaming like every day and playing. But I love her and miss her, so hopefully she comes back soon. But anyways, going back into this series, it is Melee Creeps up against Floormen, currently 1-0 for Melee Creeps. But we learned something, Jake, during the break from our awesome producer, Lowkey. Melee Creeps have a tendency to lose. Well, ZP brought this up. Have a tendency to lose their match 2, their game 2s in the series. And they're currently 5 out of their last 9 wins have been 2-1s and 4 have been 2-0s. So if you're doing prediction points here, you kind of bet against Melee Creeps. If history tells us something.
You smell that? That's
Are you cooking
copium, baby. I
something?
love
Oh.
the smell of copium in the evening. It's just rancid right now. It's thick. I mean, that was absolute shellacking, though. That was not a close game. I feel like you need a closer game 1 to make me believe in you in game 2. And the Floormen, that wasn't it. I mean, maybe they put too much pressure on themselves coming into this as like it's their first chance at the money match in all these weeks. But then again, these are also players who have won championships before in DLNS, who have been on top of other games as well. So I don't want to give too much credence to the possibility of pressure getting to them. I want to put a lot of respect on the Melee Creeps, right? They have continued to innovate. They've continued to push boundaries and be unafraid to experiment despite being the top team. And I think that's what's going to make them not only the 10-time champion, but maybe even to continue on beyond that. And it's just a joy to watch these guys work because they're always showing us something new. They aren't sticking with like the same old ways. It feels like they're very hard to predict in that way.
Jake, you smell copium. I smell money right now because 5 out of the 6 players are streaming. And if I was them sitting at 1.1K concurrent viewers with all of them combined, I'd be like, let me drag this series out and I'm going to spam my ad button, run as many ads as I possibly can and make some extra money on the side here to go with the prize pool that they're going to win. I think that's smart. I think that's like maybe the play they've been going with.
Tossing for ad revenue is the next esports trend. Well, hopefully not. We'll have to see. I mean, I will say you got to give Floormen players credit too. Like they're very strong individual players. I think it just didn't quite come together last game. I think they kind of got blown out in the early game. They didn't quite get to play Deadlock, as sometimes happen. As anyone who plays this game knows, sometimes you just get blown out in the early game, lose all your lanes, and it's just a monumental effort to try and bring the game back, especially against players as experienced as the Melee Creeps are in finishing out matches. But I'll have to see, when we can get into that game 2 draft and see what changes, if any, the Floormen are going to bring to try and shake up the status quo and maybe deliver a different result here in game 2.
Yeah, and while we do wait for the draft to get started, reminding you guys at home as well, the prize pool that is being put on for all these players in EU and NA comes directly from us and from you guys who are donating directly into the pool. Every donation that goes into it goes directly towards them. It does not go towards us. But if you want to support us, you can also subscribe on Twitch. We have an Abrams skin that we're giving away at 1,200 subs that you've seen in the game. We also have a Patreon. You can support us through that. You can also just turn off your ad blocker. Anything helps to keep the lights on here at Night Shift. And of course, make sure you guys donate some money towards the prize pool for all these players to participate in. Because Melee Creeps might just throw the game on number 2 here to get more ad revenue for themselves. And maybe all the teams will start to do that. But I'm hearing the draft is ready, so I can shut up. We're going to go directly into the draft here and see if things have switched up. And Melee Creeps are going to be on first pick this time. So Floormen deferring that over to them.
Yeah, maybe preferring the second pick. That's one way to shake up the draft, right? Just to change draft order, you end up with like a little bit of a different look. You could end up in a bit of a role reversal. So I wonder what Melee Creeps are going to open with their first ban. It's almost hard to think of what you're going to ban first here because last game was almost too easy. So they're just going to get rid of the doorman and say, look, we don't want to deal with the shenanigans either. We want to keep this game simple and straightforward because, hey, we just dominated you that way last game.
I don't know. I wanted to see them leave doorman open. What Saya does in doorman is is completely next level, honestly. But you guys have to wait till next week. Maybe with the patch added as well. Maybe we'll never see Doorman. Maybe we'll have to add more bans or something. If there's like 6 heroes or something like that, 10 heroes be released all at once. The counterban coming through out of Floormen for Shiv, and we did see that first pick last time out of Floormen. So now melee creeps with this open, what do they take?
I guess Billy. I would think Billy, right? Billy's been kind of goated in a lot of games today. Yeah, no change, right? In EU, this hero's like first banned every game, so it actually gets to see play in North America. But so far, it's what 2-0 on the night in terms of 2 matches victorious. Hasn't lost any, even with from Floormen piloting it in the challenger match. It didn't go great at the start of the game, but they still brought it back. They still made it look like a really dominant hero. And with Shiv off the table too, it limits your options in dealing with the Billy. Floormen are going to get a Mina this time, so that's going to be a shakeup in its own right. And I will say, I think Mina's ability to play solo on like an off lane and put a lot of pressure on while being really hard to kill makes her a pretty big asset in terms of the carry department.
I think I want to say almost at every rank, I hear everyone complain about Mina. She has high burst. She takes away your stam. She has escapes. You build debuff remover anyways in your build, so she's extremely hard to lock down. Has a silencing ult. The look you're giving me though makes me think you're on the other end of that spectrum.
I mean, I think Mina is very good. I think the tip for the people at home is you have to shoot Mina, right? Like the one thing she doesn't have is HP. So she is very squishy. So she has all these damaging, threatening aspects of her kit. And if you're just running away from Mina all game, you're in real trouble. If she's like super fed and out of control, you're in real trouble. But you lock this character down and she just dies. She's paper, right? Like even she doesn't build armor. She's built because of the tankiness. It doesn't even work really on Mina. Like you just don't become tanky no matter how much you invest into it. So it's all about being able to trap, lock her down, get that pressure on. And look at the melee creeps draft. Lash, Billy, Warden. You've got 3 powerful tools to potentially catch and lock down Mina. Obviously, catching her in the first place is pretty hard, but if you just get that like one big connection, force the bats out, and you're able to hit them with a Lash ult or a Billy chain, things are really dire for Mina in this game. Viscous could complicate that though. Maybe a cube pulls Mina out of trouble, and Viscous has still been an amazing gun carry. I still believe in the character and the role, even after last game being a bit of a struggle for Pashipa.
Honestly, I'm seeing melee creeps pick Paradox again. Because there's got to be a curse investment in melee creeps to deal with the Mina. You can't just allow her to run away for all the CC that you have to lock her down with thereafter. The Kelvin ban, I mean, considering Floormen get the pick on the turn, I guess they want to deny that away, considering Sai has some really good frozen shelters. You think back to the mid boss in the first match, the refresh your frozen shelter, locking things down to make sure you get every single rejuve to come through. But melee creep side, did they take away Geist? I mean, it wasn't really a threat in the last game, but you were talking about, Geist being such a solid pick into this composition. Instead, they go for a Sinclair ban.
Yeah, they don't want to deal with Sinclair. I mean, I think this actually makes sense for melee creeps, despite the fact that it didn't work out last game for hydration. You're picking insane ults for Sinclair to steal, right? Lash and Warden alone is like a feast fit for a king for Sinclair, right? You're perfectly happy to just steal those ults over and over and over again. This time though, the Floormen, because they're on that second pick, they snap up the Paradox after the ban phase. And I think this was the number one thing their draft was missing last game, is like a pick off catch hero. Sometimes in those moments where they're able to turn the tempo and start chasing down for a fight, they just couldn't quite get their hands on anybody, and melee creeps could kind of get out and reset. And so this time with Paradox on the cards, with Mina assisting in that chase, with the Viscous mobility, they're ensuring that at least won't be the same issue.
I've been a big fan of Ivy lately. I don't know about you. I
like the semi-support IV. The heals are nice. It's like an all-arounder. You have the global presence. You have like a big heal. You have wave clear. You can play defensively. You're kind of a unique character in what you offer, but there's a lot to love in terms of, especially that like heal link on somebody like Billy, who wants to get in super aggressive and take a bunch of damage. Well, who better to heal them up than Ivy with the link plus heal Nova. And melee creeps go for the haze. So I quite like the haze. I'm a bigger and bigger believer in haze over time. The invis ganking setup potential in the late game is very valuable. The scouting potential where enemy doesn't even know they've been scouted because Hayes is just stalking them. Maybe starting things off with like a knockout on a jump pad, something like that's really hard to avoid in the late game. And then Hayes kind of scales into a pretty relevant carry herself, right? Even with just that bullet dance ulti.
Well, she's also going to be the curse builder for the team too. Maybe Ivy will be going that route, so it's going to be very difficult to go up against us. If your Mo and Krill cancel the ultimate, Abrams, you lock him down. I mean, anyone on the team, if you catch him with a curse, especially if you go double curse, you're most likely going to get a kill confirmed onto that. To quickly go back to the Ivy though, one thing I do like what she brings to the meta we've been seeing with like your Wardens, your Vistas being gun carries. is that stim you give. That fire rate stim can be very impactful, allowing like your Ward and your Viscous to really get this like power spike in the middle of a fight. If you can get the Covenant onto them, you're just going to shred through your opponent. But to see Abrams as like a last pick coming out of Floormen, when you look at EU, it's Billy Abrams, like first 2 picks every time.
It's crazy that Abrams went that late. It's even crazier, I think, that melee creeps went for Infernus. That's the first time in 4 weeks we've seen Infernus, and it's 2 picks in a row. I actually think this is not a good Infernus game. I'm really surprised they pick it here. Now, like, look at all the lockdown stuns, hard stuns you have. Like, you could get swapped out of your Flame Dash. You could get pinned by Abrams, comboed by Mo Krill. And there's a lot more mobility. Somebody like Mina, your Flame Dash just doesn't seem to work. She's going to play mostly in the air. She's going to be mostly off the ground. Yeah, I could see Infernus. If Infernus manages to lane against Mo, that would be amazing for melee creeps. But if they don't wind up in that matchup, I think Infernus is going to look a lot weaker in this game. And I think the Floormen have a lot more lockdown and catch, is kind of what they were missing last game. So while I like the draft up to this point, I'm a little worried about melee creeps continuing to play the Infernus in this matchup. I wonder if it'll work as well as it did last game.
I'm looking towards his metal skin when that comes online, because I think you cut out a majority of the damage being done to you. If you don't get comboed, I mean, you have to worry about Abrams, which you can metal skin, Viscous, you can metal skin, Mina, you can metal skin, stop her love bites from proccing and forcing her to Nox Nostra on you. It's only really like the Paradox Yamato to me, if you get metal skin online for him, that you have to worry about. But again, like the spirit reduction damage you can provide to your team, the attack speed slow as well. But yeah, compared to the first game, 100% agree. There's way more lockdown on DMB. I'm just curious to see how he's going to play around this with Warpstone, which is most likely going to be picking up in this one. And of course, the Haze, man, like, you know, we think back to the early days of Haze and we think of Play With Me, but that was more of a carry Haze. But to see this adaptation of this like spirit investment out of Haze with the early ganking has been a thing of beauty. And again, if you go towards Curse, Mina's going to have a very tough time.
I'm a big fan too of the Arctic Blast on Haze. I quite like it.
Really?
For like, yeah, you build into Surge of Power into Arctic Blast, and you just like set up on somebody with Invis, and then right after you start shooting them off the sleep, you Arctic Blast them immediately, so that you just like all headshot them, and people just melt to that kind of a combo.
You give me ideas, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm telling you, that's not even a troll build. You got to build a lot of other utility items to make that build work, but not even a troll build. Like legit, very good DPS for a relatively modest investment. You don't need that much investment in gun, just like a couple, rate of fire items to ensure you're actually stacking up that fixation as quickly as possible. But Haze is always an exciting hero to watch. I'm kind of glad to see Haze a bit more in the meta now.
What about a green Haze?
Green Haze. All right, you've cooked too much. Not green Haze. Don't play green Haze. Of all the heroes in the game, I mean, no. I can't pretend to justify the green Haze. They need to do a mod where your character model gets slightly more and more discolored the more you all in on one item category.
That'd be sick. That'd be kind of cool. Little visual indicator of what the enemy team has. But then you're also talking about, like, do you equip the items that you pick up on them as well. One thing I want to draw everyone's attention to, though, I talked about in the first game, I think even in the first series, that Lord and M, taking that, he only plays Mo and Krill to heart, and he's really broadened his pool. Again, I've seen him pull off some amazing things in scrims. He's on the Mina, and I feel like he's actually very comfortable when it comes to the Mina, so I'm expecting some good things out of him in this match.
I think this is a big game for Lord and M, one where there's a lot of pressure on him in particular, because you've got Pashwap as well to follow up on the gun to carry Viscous, but this is a game where Floormen, I think, have picked a pretty aggressive tempo draft. I think they need to have a pretty decent laning phase and build a lead that they can then tempo up forward, because I think when we get to the ultra late game, you're gonna have a problem. Like if DMB gets farmed on Infernus, you have so many massive late game threats, because I think Ivy is actually one of the better scaling late game supports, right? Like, yeah, you build support, mostly you're just trying to buff people up, heal them up in the early game, but late game, you start building gun, you maybe even build, like, you get like lightning scroll, you get all these crazy items that just make you a massive annoyance in the team fight. And I wonder if the Floormen are going to be able to keep up with that, with somebody like Mo Krill, who can struggle, frankly, in the ultra late team fights. Big parry onto Billy, though. Fishcake getting caught off guard and has to just run for the hills, takes a huge hit on his laning HP from that. And the rebuttal first item from Mo Krill against the Billy already paying dividends.
And you saw there, they really couldn't catch up to Lord and M with the combo that they have of a lash and ability, so they go for hydration. But Mo and Krill, I mean, I think he's going to be kind of happy with this. As long as you don't get bursted, you're going to be able to heal up so much with that Scorn. they should have quite a bit of survivability, especially when you get that pocket send online in a little bit of time. It's already a decent start here for the Floormen on this right-hand side, but again, we gotta look towards Scout. We gotta look towards this Haze, which is already kind of lurking in the vicinity on this right-hand side, has the potential to rotate towards this left-hand side to alleviate some pressure on the melee creep side. And that's really where my eyes are gonna be turning now, at least as this mid-early game. I hate kind of quantifying it that way, but
see what Haze can get done here. She's gone for the headshot booster, maybe into the reload. So it's kind of an interesting build from Scout. Usually we see people build more into the spirit off the rip of the match. But adding that +1 pressure, right, pulling the Abrams' attention onto himself, that gets some profit here in the side lane, but it's already immediately punished on the other side of the map. Floormen getting a lot of value out of this Mina, who's happy to clean up kills, happy to start that snowball rolling.
I don't know if I can challenge production for this, but can we get a replay of that sleep dagger thrown from Scout?
Oh man, you're gonna do him like that?
I gotta do him like that. That was in the ground. That wasn't even near Abrams. Maybe he saw the tail and he was trying to hit the tail. You guys can watch that back because that wasn't great. That wasn't good.
I mean, I will say it's good to aim for the feet with the sleep dagger. Typically, it's like easier to see. Oh, there's a sleep dagger hits though. Swings around the corner. Posh drop wasn't ready for that one. A little bit of greed farming in the mid lane gets punished.
Oh,
all is forgiven, Scout.
Back. Going for the boxes already.
Everybody be box maxing, man. There's nobody who's doing anything except taking the boxes. The way you look at the mini map right now, there's like 2 players on the lanes.
Oh, look at Scout though. He's actually very aggressive. Maybe trying to steal away some boxes from the enemy side here. He's behind him. Sleep dagger.
Wants a gank here. And they're gonna go straight for the Mo Krill. They think Mina's just gonna play her way out of anything. But a slip away from hydration. Maybe he's already done enough. He's in the burrow. They're throwing melees down, but I mean, this is a tanky Mo Krill. Like, not an easy character to kill when he's already in that burrow.
Especially that disarm when you're all funneled into the same direction. Hits every single player. No chance on follow-up here. But if they're gonna stick around, that dive has some very good potential to happen. See Lorden trying to clear out the wave as quick as possible, though.
I do like Scout on these like homeless style heroes, right? Like showing up constantly in all these lanes, like making a bit of space. You're never quite sure where he's going to hit next. It adds an element of claustrophobia to the laning stage where you really have to be worried about where an invisible Haze might turn up to gank you. But with 5 minutes coming up, buffs spawning, looks like it might be double buffs once again at the 5 minutes, going to the melee creeps.
They're setting up for it, but they might get dove on the right-hand side. John definitely picks it up on the right lane.
Great read from Infernus here. Gets out of this one. And Warden's here to help clean up and make that defense. How's ulti? He's gonna go for this. Absolutely. On top of this Yamato, he doesn't even have the ultimate. AVG chopped down. John profit in the early game. And I mean, we talked about other players really getting off to a hot start, but now it's John, the OG for the melee creeps at 6k souls. Lord and them, he tried to keep up with that. It's a far cry away from a decent game for Mina at 4k, but it's still a huge deficit when compared to the Warden.
When they get the kill initially, I mean, Mina going back in Fishcake, I think it was a little bit of a bait actually out of Lord and M to keep Fishcake around, but even Hydration's falling low here. It's got rebuttal, but no chance to parry just yet against Fishcake. I think, by the way, that casting... Oh, committed. That casting buff for John probably was the best buff to get in that situation because you saw Abrams just pop from the alchemical flask, and not to mention the ultimate on the AVG.
Yes, your buff can be nice. Oh, big punch. Follow-up is good onto Haze. And Cube as well is going to prevent Yamato from needing to pop that Shadow Transform. So, quick little cheeky kill onto Scout, punishing him for taking a big risk.
Okay, Mystic Burst. Ult front as well to help us clear. Mention extra burst damage when you get in close. Hydration probably going to go into, or I mean, of course, he's going to be going towards superior duration at some point.
Mina has rushed out that 4.8k spike, so she's a real menace on the lane right now. Trying to trade with this Mina is not what you want to do. I love having the Mo with the Mina too, because I mean, this is if there ever was a hero that could stand and burn somebody down in the Mo combo, it's Mina. Like pretty much every skill you have is just further enabling you to pump that DPS.
Very true. And that could allow that snowball that Lord needs on Mina to really hit that tempo pacing. Especially, I mean, you pair that with Mo with any sort of roaming ganks too. I mean, Hydration, you're going to be good in the laning phase to help out Lord M, but of course, it's going to be good throughout the mid game too. Find some pressure into these lanes. I'm looking more towards Ido though. He's got his Death Slam up, and he's hovering the left-hand side, but again, very hard to catch on to that Mina.
Big damage. Here comes the combo. Easy kill, but a lash ult could turn things around. Parry on that guard. He's going to limit some of the damage, limit some of the pressure on the tower. But now that the tower's gone, you got to be a little bit more worried for Ido. Yeah, biting off more than he can shoot without the help of that tower. The heal on the lane is massive, keeps him alive in that one. Nice little scorn there from Hydration as a parting gift, and Mina should be able to finish that one off. So, hey, talk about this snowball. It's really getting going. Even an extra soul bag with Lord of them decides it's going to be wiser to just back off for the moment. Billy happy to take his prize and a potential kill here on the Mo. And that rebuttal is scary. Like, you have so many threats to worry about, but Fishcake has navigated it expertly.
I see Yamato.
Kind of like the way Lord of them held onto his single and retreat during that fight too. There were so many opportunities to use it when he was fighting up against Ido. But I think he kind of wanted to keep it available since he was so low HP, to keep Ido involved, to keep him around in that fight so he wouldn't just go for the runaway so he can get the extra kill. But 7.4, as you pointed out, massively. Like, Ido's at 4.8k. The rest of his team, I mean, DMB at 6.3, John at 9.6.
Ido?
At least they have a couple of people getting some extra farm here, but Ido's not gonna have a lot of impact until pretty much just his ultimates now.
He's in real trouble. Just to run away in the underground, but here comes big bad John. Almost 10k sold here. Pushing up in this mid lane. His combo comes online though. He's probably going to think about backing off. Does not want to feed away too many souls to the opposition.
Okay, so double center's being secured for Xerxes. But imagine John, the opposing side, could be going for his own double centers here. And then buffs coming up in just about 50 seconds time. So we saw melee creeps get both buffs last time. I don't think Floormen are going to give up the right-hand side this time. Gonna see some sort of contesting out of them, even though they do have a 2k lead. But also the urn. Gonna be a respawn on this right-hand side of the map, I believe.
Bit of challenge in the side lane. Abrams ult comes in right after the Infernus pops. DMB in massive trouble. Wait, where'd he go? Did he get pulled away? Ivy snatched him away. Great catch from Saga. Pulls DMB out of trouble, and now they're turning this into a defense. That looks so good for the Abrams. Now, oh, what a parry over the soul bag. DMB, too greedy on that one. Still should be able to get the tower and get out of dodge, though. So, I mean, Xerxes taunting the bleeding with a sick outplay, but it's not going to make a world of difference.
Well, Scout went Surge of Power after his active reload. Not hitting any of those 4.8k thresholds just yet. Buff's going to be going for melee creeps on the right-hand side and AVG on the left.
Ooh, super close there on the Viscous. Pasha Pop, hold on. Now he's turning it around. The help of League, who doesn't have that swap, which is probably going to mean John is going to be able to slip away from this one. Still a very even game, though, Jason. I mean, just a 2k soul lead for the Floormen, so nothing really massive. As we get into that next phase of the game, people start thinking about doing some of these earn drops.
I think it might come into this turn, actually. Like, what are Floormen going to give away? You can see on the left-hand side. I mean, Pashi, can he defend that left-hand side Guardian? Most likely not.
Yeah, it's a tall order, especially with all of his teammates really leaning over to the other side of the map. I think Pashi's actually kind of happy to lose his Guardian at this point. Make this side lane a little bit of a safer place to farm. Let the wave come a little bit deeper. One hit. Ooh, what a sick swap there from Lee onto the MB, but you got to keep him locked down. You got to keep him silenced. He gets that dash off, tries to slip away. Front is so incredibly low. Abrams just needs one more touch and he'll get it. Beautiful swap there out of League. I mean, that was pretty disgusting, pulling him out of the air like that.
They delayed the urn, though. That might be the contest coming through. You see both teams collapse on top of the side. Immediately gets in towards this one. He has denied the urn dropping it out of Hydration's hand. Hydo with a big slam coming through onto two. The follow-up not going to be there. The combo comes in to deny any sort of blade dance to come through, the bullet dance. And this is going to be a big fight here for Floormen.
Yeah, getting too close to the Mo. It's a mistake he won't make often.
He's reloading.
Desperately tried to get out of this. Oh, and he turns around. He wants to drop that bomb and come back in. His DMB's back into the fight. Drops the flame dash. Here comes the Nox Nostra, though. It silences Ido. Players dropping low on both sides. There's a huge objective to be claimed here for the winner of this fight. Neither team wants to back down. Infernus will pop, just defending this one, securing that drop, and it is going to be good for Ido. Most of the souls being last hit as well by melee creeps. But Floormen still looking to get some more kills out of this one. It could be costly as Lord and M try and just run out of this one. DMB is so annoying with that flame dash. Chasing it down through the fire is a risky proposition. Abe's just going to back off.
Wow, I really thought that was going to be a bigger fight for Floormen. I believe And the Urn being locked in by Ido, so that lead that they had completely gone now, but they might be able to get it back with the help of taking down Scout as Lee closed it with the kinetic carbine. Only a 1k difference now is a little bit of a, what was like a 3-4k swing in favor of melee creeps. And John at 15,000 souls right now. My God, he's gonna hurt.
Yeah, he is absolutely gonna. I mean, we're past the point of Floormen stopping him in his tracks. Right now, you have to face the John late game. But let's be honest, we probably already knew coming into this match that Floormen would have to take this challenge. Right? They'd have to be ready for a farm John because this man, he just always gets there. He's just always him in the late game. And I think he's probably going to be happy to farm up for a little bit longer. I think that glass cannon probably is the next item for him. As he's not even investing into the green pretty much at all. This game is a very aggro build here with the lead he has. That's enabled him to get this crazy snowball lead. He is relatively squishy, but hey, this Warden's natural tanking is still 2.2k HP with pretty much no green investment to speak of.
Now, I would imagine the melee creeps are going to delay any sort of fight happening until he gets his glass cannon online, though he's going to be rotating towards the right-hand side, so maybe he's actually going to be looking for a fight to get towards that glass cannon.
Oh yeah, the fight's already getting going, but they might not realize John's coming into this one. Abrams trying to just run out now, thinking better of that engagement, but Lee might end up getting caught. The healing right though, and the sprint speed it gives is enough, but ooh, hey, hold on. Was it too greedy to stick around for this farm? Maybe not. I guess it's just Saya here cleaning up the wave. I can't believe that melee creeps still have this Guardian online at 14 minutes. I mean, they have ensured that this lane has just not crossed the threshold under their tower for quite some time.
Bro, how did that charge not hit though? I don't know how Saya escaped this one. Mina being thrown directly into the face of Scout, and he will go down. Lord not able to get that kill onto Scout. In the meantime, the left-hand Walker is being pushed quite heavily by Floormen, and they should be able to secure this one down. DB can't really defend against this one. Maybe he can get a kill. And you need to see a big push, and that's what we're seeing the split out of melee creeps here on mid and the right lane.
Moaz combo, you got to be a little bit careful, but there's no respect being given. Melee creeps sense advantage, smell blood in the water. They're going to push straight in for this mid Guardian. No damage follow-up for Hydration to commit that combo. He does grab one, but meanwhile, on the other side lane, Yamato's getting burned down. Scout happy to get these rotations as walkers are traded, but it could be a 2-for-1 if melee creeps are able to also grab that right side walker. Saya's trying to accomplish just that here on this Ivy, but for now, it just looks like he has to run out of this one. The moves are good though, and it's going to be a scary chase down, chasing Ivy into the sewer. If any help comes, this could get a little bit awkward. Oh, but it's not going to get awkward. Just a clean 1-2 to the head there for the Floormen.
You're not going to escape a Paradox who pulls off the kinetic carbine dash for that insane speed. Look at a 10 though.
What is saving for? He's almost 6k. He's gonna
magic carpet.
He buying? No way, right? No way. I mean, maybe he'll buy Durasia, but it's just weird he's waited this long to buy.
Come on, Hydration, give the chat what they want.
Yo, magic carpet, Bo. With your tournament life on the line.
Do you remember last time we saw magic carpet? I think it was last time we saw magic carpet.
We need to see a buff on magic carpet, honestly.
It's just us out here.
Although maybe magic carpet is and should remain a meme item. Like, let's be honest. Maybe we don't want to see the real magic carpet meta.
I think last time we saw it was during the trolley event when we had like 3 or 4 picked up by a team. I think it was like, I can't remember the team actually. It doesn't matter. In the meantime, John with his 18,000 souls looking for this fight. They've already lost on the Scout, and honestly, this would be a huge kill if they can pull it off on towards him. The backup's going to be Saya as he's quickly trying to rotate on over. John actually dodged away from getting stunned on the jump pad.
Oh, that link is pretty huge there. Big heals dumped in there from Saya, securing this late game carry. But hey, the last few fights, the Floormen have eked out a moderate advantage here, one that they've had to earn with blood, sweat, and tears. But John strikes right back the combo. This time, it's on to DMB, who's happy to pull some of that attention, but he's not going to be so happy with Abrams now hunting him down, dash down for a second. But that lash ulti pulls him off, gets him away from DMB, who's going to get out of this and maybe be able to escape safely from this fight. Maybe they could bring more to this engagement, and Floormen just try to back off for now. Saya happy to claim the walker on the other side of the map.
I mean, yeah, what's been happening exactly? Walker's getting taken, and melee creeps haven't lost a single player in this exchange, and they also deny the urn from being turned in. Finally, Saya goes down, but you're going to be happy with that. Losing.
I mean, that's Saya throwing his life away for a walker, right? That's your least farm hero thrown away for a walker. That's a deal you make every day of the week. Urn control, though. Now for the melee creeps, or what am I saying, for the Floormen, as they look to earn something back here and, you know, re-secure that advantage that has kind of slipped away in the last minute or two.
Can we quickly point out, by the way, for League, he's played Geist, He's playing Paradox. He's playing Yamato. He's playing so many different types of heroes that it's kind of insane. The Sleep Dagger, I think that was missing. Using the Q to lock in the Urn Turn-In. The fight still might kick off from this one. Ido doesn't have ultimate though. Actually, both teams just gonna back away instead. But yeah, League, man. He's playing like every kind of role for the team, and it feels like almost every hero.
Yeah, definitely one of the more impressive players, I think, in this series, given the flexibility that he's shown and just looking, not just playing every hero, but actually looking really solid on them all, right? Like, not seeming limited by what he's played. And I mean, to have a really good game on Paradox is super impressed with me after playing some of these like frontliner carries. That's we talked about that with some players, right? Like, the flexibility is a huge gap between certain players. Like, certain players are rock solid on like 2 to 3 characters, and if they don't get those, they're in real trouble. And then you've got a tier of players who are just building and growing that hero pool. It feels like they have so much room to grow. Combo being committed, but hold on, Hydration maybe going a little bit too deep here. The bullet dance is just running through him. Mina trying to get into this fight. Scout very, very deep, is going to get cut down, but there's still more of an engagement to be had. John, he's a tanky, man. He's of a metal skin. You got to be able to kill him off before this metal skin ends. He's going to start chipping through you, and DMB comes in, bails him out. Now the turn comes in. Melee creeps step on the gas. Now it's their turn to strike back, and there could be a potential mid-boss on the cards for the victor of this fight. The Floormen recognize that they don't want to lose too many players here. They're continuing to fight this one out, but Billy is happy to take most of the damage in this engagement.
Trying to buy that space for John to really come online and to heal up as well. Last thing to be coming through, use the zipline to get in close proximity of League. Go for the catch on towards it, gets around the corner, but instead they're going to stop the chase. And they will back away. I mean, after all that fight kicked off, it was only 1 death, I believe, out of Lord and M. And I just got his ultimate back online as well.
That's actually just an expert deadlock fight from both teams, right? Both teams really playing at the limits of their characters, and both teams recognizing that could be a potentially decisive fight in the game. Whoever just secures a solid mid-boss at this moment in the game is going to probably put themselves in pole position to close this one out. And remember, this is Floormen on their series life, so they can't afford a mistake like that.
I got to draw our attention over towards Xerxes and the build he's been running on Abrams, if we can maybe get a quick little check-in with him. I feel like he's gone very distraction heavy Abrams. He went for a very early warp stone and a very early metal skin. I think he's just trying to like distract and buy time for everyone else to come in. He doesn't have a ton of damage. He has close scores, he has K-dash, yes, but he doesn't have anything else built beyond that. Or maybe I could be just completely wrong. Even going for return fire next, it feels like he wants to draw all that attention towards him.
I mean, there's so much damage in this game. You need tankiness this game to play a frontliner, right? Like, think about how many characters on melee creep side can just burn you down if you make a misstep and you're in the wrong spot, right? The Haze ulti alone could just kill you, even though Haze isn't really the most farmed character. So it's definitely a great metal skilled game. I expect to see quite a few of those picked up for the Floormen.
Even Cold Front? I mean, it's such like a utility investment. Or not, I can't even say utility.
Threatening a little bit here on the side lane. Looks like 2 fights, 4v2 on both sides of the map. Smaller numbers engagement here. Chain being committed by the Billy. He wants to force some kind of a fight. Doesn't get the pull in. He does pull Bashi, but he just cubes and flies away out of that one. He wants to keep this Walker pressure on. You get the Paradox here supporting him. And they're going to bring the attack, and it seems like they're winning on the other side of the map too, although melee creeps bringing numbers. It looks like Viscus is going to be able to get this Walker down. See if we can see what's happening with John on the other side of the map. I mean, Poshpop, he's out of there now. He's just going to roll back to the base. Left side of the map's where the action is. Looks like Xerxes behind enemy lines, but maybe they don't realize.
Oh, no. League's not so lucky, though. He gets left behind because Poshpop just rolled away. He has to come back into the fight here. Look at this glass cannon stack. It could be massive.
I mean, they're down ultis, but the rotation has come in. Floormen have brought numbers now, assisting Poshpop. Although chasing Fishcake is pretty scary, right? You know there's a possibility of rotation. John coming in, flanking, thinking about whether he wants to re-engage onto this. And it seems like for now, Floormen just going to back off. Not being baited to chase in Fishcake is a great read of the game state.
There's nothing to fight for on that side either. Both walkers being taken. For ABG, there's nothing to take on the left-hand side either because that walker's already down. It's all about this Urn Turn-In, and as we can see, Floormen are not going to go for the contest on it. Ido just trying to lock down the high ground to prevent any sort of congestion. Eventually, it does get dunked in, and you can see what Scout has queued up next, Curse. And that's when things are going to get really serious for him and his team, and the gank potential he can apply, and the shutdown potential, more importantly.
I'm desperate for him to buy 800 worth of gun items, though. I mean, he's 800 away from the gun investment on Haze. Maybe that's not the end of the world, but it seems like a little, you know, like a rapid fire would be worth it.
I mean, definitely possible for him. I think
Lucky
They
shout
look
out
a
John
team.
John. Oh, that's a scary buy, man. That's just because usually it's. I wonder if does he already have Vamp Burst?
I don't believe so. I think he only has bullet life still, unless he picked
Okay,
up
so
Vamp
he
Burst.
went more damage. He went for the lucky shot before the Vamp Burst, which gives you an insane amount of damage. But without the Vamp Burst, you aren't as tanky as you would otherwise be. That being said, Vamp Burst is also not nearly as good against metal skins. Not life stealing much when the metal skin's just blocking all that damage. But I mean,
I think
he's just like if you get in front of this guy and you not metal skin, you are not long for this earth, Jason. I mean, this is a terrifying power peak at 22 minutes in the game.
And I think that's why like the curse becomes even more effective now if you can get it online for scout, if you can funnel some farm to him. Because if you go frontline like Zerbzy to push him away with your metal skin, if you curse at Abrams, he's dead. And obviously there's a lot of high priority targets you want to be cursing here, but you can alleviate that pressure on John
comes.
to really power up. But yeah, like you said, curse coming through. And now what is Scout going to be offering with this? If him and John pair together, they're guaranteed to get a kill onto that target.
Yeah, I think they're looking to do exactly that with mid boss hanging in the balance. Got to be so careful here. Somebody like Lord NM. I mean, this is the weakness of the Mina, right? You're a threatening carry, but if you get found first, you're just dead in a second, right? Even if you have the skills, you might literally not react in time, considering the damage that the Gunwarden has. And
Whoa!
Average Jonas with a $150 tip. Huge donation to the prize pool there. Shout out Jonas, showing the love here to the night shift. And we just up the stakes, up the ante now. And Swap comes in from League. Instant start, beautiful catch on the DMB. Two can play at the burst game.
Well, we talked about mid boss, and here we go. Floormen immediately turn their attention towards it, though. You can see Scout and John are going to be pushing the left-hand side. Maybe melee creeps are going to be giving up this mid boss to get the last walker. Lord and M realistically should not have any chance. And actually, they've gone off the mid boss here to reinforce his left-hand side. Side needs to get over here to help out. Lord and M has no chance to survive. And Ido, he's keeping the information going. He's on the high ground, giving them at least the info of where Floormen are going to be coming from. And he does have the ultimate to get them out of a bad way.
Oh, they need to cancel this ulti. He needs to get it off. Oh, he's healing up. He's healing. Okay, it's not quite enough, though. They do burn down John. This could be an amazing fight now for the Floormen. They didn't take the bait. They didn't go for the mid boss. Instead, they come in and reinforce their side lane, defending their walker and turning this into an even bigger route. Great read of the scenario here from the Floormen, and that's brought them right back into this game. Billy should be dead to rights now. A parry to add insult to injury. Stylish from Pop. And now, mid-boss, a foregone conclusion for the Floormen as they look to potentially equalize this series with the Game 2 victory.
So Average Jonas' note for the $150 donation. Love you guys. Keep up the great work. P.S. Bebop on top. You know, he had me in the first half until he dropped that last line.
We'll allow some Bebop praise. We'll allow it.
For 150 bucks,
this.
we'll allow it.
He's silenced. Inferno's coming in too. They're going everything. They need to get some of these crystals. They need something out of it. 1, 2, 3 go to the way of the Floormen, and now it's turning into a kill fest. DMB is down. They risked everything with the double stunner to try and take some of these crystals away, and they get nothing out of it. A clean fight win from Floormen. Oh no, DMB. His life is so precious right now. They need every player they can get to mitigate this push. And Floormen, wisely, they're going to go back and heal before they really commit to an engagement. Although League actually, hold on, he didn't make that same call and drops a crystal. So an unforced error here from the Floormen. 1/3 of the challenge here already dealt with for this melee creeps push.
Do you think DMB went stamina mastery because of Mina?
It's interesting. I mean, I'm kind of surprised to see Stam Mastery even on Infernus here. I mean, I guess it does let you outplay in between those dashes. I mean, the time between dashes is deceptively long. Like, you know, after you use one dash, you do have a minute of being a little bit scared of getting caught or maybe stuck in an awkward scenario. So the Stamina Mastery is going to ensure that he has that outplay potential.
I mean, he's delayed his metal skin this time and went for the stamina mastery compared to the last game. I think that's one of the... Oh, what a dodge on the paradoxical swap coming through.
This is the Stam Mastery show. I mean, also with K-Dash, right? Nice synergy. You're going to, like, always have more stamina to pop your K-Dash, to keep your gun firing, considering you've done a very minimal gun investment. And they're doing a great job, actually, of staying on the map here on the melee creeps. Like, they aren't playing scared at all. They're continuing to get the farm that they can. Refresher up for ABG that was going to make him a real menace in the extended team fight.
Let's take out Paradox.
I on the high ground.
He is conceding so much farm just to be the human ward for the team. Like, consistently sitting on the high ground to make sure you get the info of what's safe, what's not. And
It's a deep dive. I don't know about this one. Furnace, ulti, the curse on the Abrams, but he's living, he's tanky, he's gonna have to stun. Wait, Metal Skin, he's just popping, he's just manning up. And Hayes fights up more than she could chew. Thought she could fight that one out. AVG down one. And he's actually down for real. Hold on, the regions have been dealt with. Melee Creeps finding the kills. In the chaos, they found enough. And now Floormen, they're routed. They're running for the hills. They're trying to just get out of this, but they may have thrown the game away. Melee Creeps. An absolutely brutal, beautiful defense here of the Walker, giving up nothing despite the region advantage. Floormen thought they could just walk over, and they were sorely mistaken.
A good swap coming through out of League. And the lead that Floormen had is quickly being closed in on. The Walker that started this entire turnaround for Floormen will eventually go down here as they made the push. And also the base is to be cracked open. Those shrines, they have to be taken. There's no way they survive this with only a Mo and Crow and Abrams to defend.
The lead's gonna be gone by the time your players spawn. I mean, just the base guardians alone, the shrines, and oh my god, this is brutal for the Floormen. They thought, okay, surely we can siege the mid-walker. We were talking about that. Ido makes the choice, the intelligent choice there. Rather than greeting, going for a little bit of extra farm, he stays ready, he stays in position, and he just finds that angle for the successful team fight. And the soul lead doesn't matter much at all, right? When you're just ready for the team fight, all 6 ultis, I think, got popped almost simultaneously from the Melee Creeps. They were all ready to get into that fight and to just commit all in. AVG, I don't think he got his second ultimate off. He had Refresher in that team fight, and he just got bursted down. There's no way he got second ult off, right? He didn't live long enough to.
No, I don't think so. And all this farm being taken, like the Sinners being taken as much as possible, as much as farm taken away from Floormen. They're going to have a lead, but it's 7K.
John's being hunted. Okay, they think better of it. They were thinking about chasing him down way past the wave. Would have been super risky.
I see Fishcake here. He's on 6.4. Is he going Colossus next? I think what item he might be going for.
I would love a Colossus buy here. I think it's a natural buy. The game is just right back to even. But honestly, with the patron drop, it's not even, right? Like, you've got super creeps now. So even though you're technically behind in net worth, you're just going to naturally be able to regain that soul advantage. I would actually like to see Melee Creeps play this one like slow and steady and like let those...
Sorry, he's hitting the IADs I was talking about before the show, like the dashing with stand mastery. Something that's been like really...
You better believe Ido's got all the movement tech, bro. There's no way. If there's anybody who's ripping the movement tech, it's Ido. This guy is Himothy when it comes to the move tech. DMB showing up on a side lane. They're pinging him out. They might be able to think about ganking this Infernus. Oh, and this could be a fight in the mid lane. They're chasing deep, though. They haven't really sunk their hooks into any target. And now Floormen recognizing they got to get back. They got to escape, but Billy's got him chained. Billy's hunting him down. Scout rips the bullet dance, takes down Poshpop. League soon to follow. And it's all falling apart. Now DMB puts it all down on the line, risks everything. Oh, Blink's a little bit too high, Mo. But without the burrow. Yeah, Metal Skin's nice, but it doesn't do too much against Infernus. And I think Hydration should be dead to rights. Soon a couple other players come into this one. And look at him, he's just cooking down. Metal Skin makes no difference.
I think Scout making up for the last play where he went for the curse on Zerbston and eventually got pushed out of the fight. He catches out Poshipop, hits him with the curse while he was in the cube, and they get the kill quickly thereafter. And they're going to go for the finish here, Jake. They don't want to stick around for another match. They're finally going to close this out potentially to 2-0 as a big nether $175 donation goes directly into the prize pool. The fight's not done. Just takes the refresher pop for AVG trying to defend against this. They can't hit the patron. They need to get these kills. The kills are going all the way here of Melee Creeps, Jake.
AVG, he's just not tanky enough on this Yamato to stay in the pit. Too much pressure coming in. Hold on, the parries have been found for the Yamato. She's still pumping that damage, but surely one against the world. They just can't get it done. And Melee Creeps, when it looked like their darkest moment, they snatch victory back. A beautiful positioning out of Ido in that fight. The whole team on the same page. 2 Rejuve crystals mean nothing to the Melee Creeps. They just still fight out. They give nothing for free. And Floormen, an expensive lesson. It's been a while since we've seen them in the money match, so still hats off to the Floormen for earning their place, for climbing up the standings, and for defeating Bunny with Clock. But today, the Melee Creeps secure 10 straight. I think this is the beginning of a really beautiful term here for the Melee Creeps. 10 straight is a massive accomplishment, something that is, gonna be remembered for some time in the Deadlock community, and especially with the patch coming, this is a great moment to seal that double-digit streak.
This is gonna sound so mean, but I swear it's said with love. But I wonder, I wonder if AVG and Poshipop are like, damn, shouldn't have left Melee Creeps.
You gotta ask those the tougher questions. I will say we talked with Poshipop in the Graveyard Shift recently, and I think he had a great perspective about like wanting to look more long term. So like, look, week to week, you'd love to get these wins. It's not that you don't care. You are playing for that win every single week. But by the same token, they're looking to maybe buck the trend of the past of some of these hydration associated teams of, lots of roster swaps, being willing to break up really quick if things aren't working out. Like, they're a team that wants to have that longer term success, to build the team chemistry, to match a team like the Melee Creeps. And I think that's the right attitude. I think that's the only way a team is going to be able to take Melee Creeps' spot, but not yet, man. Melee Creeps still top dogs, and for good reason, right? Just like so many players best in class on their roles. Even when they're behind, they still find these ways to claw the game back. And in a game like Deadlock, that is incredibly hard to do. It's one thing to build a lead and expand it and finish games. It's another to be behind 20k souls and 2 rejuve crystals, and to make the decisive team fight of the game go in your favor.
Yeah, honestly, I think we've seen Melee Creeps get pushed to a whole nother level. Not necessarily by Floormen, but in general, I think internally they looked at this game and have gone in and day out and looked for ways to improve. I'm not like Floormen are getting better, BWC are getting better, but I think Melee Creeps are still getting better every single week. And I kind of respect this about them, that they could sit in their laurels and be like, okay, well, we're the best team in NA. We don't really have to practice too much. We don't have to push ourselves. There's not a ton of money to play for right now, but they're consistently improving, consistently getting better, and they're continually creating this gap further away from other teams that they possibly can, to truly be the most dominant team in North America that we've had in Deadlock, which I never thought we would say after our stint with Hydra Nation.
Yeah, and in this era of Deadlock, it's only the more impressive, because I think you're right. I think they are being pushed week in, week out. Like, the other teams are nipping at their heels. There's a lot of great players in NA right now. John, though, nearly hitting the full rainbow here. I mean, an insane performance from him, standout. I think you could say it was maybe DMB really carrying the torch in game 1, but this was a John game through and through, showing up to a ton of those team fights.
You see what he's got, Jake? He's got a curse. I didn't even realize he had curse picked up.
That's interesting. I think this makes actually a lot of sense for a game that's actually more difficult, right? Where you maybe need that extra catch potential, locking people down, getting them in the trap. Cool build. I mean, cool to see the adaptation from John going curse instead of Vamp Burst. Pretty creative, considering the game and all the lockdown that was coming against him. Maybe he just doesn't feel like he's going to get value on the Vamp Burst.
And I think it also, it slightly frees up Scout to not have to hover him as much anymore, because you saw in that last fight, right? Scout, well, in the initial fight before that, the big turnaround fight where we had Reju for Floormen, Scout goes for the curse against Xerxes to keep him away from John and kind of turn his attention towards Scout. But with John having his own, Scout can get aggressive with his curse, catching up Pashi Pop, and then John can use that to defend himself if needed. Like, I don't know, these are small adaptations in builds that are amazing to see, and I think it's a really good sign of the difference between a good player and a phenomenal player.
Yeah, another testament to that is, I think, DMB this game. I was talking about, okay, this game's going to be a lot harder for the Infernus. There's so many stuns. There's a lot of lockdowns. It's not going to be so easy to get your dashes off. Well, DMB proved me wrong, man. 6-2 and 8, very respectable stat line, showing up at a ton of these fights. He's not even playing the hard carry role, right? Like, John's the one greeting some of those back camps. DMB is showing up in a lot more engagements and still managing to get out of a lot of those scenarios and pull so much attention onto himself. So DMB Fishcake holding the torch in the early game, Scout and Slaya with the rotations, Ido on the team fights, and then John bringing the hammer to finish the game off. This is just a classic Melee Creeps victory, and honestly a beautiful win to secure 10 straight on.
And I also, I mean, not to glaze them too much harder, but the fact that they also stream their scrims and stream their matches, it's not like they're trying to hide anything secret. They're not trying to hide anything internal outside of draft. They're really putting it out there for anyone who wants to improve in Deadlock can learn. Any teams out there who are striving to improve can learn. And I really respect that about them, and I really love that about them. And they're really, for me, a team for the community. Not to really, downplay Floormen at all, because they're still an insanely good team. And they're bringing a lot to the table, challenging Melee Creeps and BWC out as the top 3 teams in North America. But Jake, that does wrap out our North American portion of the show. But before we do end off the show, we got to take a look at our hero priority from this week, from shift number 21. And we have seen some movers, mostly in the hands of DMB with the Infernus going up to 2 picks, but also Viper getting a little bit more attention.
Yeah, interesting to see, some of the differences with EU playing a bit more Victor and Bebop, NA playing, the Infernus, the Sinclair, Mo and Vindicta climbing, because I think both those heroes were maybe unpicked last week. I mean, certainly not up to where they are here. And then Viscus really rocketing to the top. I mean, teams were starting to use gun carry Viscus last week. We saw Hoot play a little bit of it. But I think this week it was clearly decisively one of the top picked gun carries. I mean, even 3 picks more than Warden, which is pretty surprising given the state of the game right now. Still frontliners at an ultra premium with Billy, Shiv, Yamato, top tier picks. staying at the top of the leaderboard. Really curious to see how something like a patch affects this. And also Hayes at 5. I mean, that actually, is that an all-time high for Hayes? Like, it genuinely might be. I mean, there's been a long time where Hayes was untouched. Maybe you find the right scenario in one game, maybe 2, but this is a week where Hayes really took off. And I like this. You talk about that human ward aspect. I think that's like an underappreciated attribute for these heroes in competitive play in the late game. I'm not in a pub, I'm not sure it's going to matter, but in the late game, in the competitive play where you can see people and they don't even realize they've been scouted, that informational asymmetry is a huge deal in being able to set up these team fights the way you want them.
So Lowkey, our producer, actually is showing us the images from 20 as well from last week. So Hayes was picked twice last week. It goes up to 5 this time, and actually was even banned in the game. We also had we had no movement with Billy, Dorman, and Mina. They've been picked or banned 7 times, 2 weeks in a row. But we also have seen an increase in Yamato, actually. I mean, seen her get banned out 3 times, but seen her in 7 as a prior, since she had 6 in the prior week. Who else kind of moved here? I'm trying to quickly look between the images on my side. I don't think there was much movement outside of that. I mean, obviously Mo went up, Infernus went up.
I guess Wraith falling down pretty hard, right? Because where there are winners, there've got to be losers, you know, in terms of the pick priority shifting back and forth. Feels like Viscous really took Wraith's place in this week, right? Of the gun carry that like plays, you know, the tower pusher, you know, opposite side of the map, making a bunch of space, you know, from those mid-game, you know, walker pressure moves. Feels like Viscous is the better choice than Wraith for that exact role, and maybe provide something a little bit more valuable from a utility perspective in the late game.
Let's take a look at our item priority. And I think Metal Skin probably climbing up the ranks, or at least I would expect it to.
There we go, baby. Metal Skin up to number
100
10.
ranks. 100 ranks in items. That's crazy.
That's wild, actually. That is wild. It's from like one of the untouched. It might have been like literally unbought or like maybe one buy or something in the whole shift, because that's a game-changing swing. There's not that many items in the game, right? Like 100 is a lot. So really impressive. Metal Skin Stam Mastery going up. Feels like green. It's the era of the greens, you know, like these greens are just bought so much. I mean, Healbane as well, godly item. Cult of Sacrifice, just it has to get nerfed, bro. Like it's the most OP item. I feel like they need to change the buff that Cult Sac gives to not be so valuable in fighting, because like it's an economy item that also gives you a buff that is probably one of the best gun item buffs. Like, and just once you have the Cult Sac buff on, it's legitimately as good as any other 3200 green orange item. I think they're gonna have to take that down a notch.
I've got the change for it. Let me spit some at you, okay?
Spit some fire.
So
give me your patch.
What if they make Cult Sacrifice's damage it does to minions or mobs or whatever, jungle creeps, based on your level, and you have to kill the mob with it? So like, for instance, one really strong use we see out of is you just get you buy it, you go into the enemy jungle, you take a tier 3 camp,
steal
and you walk
instant
away.
Yeah,
right? So what if you make it like, I don't know, half of like a tier 3 camp? You probably wouldn't go steal tier 3 anymore, but the higher level you get, or the more boons you have, I guess, you could steal it away completely. Because
if it doesn't one shot a creep, that would be a huge. If you couldn't instant one shot a tier 3 creep right when you buy it, I don't think people would buy it anymore, honestly. But maybe you still would, because it's still good to use on troopers. Like, troopers give a lot of souls. It is still a lot of souls. It gives you a lot of value, but it isn't, like you said, so good at taking a creep away from the enemy with low risk, where you get in, you pop it, you're gone. You know, you're not sitting around farming a camp, taking a big gamble for it. So I can see your point. I wouldn't mind that change.
I think it's in pro play is where you really see it get pushed to its limits because of stealing away the economy. You take it away.
I don't know about you, Jason. In my games, there's about 12 Cult Sacs per game, so I'm actually not sure.
People haven't discovered that item in my ring. They're like, Cult Sac, what's that? You can buy items?
It's like there probably will be 12 in every game. Like the average is probably 10 in high rank. Like that's not even an exaggeration. That might be understating the situation.
Okay, well, you know what? We can we actually take a quick check-in with our prize pool from this week? Because we did have some big donations in that last game. I think we approached 1,000 or got extremely close.
I think we're right under $1,000. It looked like
right
that to me, which is huge support from the community to buff up our prize pool. Well, hoping we can be able to get some more sponsors. We went over 1,000. Amazing.
Yeah.
Hoping we can bring in some sponsors to ring in the new year and you know, re-energize the show going forward into the next few months. But we really appreciate the community support as we look to bridge that gap, and hopefully, fingers crossed for you know, this patch hitting hard for potential you know, big future tentpole moments for the Deadlock community that also, of course, bring more opportunity to Deadlock esports players.
voice of God here, but did we read out the final donation? I may have missed
I
it.
didn't get shown what the
No,
final
I know,
donation
because
was.
I didn't realize it came in. It came at the very end. It was someone with it was a response to Jonas. It was from Boulain, Buhlaine, $175 to end the night, saying, "Sorry, Jonas, pocket greater than Bebop."
Oh, okay.
The pocket
thank you
versus
so much.
Bebop battle continues. But
So
it's
now we
clear who
keep the
won.
stream running. Give Jonas
If you
some time
donate-
to donate again to beat
If
him.
you donate
know?
more money, you win. You win the flame war between your lore characters.
All right. Well, again, the big thank you to everyone who donated to the prize pool. I mean, even if you can't donate, just showing up is so important to us. All the subs we have, whether it's on Twitch, YouTube, which is free, of course, to sub over to, or Patreon as well. You guys keep Night Shift going. You keep us coming back every single week. And of course, a big shout out to our players as well, who continue to participate no matter what the prize pool is going to be, because they want to participate in some amazing Deadlock action and make some history.
love.
It's all love. Thank you so much to our production as well, with us week in and week out, whether we hate them or love them or make fun of Knock. It's all in good fun. And we'll see you guys next week for some more Night Shift.